That the testimony you're about to give is true, so help you God.
I do.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even?
The Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P at almost 7,000. The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow.
Let me address the survivors, because that's
how is the Dow.
Will you turn to the survivors? This is not about
how is the Dow.
Co-conspirators fully redacted. Who's responsible? Are you able to track it? The survivors gave testimony to the FBI. Files pulled from the website that we will never see. The DOJ released photos of victims. Didn't want to be known. Who released the names and redacted the men they implicate?
You're spending more resources arresting journalists than prosecuting critics. Your boss stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech.
Come on. The Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P at almost 7,000. The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow. How is the
Sputnik's ties to
How is the Dow? What does the Dow have to do with anything? Are you kidding? That's what they just asked. You sit here and attack, but we have a record smashing NASDAQ. The Dow right now is over 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about. The Dow right now. S&P at almost 7,000. The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow? How is the Dow?
What's going on, everybody?
How is the Dow?
How is the Dow?
What's the message we're sending?
How is it 50,000?
How is the Dow?
Are you able to track it?
We're 2016 millennial resistance liberal coded today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That was Shamoyaho and the Gregory brothers. How is the Dow? Auto-tune the news wherein Pam Bondi discovers an unsaleable riposte that can know. We're live. We're alive. It is March 10th, Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. We're coming to you live from Los Angeles, California, stolen land of the Tongva Nation. I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, however. And this is the center of everything that's going on in the world. This is the center of attention of the world. This is where you learn about what's fucking truly happening. We're live. We're alive. Did you lie about the Pedro Sanchez interview? What do you mean? What do you mean lie? Anyway, folks, before I get into the broadcast, obviously this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker, and in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. Okay. Someone posted a video of you watching The Night of the Seven Kingdoms. What is this? This is never actually a true statement. But yeah, personal news wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. That's what I'm gonna do. People are talking about Galatasaray winning, and I don't really care necessarily. Yes, I'm wearing a skater hat. Anti-Hero is a skater hat. It's a skater brand, even though I don't skate. But as I was saying, this is where you come to get purposely misunderstood. Yes. Folks, I'm a poser. I'm a nasty poser. You already know I'm a shooby and I'm a poser. But personal news wise, ended the broadcast last night. Didn't really do much except I watched Down to Fuck St. Louis or St. Paul. Is DTF St. Louis. Sorry, not St. Paul. DTF St. Louis. Okay. And it's very good. It's actually very good. A love triangle between three adults experiencing a middle-aged malaise that leads to one of them ending up dead. No spoilerinos, obviously, but that's what I'm actually watching. First two episodes are pretty good. DTF St. Louis, recommend it. It's on HBO. I have not watched the Pit season 2 yet. I watched like the first episode of Pit season 2, but it was like kind of mid. Ask Kayla about it. He would know. Yeah. Please zoom the camera back. Auntie's gonna end themselves. Please zoom the camera back. Wait, what? No. Auntie wants the camera to be zoomed in. If Zohran's mom asked you to be an extra in something, would you do it? No. In any case, Stephen Conrad wrote and directs DTF. He also did Patreon on Amazon, which is an all-timer show. Yeah. I like it. I like the art direction. It is definitely very sad and it's making me it bums me out to see like how, you know, everyday ordinary Americans live their lives in places like St. Louis. It just kills me to think that there are people who live in St. Louis like that. You know what I mean? Damn, this channel died quickly. Which channel? This one? Yeah, it's over. It's pretty much over. Rip to my channel. Like, straight up. They didn't film it here. As someone living in Missouri, I can agree. It's just crazy to live in those, like, live in those homes and just, like, I don't know. It just makes me sad thinking about living a life like that. Where you gotta find something to, you gotta find something to keep yourself occupied. I feel like this is what we need for, that's why we need like the arts to be funded in places like that. When you're off stream, do you ever talk to chat like we're still here? Yes. Austin and Jinx are right about the Tri-Cities. Our local school's mascot is a B-52 bomber and a mushroom cloud, and the motto is proud of the cloud. You should swing through, Lamau. STL is great. That's not a representation of STL. Anyway. Yeah, that's something is crack, brother. Yeah, anything but fentanyl, I think. I think it would be nice if like people got things in their lives that give them meaning and it's not fentanyl and crack cocaine. I think that would be good. Jake Lang is a pedophile? Wow. Oh, you're telling me now. You're just now telling me this. You're just now telling me this. I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you, that a potential Mossad asset that tailors himself as a white supremacist neo-Nazi who literally hid that he was Jewish initially, and then when outed as being Jewish, dropped just doing Islamophobia and started also doing deep anti-Semitism to maintain his cover, also happens to be a pedophile. That's shocking. It's funny because Jack Lang, not Jake Lang, is the French politician, is also a notorious pedo Mossad asset and one of the biggest French politicians. Nice. So, yeah. Yeah, he fucked a goat. Remember, today is March 10 day and you didn't open it? Okay, Mario Day? Okay, calm down, Megaphonics. Where was I? What was I going to say? Personal news-wise. That's it. Like, that's all I got personal news-wise. Elaborate on the goat dog. Yeah, Jake Lang, the fucking white supremacist neo-Nazi who hid that he was Jewish for years, and then as soon as he was outed that he was Jewish, he literally started doing anti-Semitic rants as well in an effort to maintain his fucking cover. It was the other day trying to do one of these like anti-Islam rallies, and in the anti-Islam rally, he brought a real live goat to the rally in a U-Haul truck and like try to fuck the goat to be like, this is what you guys like doing. This is what you Muslims like. Fucking goats, right? Yeah, it turns out he's also maybe a pedophile, which is like the least shocking turn of events, honestly. What do you say? What do you do? He fucked Messi. Messi is no longer the GOAT. Calm down. Yeah, didn't someone throw a bomb at him? Someone tried to throw, there's like 2 ISIS assets or something. I don't even know. That shit is so strange, bro. We'll talk about all that today and more. But yeah, personal news-wise, that's pretty much it. You know, that's all that's going on. American century of humiliation is upon us, obviously. M Israel Chai, M Israel Chai. Hopefully my internet doesn't get cut out. Day 10, Iran, Israel. Day 10, Iran x Amer Israel. Trump declares victory. Then says, never mind. Gas crisis. Lebanon getting pummeled. Cuba under threat. Anti-ZOHRAN PSYOPS. BURGERREICH. Get in now. Wall Street Journal, Iranian hardliners are not interested in a ceasefire. Yeah, I understand why they wouldn't be. Why would they be? They haven't gotten their, they have not gotten their goals across yet. So Iran pulled out the best missiles, apparently. That's such a funny way to talk about that. The best missiles. Iran pulled out their best missiles, apparently. Like we're talking about a fucking, we're talking about candy in a candy shop. You know what I mean? Bro, they got their, like, it's like their Pokemon cards. You know what I mean? Bro, they got their best. They're like PSA 10s, dude. Yeah. Top shelf missile time from Iran. They're lobbing their PSA 10s, dude. Bayramlıklar. Yeah. Bayramlıkları çıkartmışlar. Oh man. Yeah, White House press briefing as war in the Middle East intensifies. We'll just get started there. Shit is not going too good. Let's be real. That hasn't started yet, so I don't think it's started yet, but we'll get there when it does. Üstüne boncuk koymayı unutmamışlar. Yani nazar saklasın. Nazardan saklasın Allah. Bayramda yoksun, Küba'ya gidiyorsun. Evet. Küba'da yapacağız abi bayram. Yeah, bayramlıklar means like the fancy dress that you wear only during bayram, like a religious holiday. Okay. Which is basically like the American version of your Sunday best, right? Kurbanı unutma. Oğlum biz kurban olacağız bu aşıdan. Anyway, no naval escorts yet on Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, we'll get to all of that. Japan Post has suspended all shipping to EU and the Middle East. Yeah, because Japan, brother, if history has taught us anything, okay, you can't have that island experience petroleum an energy crisis, okay?
This morning,
the Japanese hate not having oil and gas. They hate it. Like more than other countries, as a matter of fact. They sometimes, if they don't have oil and gas, they can't help themselves. They will do stuff, okay? They will do stuff that you don't want to see. So in an effort to avoid, you know, another Pearl Harbor, they have stockpiles upon stockpiles. They have 257 days of oil waiting. They're sitting on top of it, and now they're not gonna trade it any longer. They're gonna keep it for themselves. Last time the Japanese were denied oil, Pearl Harbor happened. Okay? You don't want the Japanese to get mad because they don't have enough oil. We won't be arguing if Taiwan is China anymore. Yeah. Trump said the oil tank should try to go through the strait. Fuck the consequences, including dying. Yeah, it's pretty awesome that the American government has literally decided the best way to get out of this quagmire is by demanding that petrocapitalists just send their people to die. Like, Iran has basically stated that they're going to lob maximum missiles if anyone tries to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump first said that they would insure up to $20 billion, which the British insurers that have historically been doing this since like the British Empire days said that the number that you would need to insure these petroleum tankers would not be 20 billion, but more like at least 200 billion, right? And not only, oh my God, Reuters exclusive, as many as 150 U.S. troops wounded so far in Iran. Two war sources tell the matter to Reuters. Bro, I don't understand. I don't understand how like, I don't know what's going on. I never thought that we would see like vindication in a matter of days. I don't understand how we are here now. I told you that they were hiding the real figures. I told you that like the Iranian numbers were far too high. It's not 500, right? But the American numbers are far too low. Okay, judging by the strikes and the possible success of the strikes, I told you. I said the Iranian numbers were at 500. That's way too high. But I told you that the American numbers were way too fucking low. Oh my God. Gulf countries hit army personnel and civilian buildings. I know they did. Oh my God. I fucking told you. Rarely do you ever see vindication take place as fast as possible like this. This is like, it's so strange to me. Now, this means casualties. This means wounded. No, it doesn't mean mentally distraught. It means life-altering TBIs, which is usually the American government's method of sheltering the truth, like sheltering the public from the truth. Life-altering TBIs, you're fucking done, okay? No leg, no arm, or potentially you're fucked up. You're done, okay? You're out. Is it ethical to use your predictions on Polymarket? No, don't do that. And that's just the troops. That doesn't mean the contractors. CIA assets in the region. But it was totally insane that the admin thought they could keep these casualty numbers hidden. TBI means traumatic brain injury, so not just having something amputated. Yes, I know. Just started war with 0 OPSECs. Bro, they literally started bombing Iran, thinking that Iran would not be able to retaliate, thinking that Iran would never retaliate against the American bases and the American assets in the fucking region. And Iran immediately started retaliating against American assets in the region. They were like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing? You're not allowed to do that. Hold on. How are you pushing back? How are you fighting back? This is not allowed. And they were so confident in their force projection capabilities that they literally thought Iran would do the same like strategic restraint that they've demonstrated over and over again. Well, guess what? You shouldn't have fucking killed the Ayatollah. Again, another thing that I mentioned over and over again. The most restrained dude in the Iranian government as far as like wanting to deal with the West was the fucking Ayatollah. Now you killed the Ayatollah and all the older IRGC generals twice. Now the guys that are still in charge, now the guys that have like gone up the ranks are motherfuckers who want to fight. Ali Khamenei was the reason for the strategic restraint method that you saw from Iran. You killed him. Now the safety rails are off. Okay? Now they want to fucking fight. Now they actually understand. Now the people in power within the Iranian power structure, which is supposed to be a three-party, like, there are 3 people that are supposed to be in charge of the Iranian government currently. But the reality is, it's not those 3 people that are in charge of the Iranian government. The Iranian military response is, as far as we know, still not centrally commanded at all. They're still operating on the contingency plan that they had, the decentralized mosaic defense structure that they've created, which means the IRGC is in charge. And we don't even know if the IRGC has some kind of centralized control, considering that their strike targets change over time. I suspect that there is some kind of central control. But basically, you killed all the old people that were totally fucking invested in dealing with the American government. And now the ones that remain within the IRGC are the hardliners that understandably do not want to deal with the American government because they've seen only death. Why would you ever trust the Americans to negotiate ever again? You did this twice. Twice. Here's the thing. The reason why this is happening, the reason why the casualty numbers are so fucking high, and the American government thought that they could hide this, and it was obviously a number that you cannot fucking hide at all. I swear to God, you said this would happen months ago. Yes, of course. The reason why I said that this predictable outcome was going to happen was because when you teach people the lesson that you cannot negotiate with them, that you don't want to do diplomacy at all, that you think you can just do might is right. Misinformation, wounded, not casualty. Casualty means debilitating injuries as well as deaths. Okay, so yes, wounded does mean casualty. Okay, unless you got a fucking scrape on your arm, on your elbow, and you got a boo-boo, and you got a Band-Aid for your boo-boo, and you're back in action. That article is from years ago. I Googled it, misinformation. I demand an apology. The Reuters article was from 2020. Dog, this is Phil Stewart, chief national security reporter of Reuters, that tweeted this. Are you okay? Check the article date. You think Phil Stewart, the chief national security reporter for Reuters, is not revealing new brain injury article? Dog, this is not an article yet. He's tweeting it out. Some of you motherfuckers genuinely don't understand how this works, okay? This is the guy who is writing the article, okay? This is the other guy that's writing the article. These are the guys. They haven't posted the article yet. They're basically promoting the article that is about to come out. They're breaking the story. They're breaking the story on Twitter. This is part of the reason why I still stay on Twitter, right? Are you one of the fucking brave reservists that got a traumatic brain injury? What the fuck's wrong with you? I demand an apology, he said. Anyway, calm down, chatter. It's okay. Just think about why you reacted that way, though. What kind of blocks, mental blocks do you have that cause you to react this way to information that actually shocked your conscience so hard that you went, this has to be fake news. I'm going to now dig deeper and try to disprove that it's fucking fake news. Iran Live. Marcus bet that Trump will end war soon despite threats from both sides. U.S. military has not escorted any ships through the Strait of Hormuz, which is another fucking L. Exclusive up to 150 U.S. troops wounded in Iran war, 2 sources tell Reuters. That's another fucking lie. Nothing is going well. Everyone is presenting this as like America's doing incredibly well. The reason why they can't reveal the actual casualty numbers is because they do not want Americans to find out that there's 150 people who have now had life-altering injuries as a direct consequence of going to war for Israel's sake, okay? Because even the dumbest people in this stupid fucking administration understand how insane that looks, okay? That's why they have to hide the numbers. You don't want fucking caskets. And that's not even counting, I'm telling you right now, that's not even counting contractors, which they can hide the death numbers on. And that's probably not counting CIA assets either. So that number that you're hearing is probably the lowest number of casualties that we have seen so far. The administration had to reveal the deaths initially. I suspect that there are probably a far greater number of wounded in operation, wounded in action, and maybe even a larger number of troops that were killed in action as well. But it's so obvious that they just did not plan for anything because they're so fucking stupid. They literally thought, oh, Iran, we have all the tools. We have the most sophisticated machinery that we can use. We'll destroy Iran. How dare they? No one has ever come after us before. No one has ever destroyed our assets before. No one will even fucking try. I don't trust CBS News' reporting at all. I'm sorry. As far as like mining the Strait of Hormuz. Because I don't even think Iran needs to mine the Strait of Hormuz to stop the Strait of Hormuz from, like, it's not in their best interest to mine the Strait of Hormuz at all. It's in their best interest to keep it open so they can let Chinese ships go through, so they can let potentially Saudi ships go through if they see fit, because they want to reopen it afterwards. So I don't think they're going to mine the Strait of Hormuz. Anyway, let's start here with Trump sending mixed messages about how long the Iran war will last, and then we'll continue from there on.
Trump touting successes in the Iran war.
We're winning very...
Is Caroline live yet?
And give remarks.
Oh, nice. Okay, let's hear how wonderful we're doing right now, straight from the mouth.
First Lady will host a Women's History Month event in the East Room. And on Friday, the president will sign several executive orders, and we will provide more details on those later this week. As President Trump shared with the American people last night, the United States military is making tremendous strides towards achieving our military objectives for Operation Epic Fury. 10 days in, this campaign has been a resounding success thus far, and America's warriors are winning this important fight at an even faster pace than we anticipated. More than 5,000 enemy targets have been struck so far. Iran's ballistic missile attacks are down more than 90%, and their drone attacks are down by approximately 85% since the start of Operation Epic Fury. The United States is also annihilating the Iranian regime's navy, and we have destroyed more than 50 Iranian naval vessels, including a major drone carrier ship. None of the regime's vessels are operating in major regional waterways, and the Iranian Navy has been assessed as combat ineffective. The trend is clear. U.S. combat capabilities are increasing and growing more lethal and dominant by the day, while the Iranian terrorist regime's ability to respond has rapidly declined. Now, the U.S. military is moving to dismantle Iran's missile production infrastructure. Our incredible B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs on deeply buried missile sites. Last night, President Trump reiterated his commitment toward keeping oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz so the United States and all of our allies can receive their energy needs.
He literally said you guys should just go and die, by the way.
Iranian terrorists to stop the freedom of navigation
our argument to the
fucking
to the shipping magnets is just send your Filipino fisher, your Filipino boatsmen
indiscriminately target civilians
to go and fucking
attempt
die.
to hold the global economy
What's
hostage.
the worst
And
thing that could happen? You just lose a couple people. You just lose a couple people on the boats, but like, you know, maybe one of them can go through.
Of this terrorist regime in his statement yesterday. If they do anything to stop the flow of oil or goods within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the world's most powerful military 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Moving forward, the stated objectives for Operation Epic Fury remain the same. Destroy the terrorist regime's ballistic missiles, raise their Iranian missile industry to the ground, ensure their terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region, and ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. President Trump remains confident these goals will be accomplished in swift fashion. As for the oil, President Trump fully expected the rogue Iranian regime to try and disrupt the global markets. That's why President Trump and his energy team have been planning for
How much of what they're saying is true about the Iranians' capabilities is mostly a lie.
Thus far, the Trump administration has offered political risk insurance to tankers operating in the Gulf. The Treasury temporarily waived certain oil-related sanctions, and the Commander-in-Chief has offered the U.S. Navy to escort tankers when necessary. The president and his energy team are closely watching the markets, speaking with industry leaders, and the U.S. military is drawing up additional options following the president's directive to continue keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I will not broadcast what those options look like, but just know the president is not afraid to use them. Rest assured to the American people, The recent increase in oil and gas prices is temporary, and this operation will result in lower gas prices in the long term. Once the national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly, potentially even lower than they were prior to the start of the operation. And we will live in a world where Iran can no longer threaten the United States or our allies with a nuclear bomb. On another matter here at home, President Trump is urging Congress to pass the Save America Act, one of the most critical pieces of legislation in our nation's history. The Save America Act is overwhelmingly popular with all Americans because each provision is rooted in common sense. The Save America Act has 5 simple requirements as requested by the President of the United States. Number 1, voters have to show ID to cast a ballot in an American election. Very simple. 90% of Americans, including more than 80% of Democrat voters, agree with this. Number 2, the Save America Act will require all voters to show proof of citizenship in order to register to vote in American elections. Again, this is popular and rooted in common sense. Only American citizens have the right to vote in American elections. But after Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed tens of millions of illegal aliens into our country, it's more important than ever to ensure that only American citizens are registering to vote on our nation's voter rolls, and Congress needs to pass this. Number 3, the Save America Act abolishes the incredibly unsecure practice of universal mail-in ballots, which throw the door wide open for fraud. Importantly, the Save America Act maintains exceptions for Americans to use mail-in ballots for illness, disability, military, or travel reasons. The bipartisan 2005 report of the Commission on Federal Election Reform, chaired by, of all people, former President Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State James Baker, concluded that, quote, absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud, and it is time for Congress to finally address this. Number 4, the Save America Act permanently bans men from competing in women's sports. President Trump signed a landmark executive order upholding the promise of Title IX and ending this dangerous and unfair practice. But now it's time for Congress to codify this into law. Number 5, the Save America Act bans transgender mutilation surgery for children. Again, President Trump signed a common sense executive order to do this and kept his promise to the American people, but now Congress needs to do the same and codify it. It's well past time for Democrats in Congress to stop perpetuating the radical and false claim that you can somehow change a child's sex. You cannot. Passing the Save America Act is the most important thing that Republicans and, frankly, Democrats can do to strengthen election integrity and protect our democracy. It's what the American people elected Republicans to do, and they must deliver on it as soon as possible. The president is calling on Congress to get the job done and send this historic piece of legislation to his desk immediately for signature. So with that today, I will take your questions. Benny, thank you for being here, and why don't you start us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So my first question is actually about the Save America Act. So one of the biggest things that the Democrats are saying, the claims that they're making, is that the Save America Act, it would prevent married women from voting in elections or
kind of surprised that they're even bothering to concede acknowledge that gas prices are going to go up at the pump. You think they just insist it's not happening and point to some random podunk gas station still offering $10 a gas as evidence? Because again, you can't really, when people's pockets are getting hurt, you can't like out compete that with propaganda. That's it. Like, and the last line of defense for Donald Trump always was the gas pump. He could always just like point the gas buddy and just be like, well, inflation is one thing, but the gas prices are so good. And now he can't even do that anymore because there's a fucking major energy crisis born out of his own fucking idiotic ambitions.
Local level across this country. So the Save America Act corrects that. And as far as married women who have changed their name, if they're already registered to vote, they're entirely unaffected by the Save Act. And for the small fraction of individuals who have changed their name or their address, they can still register to vote, of course. They just have to go through their state processes to update that documentation. And this is something that the American people, married married women and minorities and
chat.
people all across this
I'm not
country
gonna rewind.
who
Calm
Democrats are
down.
insultingly saying cannot do this. They're already doing it every day, going to the Social Security office, going to the DMV.
It's so strange.
And I
You're
think
like,
it's
I want to
frankly
hear what she's
insulting
lying
that
about.
Democrats are saying that there are certain groups of people in this country who aren't smart enough to update
Thad's
their
moved away from
documentation
South Korea.
to allow them to vote. Again, this is a huge myth, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address it.
Of course, and then just one more question about DHS. The funding issue has been 3+ weeks now. I was at the airport this morning in St. Louis, Missouri, and it was early in the morning, and one of the TSA agents, I saw her, she was kind of tearing up, she was crying, and I asked her, I was like, what's wrong? And she was like, I can't make my phone payment, I can barely make my car payment that's coming up. I think a lot in the Beltway, there's so much noise between Democrats, Republicans. It's the Democrats' fault, it's the Republicans' fault. But what is the White House's message to the American people that are struggling because they're not getting that paycheck? It's take away the politics. What do you have to say to those people?
President Trump wants the Department of Homeland Security. He wants TSA, he wants FEMA, he wants the brave men and women of our United States Coast Guard to receive their paychecks, and he wants this department to be fully funded and fully reopened. And so to any American out there who is struggling without a paycheck, we know there's more than 100,000 of you across the country. To any American out there who is showing up to an airport and facing incredibly long wait times and lines, call your Democrat member of Congress and tell them to fund the Department of Homeland Security. That's what President Trump wants to do, and it's completely ridiculous that the American people are suffering as a result of these partisan games that are being played by Democrats on Capitol Hill. Thank you. Steve.
You said the operation was going faster than anticipated. What is your current timeline for how long the war will last?
So look, as you know, Steve, the president and the U.S. military's initial timeline was about 4 to 6 weeks to achieve the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. Again, to destroy their missiles and their ability
Operation
to make them, destroy
Epstein's
their Navy,
Fury.
permanently deny them nuclear weapons forever, and to, of course, weaken their evil terrorist proxies in the region. We know that the U.S. military and our brave warfighters are quickly and expeditiously executing these objectives well ahead of schedule, but ultimately the operations will end when the commander-in-chief determines the military objectives have been met, fully realized, and that Iran is in a position of complete and unconditional surrender, whether they say it or not.
Does the president still want Iran's unconditional surrender?
Well, when President Trump says that Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, he's not claiming the Iranian regime is going to come out and say that themselves. What the president means is that Iran's threats will no longer be backed by a ballistic missile arsenal that protects them from building a nuclear bomb in their country. I could make an empty threat, but if I have no actions to back it up, then
this is literally, oh shit, Iran got hands. Like, that's the best way to describe the situation. They're like, oh wait, that's illegal. You can't fight back. What the fuck are you doing? And then, oh shit, Iran got fucking hands. We need an exit ramp. It's all cope. It's maximum cope.
Explain why the energy secretary posted and then appeared to have deleted a post on X saying that the U.S. Navy is
I talked to people in the region, some of which are genuinely shocked
had a chance to talk to the
at how hard Iran has fucking hit back.
However, I know the post
some
was
are
taken
still
down pretty quickly, and I
delulu,
can
especially the
confirm
ones
that
in
the US
fucking
Navy has
Turkey.
not escorted a tanker or a vessel at this time, though of course that's an option the president has said he will absolutely utilize if and when necessary at the appropriate time.
Turks are Turks really are İngilizce, I swear. Servants of the British, as they say in Turkey.
Generally speaking.
Again, I would defer you to the Department of Energy to answer that question.
Really quickly,
Sure.
In terms of oil sanctions, the president said that there would be some sanctions. What that would be lifted? Would those be on Venezuela, Russia? Could you give some specifics there and then timing for that as well?
Sure. I know it's something that the Treasury Department and the president's energy team continue to discuss, and they will ultimately consult with the president before decisions are made. I don't have any announcements.
This is Iraq 2.0 shit excuse for invasion, but this time Iraq actually fights back. No,
Alex.
Iraq and Iran are not comparable at all.
About 150
in any way,
US,
shape, or form,
service
dude.
members have been injured so far. Can you confirm that number and elaborate on that?
I can't confirm the exact number. I know it's within that ballpark, but I would defer you to the Pentagon for a specific number of wounded or injured.
Epstein class is now Iranian propaganda.
Secondly, if I can, I wanted to ask about.
Bro, these guys don't understand. When the Iranian government hears what they're saying, they're very good at diplomacy. They're very good at doing politics. Okay, they're very tuned into American politics. When they repeat Epstein class because we're saying it over here, they're doing that because they want to lean into the anger and resentment that Americans experience towards their elite, right? If you turn around and say, oh, anyone that says Epstein class is doing Iranian propaganda, you're not going to win the public, dumbass. It's not going to cause people to be like, oh, I shouldn't say Epstein class. It's going to have the exact opposite. It's going to make Iran more sympathetic. But these guys are so fucking Israel-brained, they can't understand it. It's the same principle behind those who have, for years and years, kept saying, oh, if you criticize Israel, you're an anti-Semite. What ended up happening after 3 years? People started self-identifying as anti-Semites. They did not actually turn around and go, oh my God, I should stop saying things about Israel because, oh, that could be considered an anti-Semite. They just went, nah, I'm a fucking anti-Semite then. This is literally the exact opposite of the intended effect.
About this repeatedly. Wisely, he does not rule options out as commander-in-chief. So again, I would hesitate to confirm anything that a Democrat on Capitol Hill says right now about the president's thinking. Garrett.
Kellen, you outlined to Steve the military components of what would be involved in ending this war, but it seems like there's a political component too. The president said to Fox earlier today that he doesn't believe the new Ayatollah can live in peace. He made a variety of comments suggesting that he should be involved in picking the new Iranian leader. Is the ending of this war also contingent on Iran selecting a leader that the president finds acceptable? And if so, how is that not the definition of a regime change war?
Look, as President Trump has blatantly and frankly stated, it's obviously within the best interest of the United States and the West to no longer have a radical terrorist in charge of Iran, especially as we see their reaction to Operation Epic Fury. They had their missiles turned towards our Gulf and Arab partners in the region. Again, this was a regime that chanted, or still chants, death to America.
No,
we look at the way
I can't believe they say
the entire
that.
World hostage.
No, don't you know you're not allowed to say that? You're allowed to just like eat our missiles. You're allowed to just fucking allow us to blow up your refineries and cause an ecological disaster, basically poisoning the water supply of tens of millions of people, not only in Iran, but anywhere that those fucking clouds actually go to. No, don't say that. Don't say, Marg bar America, Marg bar Israel. Don't say that. Don't you dare say that. You're not allowed to even respond negatively to our fucking missiles. That's the attitude we have. It's a sense of entitlement that we have because for the longest fucking time, we have destroyed every goddamn country and we've made it basically illegal to fight back.
Iran can talk all they want.
And because most people can't fight back, we've grown comfortable.
As we are doing when we've taken out the threat of their ballistic missile capability, when we can firmly, finally ensure that they can no longer make a nuclear bomb to threaten the United States and our allies and our troops in the region. And that's what President Trump is ultimately seeking to do with respect to this operation. Jennifer.
There was a shooting outside of a synagogue in Baltimore. Do you know if the president has been briefed on that? And do you have any more details on what happened?
I don't, but we certainly will get you more details, Jennifer. And I don't know if the president has briefed, but I'll check on that when I get back to the Oval Office after this. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday for the first time that
yeah, our allies in the region is just Israel. Oh, brutal.
Strike U.S. targets
brutal.
within 7 days, and then he then bumped that down later to 3 days. Where is he getting that?
I'll use this. I'll use terms that you'll understand. Iran is currently mogging by missile maxing America's diminishing defenses in the region. America's basically Israel maxing and having a very tough go at it right now.
Provided to him by his top negotiators who had been engaged with the
Iran
Iranian
is
regime in a
good
faith effort.
And missile
the Iranian
maxing and
regime
drone
was
maxing.
Lying, deceiving the United States of America, clearly trying to continue their nuclear program to create a bomb that would, of course, threaten the United States of America. Again, their ballistic missile arsenal, they were rapidly and aggressively increasing that by the month to a place where they would essentially build immunity for themselves, where a future president
Mike mocked you with Oliver Larkin
would not be
yesterday,
able
losing
to
your
launch
touch.
this
What the fuck do you
incredibly
mean? We
successful
raised like
operation.
60
and so the
grand.
president, again, as I've reiterated and he has said, was not going to sit back and allow the Iranian regime to threaten or to attack the United States of America any longer.
But there are no U.S.
Bitch, we raised 60 grand. Fuck you mean?
claims. So is he making this up to justify his decision to go to war now?
That's crazy.
The president is not making anything up, Nancy. He is looking at this every single day based on intelligence, based on facts, and based on intelligence that he himself and his negotiators have consumed based on their, again, negotiations with the rogue Iranian regime over the past year. And the president and his team tried in a good faith way to reach a diplomatic deal through peaceful means with the Iranian regime. And Iran chose this path to death and destruction. Iran wanted to attack the United States of America, and the president was not going to sit back and allow that to happen. He was not going to sit back and allow that to happen, and everyone in this room should be grateful for it. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions for
Seems
you.
to me like a lot of people are coping in here.
To your statement that you made at the beginning of the briefing regarding the Save America Act.
Sure.
Yesterday, the Senate Majority Leader John Thune spoke on the effort to potentially have a filibuster broken, the rules for the filibuster broken. He said the votes aren't there, one, to nuke the filibuster, and the votes aren't there for a talking filibuster. He says that's the reality. What's your reaction to what Senator Thune said?
Look, I think President Trump, the urgency behind his need to pass the Save America Act and his desire to get this country-saving legislation passed has been made quite clear. He wants all options on the table, and he wants the Senate to move as quickly as possible through whatever means necessary.
And then secondly, just regarding the president's trip tomorrow, looking ahead, why Ohio and why Northern Kentucky?
Well, why not? These are two great states with great Americans.
Just wanted to know why they were chosen.
Great states with great Americans. The president will be joined by lawmakers from both states who he greatly admires and respects and supports. And he'll be meeting with business owners in both of these places and talking about the economy, which is, of course, the utmost importance to him.
Caroline.
Thank you.
Get this croutonless salad off the screen. We have to hear her.
India to get oil, Russian oils during this energy crisis.
Yes.
Have you spoken to President about it? What's the idea behind this?
Have I spoken to the president about it?
Yeah.
Yes, I have spoken to the president about it. And the president and the Secretary of Treasury and the whole national security team came to this decision because our allies in India, as you know, Lalit, have been good actors and have previously stopped buying sanctioned Russian oil. So as we work to appease this temporary gap of oil supply around the world because of the Iranians, we have temporarily permitted them to accept that Russian oil. And this Russian oil
kind of feels like American imperialism is on the retreat everywhere around the world when you really think about it, right? I mean, this literally, if you look at the proxy that we're waging in Ukraine against Russia, regardless of Russia's unjustifiable invasion, these are two warring factions here. It's a spectacular L for America. It's an even bigger L for Europe, but it kind of feels like everywhere around the world, we are in retreat. Something that has never happened before. Something that has not really happened in American history, especially since the dissolution of the USSR. That's just the reality. A new world is currently being written from the ashes of the old world. This is literally happening in real time. Why are you smiling about that? Wait, what do you mean? Why am I smiling about that? I think by force or by diplomacy, clawing back power from the United States of America and allowing other countries in the periphery to have dignity and sovereignty is objectively a good thing. Okay? Because I'm not someone who has believed in the American propaganda that America must remain the world police. American empire has been devastating for countries. Devastating for countries. I mean, you look at what we're doing. Look at what we did in fucking Gaza. Look at what we're doing in Iran right now. So yes, it absolutely is a good thing. And I will tell you from a selfish perspective, right? From a selfish Amerifat perspective, okay? If you personally think that like the American empire has actually yielded benefits for you, you're also objectively wrong about that. A lot of people were terrified of the USSR's influence, okay, especially in Europe, not realizing that the USSR's existence allowed Europe to thrive as a social democracy for the longest fucking time. Look what has taken place in Europe since the dissolution of the USSR to understand that in the absence of a threat of a positive alternative, a threat of an alternative, right? European capital basically took over and started dominating and turned Europe into America, turned Europe into little America. But of course, because Europe doesn't have the military might of America, they turned Europe into a permanent vassal, way worse than where it was. Periphery isn't getting freedom. They're getting turned into suicide bomber. This is literally objectively untrue in the long term, okay? Because right now they're getting dominated regardless. When America is the world police, they get dominated regardless. Now they can have sovereignty. Okay? In the multipolarity, in the multipolar world, like I say, I always stress the importance of this. By diplomacy or by force. I don't want there to be multipolarity through force. I want multipolarity through diplomacy. I want America to chart a very different path forward with the way that we have dealt with these countries in the periphery. Okay? I don't want American imperialism. Yes, but in the short term, that looks like a fucked up plan. Look at China. Whose fault is that? You think it's Iran's fault that they're fighting back and defending themselves? Or do you think it's America and Israel's fault? Who do you think is at fault for what's going on right now? Who do you think is at fault for what's going on in Japan? Okay? Do you think that's America and Israel's fault that they are literally creating this this generational energy crisis because they wanted to go in and bomb Iran? Or do you think it was Iran's fault for fighting back and defending themselves to the best of their ability? Because if you personally think, oh, well, they were supposed to not close the Strait of Hormuz, they were just supposed to just eat lead and shut the fuck up and die, you're fucking delusional. Okay? You're delusional. Of course they're going to do that. And they have more tools in the fucking tool belt that they haven't even deployed. They didn't blow up the oil refineries in the region, even after Israel blew up their oil refineries, their oil depots, causing major ecological disaster. That's the whole point. The reason why there is this kind of like global catastrophe is because someone at least had the interest in fighting back for once. Someone with limited capabilities, but has the interest in fighting back. That's the only reason. That's it.
Powers Act, they're talking about all kinds of issues, but have people forgotten just how imminent that threat was? If they keep saying death to America and death to Israel, they mean it.
Look, I don't think the American people have forgotten, but I think Democrats on Capitol Hill, they have not forgotten, but they are just so plagued with this resistance to President Trump on everything that they do that, again, they can't even rally behind the common sense, bipartisan, long-standing principle of the United States of America that Iran absolutely poses a threat to the United States, that Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. And I think that's reflected again in their voting pattern. In 2023, every single member of the House of Representatives, with the exception of one, I believe the final vote was 412 to 1 in 2023.
Do you think that I'm a supporter of America or Israel right now? Because I'm not.
Leading sponsor of terror. And now in this year,
like, the funniest part of this is like everything that they say to Iran literally directly applies to Israel and America. Okay, like, oh, we don't want a nuclear, a madman with nukes that is a theocracy that keeps sending armed militants into Syria, into Lebanon, into Palestine. We don't want that, right? And at first glance, you think, oh, wait, are they talking about Iran? But the reality is that applies better to fucking Israel, because Israel is the psychopathic theocracy. The psychopathic theocracy with nukes that is actually destabilizing the fucking region. Iran is just a regional power that is trying to fight back against that.
ground to thwart potential threats to the homeland. This is something the administration obviously takes very seriously. We are thwarting threats that, frankly, most Americans don't know about because they never make headlines, but that's the great work that the Department of Homeland Security is doing, and it emphasizes and underscores the point of why Democrats need to
North
fund
Korea
and
is like
reopen fully
making
the Department of
statements
Homeland
as well
Security
now that the THAADs are moving away from South Korea.
School. Why did President Trump say yesterday that Iran may have Tomahawk missiles when there are only 3 other US allies plus the US that have those missiles and therefore could...
Look, again, as the president said yesterday, he will accept the conclusion of this investigation by the Department of War. I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about who may be responsible for this. We're not going to get ahead of the Department of War and the conclusion of that investigation. The president has a right to share his opinions with the American public.
I wouldn't readily believe what CBS is saying about the mining of the Strait of Hormuz, okay? CBS is the only outlet that I've seen so far that has reported that Iran is mining the Strait of Hormuz. Wait for Dropsite or one of these other outlets that actually does talk directly to the Iranian leadership to hear from them. Unless there's like OSINT, unless there's like satellite imagery or something, like there's like actual reports on the mining of the Strait of Hormuz, I am not going to rely exclusively on CBS. It could be true. Once again, I'm going to repeat it. It could be true, but I need to see it from someone other than CBS because CBS News is unreliable. CBS News is Israel news, okay? Ever since the Barry Weiss, Larry Ellison takeover, CBS is doing the bidding of Israel. They're not going to give you the best news, the most reliable news on this. You might as well hear that from fucking Barack 8200 Ravid, you know? Sorry. Barry Weiss is not exactly the paragon of truth. Exactly. It's ridiculous. U.S. intelligence assets have begun to see indications that Iran is taking steps to deploy mines in the Strait of Hormuz, shipping land. Iran is using smaller crafts that can carry 2 to 3 mines each. While Iran mine stock isn't publicly known, estimates over the years have ranged from 2,000 to 6,000 naval mines in the Iranian, Chinese, Russian-made variants, Jim Laporta reports. Now, that could be the case. That could actually be the case, but it's CBS, so I need to hear more. I need like additional evidence.
Department that just went out moments ago. Nearly 63.5 million tax returns have been processed thus far. 45% of the anticipated total number of tax returns by April 15th. So don't forget to file your taxes, people. And the average.
But I heard they have no Navy. Yeah, isn't that strange? That America was like, we destroyed their older naval assets already. You mentioned Ravid and he hath appeared on the timeline. Damn, crazy. He keeps getting these scoops that subtly distance the White House from these unpopular wars that help Israel's interests. Yeah. I simply can't take another 700 Barack Ravid fake U.S.-Israel tension stories. We did this for 15 months with Biden. Ravid published 30 plus of these and no policy ever changed. They're curated by White House officials / Ravid to create artificial distance between the president and unpopular wars. Yeah, Barack Ravid is like literally a bridge between the Israeli government and the American government, okay? Every time he comes out and is like, Biden is really mad at Benjamin Netanyahu, I'm like, come on, dude, shut the fuck up. Who believes this? Who believes this? I hope nobody believes this shit. Damn, crazy he keeps getting these scoops that subtly distance the White House from these unpopular wars that helps Israel's interests. Barack 8200 Ravid was also the first to market on the Kurd stuff too. Oh, the Kurds are going to rise up. The Kurds are going to rise up. I wonder where he got that scoop from. Okay. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Anyway, you know things are going really well because guess what? We're moving our fucking THAAD launchers away from South Korea. All THAAD batteries assigned to U.S. forces in Korea have been withdrawn from the Korean Peninsula and have been redeployed to the Middle East. Now, having said that, and I talked about this the other day, I said that they were probably going to start deploying their THAAD missile, like anti-missile defense systems away from places that they have them. Okay? Yes, all of them. All of them. The U.S. Department of Defense has begun relocating air defense systems, including the MIM-104 Patriot surface-to-air missile and terminal high-altitude area defense THAAD batteries with the U.S. Army from Osan Air Base and other sites in South Korea and the Middle East. Now, they're doing that because they've depleted their fucking THAAD batteries. They've depleted them. Iran has successfully depleted their shit. And we don't have anything else. Now, why is that significant? Well, the South Korean leadership literally has no say in this. It's not, remember the withdrawal that the American military had from the Gulf region? America is not just showing that they're a paper tiger here against Iran, but they're basically telling other countries that we have given security guarantees to, you're on your fucking own. Do you understand? It's just Israel, Am Israel High, and nothing else. In an effort to defend Israel, we are withdrawing our defenses from all of these other fucking security cooperative agreements that we potentially had with places like South Korea. These are long-standing security arrangements that we have, right? For years and years, we have talked about how scary North Korea is. Yeah, South Korean President Lee Jae-myung said he cannot stop the U.S. from redeploying some weapons based in his country to the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. As reports emerge, U.S. Patriot missile systems are being sent to the Middle East. He just straight up fucking came out and was like, I can't stop them. He also, amidst this back and forth, because I suspect that they literally told him ahead of time, if you recall last week, he reached out to North Korea ahead of time. The South Korean president straight up reached out to North Korea a week and a half ago, right as the Israel-American war on Iran was beginning. Why did they do that? Why do you think they did that? Because they know they're shit out of fucking luck, because American security doesn't mean shit when push comes to shove. Let's see what the North Korean response is going to be. The DPRK also released a response. North Korea's Kim Yo-jong issued a statement today, hours after reports of relocation of THAAD missile defense systems from South Korea to the Middle East. On March 9th, the U.S. and South Korea fully launched large-scale joint military exercise Freedom Shield. More than 18,000 troops are participating, conducting around-the-clock exercises for over 10 days around ground, sea, air, space, and cyber. This exercise is clearly a rehearsal for a provocation war of aggression plotted against our state, not a military game. The reckless and brutal provocations of international rogues are causing the rapid collapse of the global security architecture, with wars raging everywhere. At this grave moment, the U.S. Republic of Korea war exercise will only bring about results that further destabilize the region. Recent global geopolitical crises and complex international events prove there is no distinction between defense and offense, exercise and actual combat, in all military provocations of hostile state-fueled forces. One must suppress that enemy through an extraordinary, overwhelming, preemptive offensive of superior force, not through proportional or head-on reactive responses. Our head of state has already made clear the most powerful offensive capability is the most reliable deterrent. This is an indisputable law and philosophy. The enemy must not test our patience, our will, and our capabilities. They will, by force, cause the Republic of Korea to fucking engage diplomatically with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Okay? Once the paper tiger has been revealed to not have the power to engage in force projection everywhere around the world, all of a sudden, all of the foreign adversaries that have been forced into these cooperative agreements with one another, like for the DPRK, obviously there's like historical significance in partnerships and allegiances, like military allegiances with like Russia from the USSR, and certainly with China as well, right? But like, why the fuck would Iran know anything about North Korea? Okay, think. Why would Iran have any investment in dealing with North Korea at all? Why would Iran have any investment in dealing with China at all? Why would Iran have any investment in dealing with Russia at all? As a matter of fact, historically speaking, they've always been more favorable to the West. So why? Why is Iran now playing a pivotal role in the adversary structure that is being designed around the globe? It's because we forced them. That's it. We forced their fucking hands. When you get pushed by the United States of America, when the United States of America keeps showing its hand over and over again, whether it be economic pressure that they apply through sanctions, whether it be economic pressure that they apply through the SWIFT banking system, whether they can like devalue your currency aggressively and destroy your economy by sanctions and also currency manipulation, America has shown time and time again that you need to have a separate security cooperative agreement with the countries that are in the periphery. And that's precisely what happened. That is precisely what's been happening. Okay? It shows utter weakness too to the security, to the allies. It shows utter weakness that we're telling South Korea, sorry, you're on your fucking own, actually, after years and years of like posturing militarily, doing these like joint exercises, training your military, giving you all the fucking latest weapons that you're dumping a shitload of money into. We're taking those weapons back. Isn't that fucking crazy? It shows the rest of the world that all of the weapons that you own currently are not yours. Okay? The weapons that are deployed on the military bases that you pay for with your tax dollars that are technically American military bases are not unconditionally in the interest of defending your soil. They're actually just sitting there as a force projection capacity. In a force projection capacity, they're not invested in actually defending your land at all. There's only one country that America will unconditionally defend, at least for the time being. And the day might come where that unconditional defense structure changes as well. That country is Israel. Israel! That's the only country that gets unconditional defense. As you can see, America is literally pulling their assets to defend Israel. They're pulling their assets from the region, the Gulf, to defend Israel. They're pulling their assets from South Korea to defend Israel. It's fucking insane. And a lot of people are still utterly delusional about the American military might. They're delusional about America's capabilities, and therefore they are not seeing the writing on the wall. Our enemies, on the other hand, our foreign adversaries, on the other hand, are totally tuned into what's going on. The calculation has changed. In the last 10 days, as I said over and over again, in the last 10 days, the calculation for the rest of the world changed dramatically. We are now, in my opinion, officially moving into a real world war. World wars have been fought without official decree. Obviously, it wasn't like people were like, oh, we're in World War I now, or oh, we're in World War II now. I think we are now moving into a very different world, okay? I mean, when you look at the fucking map, you got Ukraine and Russia. Now you got America and Israel directly dealing with Iran. If you cannot comprehend that battle lines are being drawn right now by way of proxies, non-nuclear proxies, or rather nuclear sovereign nations attacking American proxies and America attacking or America defending non-nuclear proxy nations that are being attacked by nuclear great powers, like in Ukraine versus Russia, you kind of begin to realize like there is this friction. There is this real friction that's taking place. Taiwan and China, man, Taiwan and China is not even a part of the fucking equation. Like, I think you guys don't understand. It's more so China and the DPRK and South Korea potentially. Okay? You were right, but too early again. What is this? Scoop. White House tells House Republicans to stop talking about mass deportations after White House spent years talking about mass deportations despite the House Republicans begging them not to. Vindication! I told you! Deeply unpopular domestic policies, deeply unpopular foreign policy. This shit's being held together by ticker tape and like utmost confidence in pre-existing American military might. That's literally it. It's a house of fucking cards, man. It's a house of cards. It's built on these lies. It's built on like endless amounts of military expansion against nation states that could not hold their own, right? Oh, we dominated Afghanistan. That was a failure, but it was a failure that came after 20 fucking years. We could hold our own for 20 years, so it was fine. And all of our capitalist pedophiles made money in the process. All of our drug dealers made money in the process with Afghanistan and with Iraq. So it was fine at the end of the day. But it's not fine when you actually have a country that is willing to fucking fight back. That's all it took to tip the fucking scales against American empire. All it took was for one country to say, fuck you. We spent the last 47 years literally waiting for this goddamn moment. And even before that, I mean, Russia's invasion of Ukraine also was the accelerant, right? That was the first step, because For the first time ever, America, by way of a proxy, could not actually stop a foreign country. They were able to stop the full military ambitions and the full military occupation of the entirety of the Ukraine. They stopped Ukraine from turning into fucking Belarus, right? Like a puppet state working in favor of Vladimir Putin. But they weren't able to cause them to retreat with all of the fucking weapons transfers in the entirety of the Western world. They were not able to stop the Russians and push them beyond the eastern Ukrainian territories that they now militarily occupy, where they've hardened their positions. That was also another major step. Government ministries admit for the first time that in Israel there are doubts regarding the toppling of the Iranian regime in the near future. It may take about a year. I mean, this is either them priming. Israeli officials are apparently extending their estimates for when they think the Islamic Republic will fall, in that it will now perhaps take a year, even after the war stops, for conditions to be ripe for the opposition to overthrow the state. Laying the groundwork pretty clearly here for the war to end without the government being overthrown, because progress has not been made on that end, despite continuously killing political and military leaders and bombing RGC installations, Basij bases, and police departments. Great. I mean, that's good. That's not a bad thing. That's literally a good thing, because Israel holds all the fucking, well, they don't hold the cards, but they control whether America actually continues going up the escalation ladder or not. You should crop the live money spent on the Iran war and add it over your banner. True. Anyway. All right, let's continue.
Decisively.
Trump is over here fucking giving mixed signals.
As he and his advisors send conflicting messages about how long the war will last. Over the weekend, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told 60 Minutes,
"This is only just the beginning."
And on Monday afternoon, the Department of Defense posted, quote, "We have only just begun to fight." But around the same time, the president told CBS News, "I think the war is very complete, pretty much." And soon thereafter said this.
I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion.
Short-term. Short-term.
While also adding that the U.S. would not relent.
We've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough.
Later in the day, he was asked whether the war was just beginning or complete.
Well, I think you could say it both. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of building a new country. But they have no Navy. They have no Air Force.
Adding that Iran's leadership is largely gone.
We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further.
President Trump is also facing scrutiny for a strike near an Iranian elementary school in the first hours of the war that killed more than 170 people, mostly children, according to Iranian officials. The Pentagon says it's investigating.
I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation. But tomahawks are used by others, whatever the...
Yeah, that's my new GOAT at the New York Times, by the way. That dude is awesome. I immediately DM'd him. I was like, dude, keep up the fucking great work. Hopefully they don't kick you out of the fucking press pool, you know? My shit also went viral. My reaction to him went viral. But that was a great... I want that energy from every single fucking journalist, dude. That's what we need. Yeah, look at this. Look at this TikTok.
You just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a top.
Yeah.
354,000 likes. Elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that.
Oh my God.
Standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you
His
the
name
only
is
person
Sean
saying
McCreesh.
this?
Because I just don't know enough about it.
Oh
I
my
think
God, who
it's
the fuck is this
something
guy?
that I was told is under investigation.
It's a ballsy question.
But tomahawks are...
He's about to get tomahawked
used by
himself,
others,
dude. They're going to pack him up.
Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
Oh my God, journalists, do that all the time. Oh my God, do that all the time, please. A real shame for all the fucking career reporters that don't ask questions like that, by the way. Yeah, his name is Sean McCreesh. He's a New York Times reporter. He's the White House correspondent for the New York Times, and he absolutely banged with that. Very clear, very deliberate, perfect use of the English language, okay? I love that. I want more of that. I want more of that now. I want more of that yesterday. Okay? Straight up, holding his feet to the fucking fire. Just literally being like, why are you the only person in the American government that is now claiming, in spite of your defensive Department of War Secretary's statements, why are the only person that's claiming that, like, this is not an American missile? It's great. His following on Twitter blew up too. Yeah. Yeah, Jim Acosta used to do that until he got banned. Oh, speaking of Jim, I'm talking to Jim as well on Cuba. I'm trying to get him to come to Cuba with us. Only journalist that remembers he has free will. Yeah, he was like, wait a minute, I can do this. I have the microphone. I can just ask the president normal questions instead of just like dumb questions and silly questions. I can ask the president a question that he has to directly answer and not weave out of. Kneecaps going to Cuba? Yeah, I know. I know. I've been working hard, boys. You expect the CNN person to go with you? CNN is going with us already. Yeah, we have Boy's going. I Did a Thing is going. We have a major, dude, more people will be revealed in the upcoming days. I've been working on this for... No, it's not Donnie, unfortunately. I forgot to literally invite Donnie. It was such a mistake on my part. It's another CNN reporter that'll be on board. But I've been working for the last 2 months on like organizing this major flotilla trip. Like, shouts out to Progressive International. They've been doing all the logistics, obviously, but I've been trying to get as many people as possible to come. So, are you bringing aid? What are y'all doing there? Yes, we're bringing medical aid. Not only are we bringing medical aid and solar panels as well, because like the Answer Coalition and like the PSL front orgs are bringing a lot of solar panels and stuff like that. But then on top of that, like the goal there is to just like show Americans like what the, regular experiences for regular Cuban folks actually look like on the island, because there's obviously somewhat of a communication blackout from American media as far as like their everyday existence of Cubans. You can just go to Cuba. Like even right now, you could just go to fucking Cuba. Okay. And people don't even know that. Invite I show speed. Genuinely, I asked. He did not respond. It would have been great. No, he going on vacation as a gentrifying colonizer? Yes, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Exactly. How does N Wokeness find himself defending Mamdani against CNN, who downplayed the bomb throwers? N Wokeness is a woke defender now. Bring medical aid as Dr. Jihad. Oh my God, this shit is so funny. This guy's one of my favorite. This guy, unironically, I think is the best in Israeli comedy. Rabbi Avraham Baruch. He does this thing where he's like, Goy! He has like a ranking system where it's like, Jew or Goy, right? And I guess he has another ranking system where Arab is like, here, let's just watch. Yeah, he's in Israel and he's saying that he has a new method. Okay, here, I'll just play the original one first so you get a better understanding of who this guy is. Okay, this is like the one that went supernova viral, right? Jew or Goy? Yeshiva student walking with an elevator haircut.
גוי. בלורית זה תספורת של יהודי או גוי? גוי. מכנסיים צמודים כמו נקניקיה מסלוסי. זה גוי היהודי. זה גוי, שתי מקלות של מטאטא של סנוקר הולכות. אתה גנב! אתה גנב!
מה יש לך? למה את בוכה? אין לי מושג.
Please, this is anti-Semitic. Turn off. I'm being for real. Dude, this is literally the best in comedy in Israel, bar none. Okay? When he freaks out on Barney, it is fucking I'm not even joking when I say I would literally watch this man every fucking day. Okay? I would watch this man every day. This is 1,000 times funnier than Israeli SNL. Israeli SNL is like, oh, Colombia, anti-Semitic. This, on the other hand, is fucking, this is literally the Jewish memory TV edit. Okay? This is like, you know how like memory TV, which is obviously an Israeli, Israeli operation as well, where like it shows some of the craziest like imams and shit, like, but it's also unintentionally funny. Oh, you said, I know, lol, I'm joking. I have Zionist family members. Oh, yeah. Okay. No, your messages didn't go through because you said Zionist, and obviously we blocked that as a term. Is he ironic or unironic? No, he's unironic. That's what makes it funny.
מה יש לך? גרביונים?
גרביונים?
שמעתי פעם כוכבים, חשבתי רק בשמיים. הם ירדו לגרביונים. משקה חדש יצא. פסיפלורה משוגעת. ראשי תיאבון פסיכי מטומטם. גימטריה אהבל. יש כאלה צועקים.
So this went super viral, I think, like way back in the day in Israel, but it's become viral again. But Rabbi Avraham Baruch also has another metric, okay? So you know how in the Western world, Nazis say, you know, Jews control the media, Jews control society, all this stuff. In Israel, Rabbi Avraham Baruch has taken the anti-Semitic conspiracy because, I mean, Jews do control the media in Israel, obviously. And he has decided it's actually not Jews that control the media in Israel. It's actually Arabs that control every aspect of society in Israel. This is the reversal of the Jews own Hollywood meme or anti-Semitic conspiracy made specifically for Israel. Let's take a look.
בשביל בכל הארץ, בית מלון, שימו לב, בית מלון, ערבים, משטרה, ערבים, מג"ב, ערבים, שב"ס, ערבים, בית מרקחת, ערבים, נהגי מוניות, ערבים, אוטובוסים, ערבים, בית חולים, כל הרופאים, ערבים, דוקטור מסראווה, דוקטור ג'יהאד.
Dr. Jihad! Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! My favorite Israeli comedy show has referenced me, and I had no fucking idea. Oh my God. Dr. Jihad? Arabi.
דוקטור ג'יהאד, דוקטור מרווד.
דוקטור מרווד.
דוקטור מרווד למשרד. מה זה, כפר קאסם?
That's fucking awesome. That's awesome. When is that from? From what date? I don't know. This is like a newer version of the same show. Yeah. I have a doctorate in jihad. I am Arab and I have doctorate in jihad. It's fucking incredible. Apparently the Arabic at the end says he fucking hates Tel Aviv. Wait, what? Oh wait, is the guy who makes this comedy show like an anti-Zionist or something? Is that why it's so funny? I don't understand. Because I can't tell if this is like, this dude is like being sincere and is like genuinely that fucking racist and oblivious to how racist it is. Or if it's like, I don't know. I think it's hilarious though. I love it. This is genuinely, maybe Orthodox and hates the libs in Tel Aviv. I don't know. Isn't this an edit of a real show? Congrats, you've been on Russia and Israeli propaganda. That's true. And I'll be honest, Israeli propaganda is much better. Dr. Jihad Arabi is literally way funnier than being like, oh, Hasan is a gay homosexual streamer who poses in front of cars and paints his nails. He's actually a piece of shit. I saw him doing a chant in Lebanon claiming that the land belongs to him. I mean, yeah, I can't tell if he's like, you know, I can't tell if this is like self-aware, but it does seem like it's a bit, but a bit made by like definitely a somewhat racist guy. What is this? This guy in the end in Arabic lettering says, I may be an Israeli Jew who makes memes, but I very much hate Tel Aviv with all my heart. Fuck the city. I pay 50 shekels just to park my car. And fuck those people who pay 50 shekels just to drink coffee and read Haaretz newspaper to kill the boredom. I must flee this place ASAP. Racism is better than homophobia, Hassan Piker. Dude, I love, are you kidding me? I have a doctorate in racism. The fuck are you talking about? I love different variants of racism. We explore the wonderful, colorful mosaic of racism that is racism over there all the fucking time, whether it be in Israel or whether it be in India. I'm not Dr. Jihad. I'm actually Dr. Racist. Like, straight up, I have a PhD in racism. It's fascinating. He literally pointed to all the public services Arabs in Israel do, bus driving, pharmaceutical workers, doctors, etc., and used it for a joke. Seems to me like he's trying to point out that there are good folks in Essential, not the opposite. Though I don't know him at all. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, wait. One of our Israeli chatters is chiming in. But, yeah, I don't think this is like a super popular show or something, but I don't know. Like, I can't figure out whether he's being like sincere or whether he's just like memeing. But regardless, it's very funny. It's infinitely funnier than like the angry style of Israeli comedy that you get from like Israeli SNL. Thank you for another immortal quote. I've been trying to get as many people as possible to come. Apparently, this guy's a former secular judo champion, but he became a Haredi rabbi in Petah Tikva. He's the equivalent of a televangelist in Israel. Oh, that's awesome. This shit is hilarious, and I'm Palestinian law, but I find everything these people do funny. Yeah, it's this is actually unironically funny, as opposed to like Israeli SNL is so bad. Israeli SNL is so fucking bad. Portuguese racism is cool. The word for black is the offensive word. The N-word variant is the polite one. That's crazy. Yeah, this is the guy's Twitter, but I don't know. I just don't know why. Like, he might just hate Tel Aviv because everything is expensive or something. Maybe he just like, what is this? He hates Dubai.
הרבנית אמרה לה בקבר, את נכנעת לדובאי, השם החליט גודביי.
This is like Israeli memory TV, bro.
One-way ticket. One-way ticket.
No, he is an actual rabbi. He is an actual rabbi.
One-way ticket. One-way ticket. אין חזרה, רבותיי. One way. איבו אתה חוזר! אתה תזכה לעולם שכולו טוב. אנא אדוני יושיענה. אנא אדוני יושיענה. מתי? מתי?
Israeli Alex Jones? I mean, maybe. Anyway, I fucking love this guy, man. Hey, this guy is now my favorite and possibly only Israeli comedy that has ever made me laugh. Yeah. It's fucking awesome. Speaking of news, we just had that like brief sidestep there for a moment, but getting back to American imperial collapse. American imperial collapse. Trump advisor privately urging him to seek an exit ramp from the Iran war, citing concerns about spiking oil prices and potential political backlash. Things are not going good, folks. Revolutionary Guard spokesman to Al Jazeera says no American ship will dare approach the Sea of Oman, the Gulf waters, or the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, things are. I thought this was victory was imminent, but it turns out Yankee Empire is not. It doesn't have the same fucking motion that it once did.
Report shows I'm willing to live with that report.
But experts say the U.S. is the only military in the war that uses Tomahawk missiles, and say it is likely an American Tomahawk missile hit the area near the school. The president yesterday also very conscious of the economic impact of the war, with oil prices climbing after restrictions in the key Strait of Hormuz, though the markets rallied last night.
We're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world.
Overnight, responding to the president's comments, Iran threatening to stop the flow of oil if attacks continue. The president later posting that if Iran's leaders did so, quote, death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. And amid reports that Russia is providing intelligence to help Iran target U.S. forces in the region, President Trump said Monday that he had a good call with Russian President Vladimir Putin, urging Putin to help end the war in Ukraine. And on the fighting in the Middle East, the president said Putin wants to be, in his words, quote, very constructive. Craig.
Peter Alexander from the White House. Peter, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC or take Today.
Let's take a closer look at the comments issued by Iran's Revolutionary Guard to President Trump's comments on the war ending soon. The statement says our hands are open to expanding the war. Security will be for all and insecurity for all. We are the ones who will determine the end of the war. The statement goes on to say the regional equations and the future situation of the region. And
the Venezuela comp is a common one, but the Yemen one is also a noteworthy lesson in Trumpian policy. Yeah, the Israeli goal of each round has not necessarily been to finish off Iran, but to keep the option open for the next round. Conversely, the Iranian goal is not just to survive, but to ensure that there won't be a next round. There's a lot of attention to Trump's lessons from the Venezuelan campaign, which is that some enemies crumble at the first punch, and less to his lesson on the Yemeni campaign, which is that you can just taco when it starts to drag on. The problem here, however, is that Trump's capabilities of pulling out in Yemen is not as dependent on like Israeli goals, because Yemen can reach Israel, but it's not as significant of a threat as Iran, right? Iran is the main prize, because if Iran falls, then Yemen is easier to deal with. That's the reason why he can't pull out of Iran, not because he doesn't want to pull out. If it was up to him, I think he would look for. I think he could look for an alternative off ramp here and just try to find like a modest W for himself, to just like pat himself on the back, to be like, oh, well, we severely diminished their capabilities, blah, blah, blah, all this shit. And maybe even like pull out of the Gulf, right? And turn around and say that they pulled out of the Gulf because they wanted to, because like the Gulf partners are unreliable, something along those lines, right? Like there's always propaganda that the administration can deploy when they're leaning into the demands being made by Iran, because Iran's goals here are not like the complete destruction of Israel, right? Like that's not going to happen. Let's be real. America has a fuck ton of they still have room to grow in the escalation ladder. They can still hit the nuclear option, for example. That's always especially for Israel. That's most likely what the outcome would be before they allowed Iran to like destroy Tel Aviv, right? So Iran is aware of that as well. The reason why I'm bringing up Yemen versus Iran here, however, is that America can pull out of Yemen because Yemen is not as severe of a threat to Israel, but Iran is a severe threat to Israel's existence, right? And therefore, it's Israel that controls this this bout. Israel is the one that's, you know, calling the shots. Israel is the one that's saying, we're going to escalate, we're going to shoot the oil refineries, we're going to blow up desalination plants, or we're going to tell America to blow up desalination plants, and they'll blow up the desalination plants, right? Like, so the real way to get out of this for Trump is to cut Netanyahu out, is to, for the first time since, like, you know, the Obama administration, to tell Israel to fucking stand down. American presidents used to do that all the time. It's very common practice, as a matter of fact. Virtually every American president has done so, both privately and also publicly. Trump 1 changed that. Trump 1 absolutely gave Israel the reins of our MENA policy, right? This is something that I bring up all the time. We just stop saying no to Israel. Completely stop saying no to Israel. Ronald Reagan had done so. George H.W. Bush had done so. George W. Bush, and even Biden in 2021 had, at a certain point, told Israel, enough, stand down. Now, that was a little bit different, obviously. That was not a post-October 7th situation. That was more so just, telling Israel to cut the mowing the lawn operations short. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because Donald Trump has never told Israel to stand down. Like, you can maybe point to the end of the 12-day war where he told the jets to turn back around, but that was because they didn't have enough munitions to defend Israel, right? And now we're in this long-standing quagmire, an imminent gas crisis, an imminent energy crisis all around the fucking world, right? And there is a lot of political pressure at the domestic level for Donald Trump. Dr. Jihad. Thank you. Arab. Dr. Jihad. Goy. I'm a double major in racism and jihad. Okay? But as I was saying, Trump cannot simply pull out of Iran. He can't find an off-ramp to pull out of Iran for 2 reasons. 1, because Iran is currently punishing the American assets in the region, right? Iran is showing the rest of the world and all the foreign adversaries that America is a little bit of a paper tiger. And in order to restore confidence in American imperialism and American military might, Donald Trump can't just like chicken out of this, and he can't just pull out of this, right? Because there will be devastating consequences. That, stop sending me Scott Ritter analysis, please. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Stop. Fucking cranks in this goddamn community. Jesus Christ, dude. Stop! At least Professor Jiang is like, it is somewhat interesting. Like, I mean, he's a crank too, but like, I want to have Professor Jiang on the show. But like with Scott Ritter, it's like, I mean, that's just a full crank. Jesus Christ. So many of you guys are so desperate for like someone who is seemingly on the opposing side of like American military adventurism, that you find yourself like in the throes of maximalist cranks. Zhang is apparently a Holocaust denier, so maybe hold off on that. No, of course I'm not going to hold off on that. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm going to ask him about that shit. He also said Jews invented Islam. Zhang is a crank too? I know! Shut up! I'm not a fucking baby, okay? You are. You are a baby. In comparison to me, you are the baby here, okay? Stop trying to baby a 34-year-old man. Yes, I'm totally aware of all the stuff that predictive history, aka Professor Zhang, has put forward, okay? I know. Where were we? Let's continue.
Now in the hands of the Islamic Republic's armed forces, and that the American forces will not be the ones to end the war. For more on this, let's bring in Tauhid Asadi in Tehran. So Iran remaining very defiant there, Tauhid.
Yes, indeed. According to the statement that we heard, not just from the IRGC, but also when it comes to diplomatic sources and the Iranian Foreign Minister himself in particular, we hear this very strong message that the question of how war is going to be ended, when it's going to be ended, and how long it's going to be taking is something that Tehran says the question remains for it to answer, not for the Americans or the Israelis. And this is actually a strong message of defiance that we heard. Also, the Iranian armed forces are constantly saying that they are ready for a war of attrition, for a long-time confrontation, and there is this readiness militarily speaking in that regard. Also, we see as the reality on the ground that retaliatory strikes by IRGC, one wave after another, is continued, and they are coming every time with the strong messages, that the latest of which they said that they are using +1-ton warheads in the recent and next waves of their retaliatory strikes, which is quite indicative of the very fact that the situation looks far from any point of de-escalation. And also, related to that conversation, we had the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, in his press conference yesterday to say that, quote-unquote, as long as military aggression continues, talking about anything other than crushing answer is not relevant. Iranians right now, we hear from different officials in Tehran, including the Supreme National Security Council, including the foreign minister, a spokesperson for the foreign ministry, the Iranian president. They're all saying that right now, as long as the aggressions, the attacks continue, talking about any negotiation or ceasefire is not going to be on the agenda. So they have sort of conditioned any potential de-escalation to halting of these strikes, which we have been witnessing up until the moment.
All right.
A lot of you literally see some videos of people saying things that you agree with and instantly assume that these guys have always been fucking valid, have always provided sound analysis. Okay? It's very frustrating. Like, exercise a little bit of fucking discipline in your media diet. Like, this is how you fall for the likes of Jimmy Dore. This is how you fall for the likes of fucking Tucker Carlson. This is how you fall for the likes of, like sometimes people have different reasons for why they are saying things that are that come across as agreeable to you, okay? Sometimes people are fucking, doesn't Al Jazeera provide pretty consistent analysis? Yes, I'm not talking about Al Jazeera. I'm talking about predictive history, Scott Ritter, Jimmy Dore, and you know, who else? I mean, Tucker Carlson's another one. Candace Owens does this to a certain degree when it comes to Israel-related shit. Even fucking Nick Fuentes. Like, you have to look at the things that these people believe, okay? You can't just, like, lean into one crank take that they have and assume that they know what the fuck they're talking about, okay? Being jealous of Zhang is so low. Wait, no, Dr. Zhang is so good. Lamau, you're so jealous. Oh my fucking God. I literally want to have him on the stream. Okay. He just has a lot of in a sea of like very good takes, right? In a sea of very good takes, he has a lot of nutty takes. Okay. He can be very insightful. And then sometimes you hear some shit where you're like, oh my God, he's out of his fucking mind. Also, he's not a doctor, I don't think. He's not a professor. I am a professor of jihad, a doctor of jihad. He is not a real doctor, I don't think. He's an English teacher in high school. Like, Dr. Jiang literally just did a Richard Spencer stream, okay? Bro, this community would literally end up fighting for Turtle Island. I know. There is so many. There are a lot of people that are just tuning in because they're looking for someone to cut through the noise, that someone that's just not fucking selling them on a lie about American imperialism being mighty. And then they come in here and they're listening to what I have to say and they're like, "Oh my God, you must be in agreement with like a lot of these other cranks. You must be in agreement with like everything else that they're saying." And no. Like I have a very specific set of values that I very openly talk about all the time. Like if you're going to miss me when you start talking about like Illuminati and shit. You know what I mean? Like that's not something that I am going to be on board with. I thought Jiang was a Harvard professor. No, he's not. What the fuck? No, he's a English teacher, I think in like Beijing high school or something. Yeah, he's a big like free society or Freemason secret society guy. But I want to explore it. I want to explore what he has to say. Like, look, the most reliable people that I will always ride for, that I will, even if I have my disagreements with them, is people like Mersheimer, okay? People like Jeffrey Sachs. People like Norm Finkelstein. These are people who are endlessly reliable when it comes to their analysis, their foreign policy, their interpretation of events. Chris Hedges is another guy, right? Like these are people who are legit. These are serious people. They're consistent. They have a fully developed worldview. I might not completely agree with everything that they're saying, but like they're not fucking cranks, okay? Yanis Varoufakis is another one. Abby Martin is another one. You know, they have a body of work that you can lean into, that you can learn from, that you can actually, that you can actually fucking listen to. There are, however, a lot of other people out there in the periphery that are, dancing in the waters of being fucking cranks. Trita Parsi is great for Iran-related things as well. Yes. Anyone from CIP or anyone from Responsible Statecraft is pretty solid, pretty reliable, I would say, as a part of, two of the only fucking think tanks that exist out there that are unironically not as like gung-ho on maximalist American military conquest. Yeah, listen to people that go on Democracy Now!, for example. Those are solid people. Those are reliable people. Okay? Some of you see someone that like kind of agrees with you and you just lean into it. All right, let's just continue with this.
Let's find out the Israeli reaction with Nida Ibrahim, who's in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Israel and the U.S. are, of course, engaged in this conflict together. They launched it together against Iran. How are Israeli officials viewing President Trump's comment that the war might be winding down?
Well, we're not expecting them to make these official statements in public, but we expect a lot of lobbying to be carried out behind the scenes. Let's not forget that today we were supposed to see the U.S. Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, as well as Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, come into Israel, but that visit has been cancelled. And many are saying that this cancellation could reflect a tension in the how is the war going to unfold between the U.S. and Israel? Let's not forget that since the beginning of the war, the goals did not fully align between what the U.S. wanted from this war and what Israel wanted. And Israel kept reiterating that they want to keep operating until they eliminate the Iranian, what they call existential.
Bro, literally, okay, there you go, dude. Yeah, can someone explain his crank takes? I know he voted for Trump, but he still knows what he's talking about when it comes to weapons inspection.
Threat, as well as pounding the regime's facilities.
This is also part of the reason why I have a lot of smoke for fucking ACP guys as well, okay? Normally I don't speak about this, but if you're like a fucking Duganist, okay, and if you like sincerely think that Russia is truly an anti-imperialist force, for example, then yeah, I'm obviously going to have takes about that. I'm obviously going to have disagreements about that. Like I understand... Like, I understand the role that Russia has played around the globe, okay, with its invasion of Ukraine, triggering the events that are unfolding right now. But there's a difference between, like, analysis and outward support for these kinds of actions, rather than engaging with it critically. Dugan is a non-factor, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like, him being a non-factor does not change the dynamic here when you are leaning into his analysis, when you're leaning into his philosophy.
Military facilities, nuclear facilities, as well as oil facilities, which is also another reason why the U.S. administration has been showing concerns, according to media reports, because they believe that when Israel hits these oil facilities, that could trigger ordinary and usual, any Iranian who's affected by this could lobby behind their, lobby around and support their government, which is something that it's not necessarily what the U.S. and Israel want. The U.S., while President Trump has mentioned the regime change at the beginning of the war, but it was absent from from the latest messages from Donald Trump. So this seems to be an issue that is that both parties differ on, and it will be seen how the Israelis are going to try and convince Trump to continue with this war, which is something that Israel has said it wants to do.
Yeah, and the Iranians also continuing with their attacks on Israel, Nida, across several areas of Israel. Tell us about what's been happening and what impact this is having on people's lives.
Well, yesterday we saw 2 Israelis being killed in these Iranian missiles that were sent into Israel. One of them has exploded, according to Israeli authorities, in 6 different locations. We are talking about cluster munitions, warheads that, when they are intercepted, they explode, and the remnants of them splinter all across the area they're in. And that's why we've seen 2 Israelis killed and many others being taken to hospitals. According to the Israeli Ministry of Health, around 199 people have been hospitalized just in the past.
You discount people like Ritter, though. Put aside his personal feelings on Russia. His actual military analysis is extremely good, and sorry, it's better than yours. He has substantial knowledge and experience in that field, obviously. Okay, man, he's also a convicted pedophile who also loves Russia and voted for Donald Trump. I'm sorry. I feel like, you know, perhaps not the best look for someone like myself to literally fucking lean into what he's saying, okay? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, my fucking God. You wanted me to say it? I'll say it, okay? Holy shit. Please, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on? This is precisely why I understand how, like, I always wonder how people like fall for you know, Baba Avakian or LaRouche, right? And then I see a lot of fucking undisciplined baby leftists in this fucking chat who immediately prove exactly how dumbasses fucking fall for this grift. The reason why I don't talk about a lot of this other, you know, alternative, you know, leftist cults, basically, is because I feel like I'm giving them more of a platform when I even mention it, especially at a time when there's no real fucking left movement in this country anyway. But fuck, man, be a little bit more, you know, be a little bit more critical.
24 hours, and 4 of those have critical or serious injuries. In general, there is this worry that not all missiles are being intercepted, but also drones that are coming from Hezbollah's way into Israel, with certain times the Israelis announcing the failure of the alarm systems to detect these drones or to stop them from infiltrating further
Ritter
into
is majorly anti-Trump. You were very ignorant.
Israel.
No, he was one
For
of the
Israeli
Trump
army,
is.
it says that
He was one of the Trump is going to be the peace candidate guys.
it had been
Was he not?
undermining the powers of Hezbollah, that these anti-tank missiles that they have, as well as these drones, have been more powerful than they had anticipated. But this could be seen also as part of the Israeli attempts to push deeper into southern Lebanon. And we've seen that indeed with the Israeli army's continued threats to all Lebanese living in southern Litani River to evacuate their homes and go to up north.
Thank you, Nida, for that. Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
So day
11. Trump just on Truth Social just now has said, if Iran has put any mines in the Hormuz Strait and we have no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately. If for any reason mines were placed and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never seen before. If, on the other hand, they remove what may have been placed, it will be a giant step in the right direction. Kind of feels like Donald Trump is speaking from a place of utmost confidence, don't you think? This dumbass is literally fucking sitting and watching CBS and CNN on television, and instead of going to his advisors and being like, is this real? He's just tweeting shit out, live reacting to the TV while simultaneously begging. This is why I said, regardless of my criticisms of Russia, okay, and regardless of what I think Russia should have done instead of like militarily invading Ukraine, the current situation that is determined by Russia's positions, its hardened positions in eastern Ukrainian territory, show that America doesn't have the cards at all as far as dealing with Russia, right? And that played a major, that struck a major blow at the power that Western countries had in terms of like maintaining this global order, being the world police, doing whatever the fuck they want to, whatever the fuck they want to anywhere around the world. Like, they could no longer engage in a serious proxy battle against Russia that would destroy the Russian military and cause them to fucking back away. And the same thing is happening here as well. This is blow after blow to Western empire. Yeah, here, this is Scott Ritter, Tulsi Gabbard, and the Trump Revolution. Not sure why Scott Ritter is so optimistic about the Trump foreign policy team. This piece ignores Trump's neocon picks and focuses instead on Trump's stated commitments to be anti-war. No one gives a fuck in the global south about that. Their output is good for the world. I know. That's partially why I've always talked about how, like, the third world's position unironically is pro-Russia and pro-Palestine. And a lot of people in the first world don't understand why. And I've tried to explain exactly why a lot of guys that live in developing nations don't give a fuck about Russia invading Ukraine militarily. And people get mad at me and they think, oh, well, how dare you say that? Ukrainians are suffering. I understand that. Okay. But if you're living in like Burkina Faso, okay, you don't give a fuck. You're like, okay, fuck America, fuck France, like, fuck the Western world. Russia is the only country crazy enough to militarily oppose the Western powers. That's the way they see it. That's their analysis. That's their interpretation. Okay? That's it. Ritter was wrong about Tulsi and you were wrong about Russia. If you put the same level of weight into being wrong about Tulsi Gabbard in 2024 to me literally leaning into on the ground reports from the Ukrainian side and also an analysis that once again it clearly laid out how dramatic of a misstep this would be for Russia to invade Ukraine militarily. If you find that there is like similar weight on both of these interpretations, you are fucking delusional. Okay? That is crazy. That is literally fucking nutty. You're talking about 2024. I clocked Tulsi Gabbard as a fucking crank in like 2016. I clocked Tulsi Gabbard as a fucking crank when even Kyle was like riding for Tulsi Gabbard. Go back and watch our conversations from like 2018, 2019, and you will hear me say, Tulsi Gabbard's a fucking crank. Jimmy Dore's a fucking crank. You guys are stupid for believing these people. It was the most obvious thing. This is not the same as assuming that Russia wouldn't be wild enough to fucking invade Ukraine militarily, a country with 40 million people, whose entire nationalist project is quite literally designed around not being Russian. Anyway, people's opinions change with new info. Don't you think that there was plenty of information in November 2024 to indicate that Tulsi Gabbard was not anti-war at all? This is after she participated in psychological operations in Africa for like a year. Don't you think? And she has never shied away from her Islamophobia in general. Don't you feel like that's a clear indication that she was not an anti-imperialist pick at all, an anti-imperialist choice at all? She was literally a fucking CIA agent. What the hell's wrong with you? Shut up. There's not new information at that point. If you're saying that in November 2024, you're delusional. And I'm going to obviously mistrust your analysis.
Of the Iranian war. US military dominance continues, with the US claiming they've conducted over 5,000 target strikes since the start of the war. Even Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has claimed that today Iran has fired the fewest missiles across.
I'm asking how you knew Tulsi was a crank back in whenever you said like 2017, just her voting record or nah? No, her sentiment about Islam, dangers of Islam. A lot of people thought Tulsi Gabbard was anti-war, anti-imperialist because she was like pro-Bashar al-Assad. There's no other way to put it. She literally was communicating as though she was pro-Bashar al-Assad. She literally went to Syria. She hung out with Assad. A lot of people thought, oh, she's like anti-interventionist. She's anti-interventionist for that reason. No, the reason why she was literally pro-Assad was because she was insanely Islamophobic. She openly said that she doesn't want to engage in unnecessary interventions. Whenever someone says that, Glenn Greenwald does that every now and then too, but not as much right now. Glenn Greenwald's analysis is a lot more sound nowadays, even though he also was the Trump is the anti-war candidate as opposed to the Democrats guy. Okay. But even before she like fully leaned into Donald the Dove nonsense, her close ties to BJP and Hindutva fascists and her unimaginably maximalist anti-Islamist position, anti-Islam position, not anti-Islamist position, caused me to obviously identify her as a crank and someone who was not sincere about presenting herself as a fucking anti-war pig. She literally had no issue with drone warfare. She talked about how she loves drone warfare and now we should actually do more drone warfare, as a matter of fact. By 2024, she had already participated in psychological operations in Africa, in the African continent regardless. So at that point, you definitely knew that she was an agent of empire. So it's even beyond that point. Like it's past the point of her becoming an associate with Donald Trump and basically like switching sides. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous at that point to still think like she's actually anti-war. You're out of your mind. You're... Anyway, let's continue.
At America since the start of the war. And by contrast, it's been the busiest day for America targeting Iran, which has led to President Trump.
Democrats aren't anti-war either. The fuck? When have I said the Democrats are not? The Democrats are not pro-war. I understand that. My assessment on this is if you don't have the same level of smoke for both fucking parties, it's not crazy for me to assume that you're kind of on board with one of the two parties. I have the same analysis for both parties. And I will even talk about like what marginal differences exist between two parties. A lot of people will then turn around and say, I'm a fucking sheepdog for the Democrats for that reason. It's very frustrating. Okay? It's very, very frustrating. I want to move the needle in the appropriate direction to the best of my ability with the limited confines that I'm working with, okay? No, we're not being raided by Asmongold. This is a natural process of having a consistent anti-imperialist position. There will always be some cranks that people lean into without realizing that these guys are like conspiracy theorists or cranks. It's fine.
To not only talk about this.
Is the difference between anti-imperialism and like campism, maybe? Even though if you're a campus, you're like right 99% of the fucking time, so it doesn't even matter for the most part. But that 1% is significant because that if your analysis is, if you're leaning into ridiculous idealism in your analysis, then you're gonna have faulty analysis and you're gonna go down weird rabbit holes. This is the reason why we always oppose Nick Fuentes' interpretation of events, because Nick Fuentes is operating on an anti-Semitic level. His care and consideration for like America's militarism in the region is literally around like Jewish control, the international Jewry, all this shit. Okay, it's ridiculous. It's nonsensical. It's crazy fucking conspiracy theories.
Being very close to winning, but also saying this could be an absolute victory. The challenge, of course, is this realistic based on what we're seeing from a military perspective on the ground? There's no doubt at all that America and Israeli focus at the moment is on the offense, but it's really clear that you also have to look after the defense, not only to make sure you limit casualties on your own side, but also to protect the infrastructure, not only your own air bases, but also that of the Middle East partners. At the start of the war, it was believed that Iran had about 1,500 ballistic missiles, about 100 launchers, potentially more than 80,000 drones. But it's also believed that since the start of the war, they've used up about 500 of their ballistic missiles and about 2,000 of the drones. 40.
There's no clear-cut number on how many drones exist in the Iranian stockpiles, but the estimates are around 50,000, just so you understand. And also they have the capabilities to consistently manufacture these drones in underground facilities.
% of those being targeted against Israel and 60% against the US. So what is the US doing about this? Well, the US has some very, very capable missiles. These are the main three. Well, most of us will have heard of the Patriot missile system. It's used very widely across Europe, but also in Ukraine. Large stocks of the missile, it's about 4 million a time and a pretty significant production rate each year. But I draw your attention to the SM-3, the Aegis SM-3, 28 million pounds a time and very, very low production rate. If you look overall, the total number of missiles here is about 2,000 missiles. Worth remembering that with Patriot, you normally fire 2 missiles because they don't have 100% probability of kill. And therefore, although these replacements looks a big number, the harsh reality, that's about 17 a week. America is using far more than that, so it cannot keep pace with the utilization rate. And even allowing for American companies, defense companies, saying they'll quadruple production, there's no chance of them keeping pace with demand. By contrast, if we look at the Shahed drones, which is the centerpiece of the Iranians, 80,000, probably more than that available. But look at the cost.
I thought it was like 50,000. Shit. Western News is saying 80,000. That's crazy.
The production. The cost is about 1% of the cost of the missiles going up against them. And they can produce these things over 100 times faster than America can actually produce their own missiles.
Remember, it's because Iran is producing out of necessity. America is producing for capitalism. That's why there is a major difference in the cost. Okay? if your goal is to make money for your defense contractors, you're not going to have a lean operation. You're not going to have an efficient operation. You don't give a fuck about doing any of those things because you care about burning American money. You care about the unlimited funds that you can get from the Pentagon. Okay? This creates a unique opportunity for smaller countries or smaller economies that have been strangled by American imperialism, to be able to produce results in a war of attrition that are unbelievable. Okay?
The challenge, of course, for these missiles is pretty clear. By use of this graphic, when you have a US intercept system, it isn't just about the missile, it's about detecting, tracking, and then targeting. And once the missile goes in the air, it's very, very effective at taking out the Shahed drone. The challenge, of course, though, is that when it hits it, the debris will often fall and often causes a lot of damage on the ground. The harsh reality here is that although the United States is a major military superpower, it's using its dominance in the air and in space to deliver dominant effects. Iran is able to combat American quality with quantity. And unless the US finds a way of dealing with these huge number of Shahed drones, whether in storage or on launchers, it's going to be very difficult for President Trump to claim absolute victory.
On day 10 of Operation Epic Fury, we are winning with an overwhelming and unrelenting focus on our objectives.
What are those objectives? It changes on a day-to-day basis, you know? Sometimes it's regime change. Other times it's like demanding that Iran back down. Other times it's flexing about how we blew up like a naval asset off the coast of Sri Lanka. Every day there's a new victory. Okay? Operation APAC Fury, Operation Epstein's Fury, fantastic results. We're winning so greatly. Mr. President, they're saying, please, we are winning too hard. We must not win any longer. And I say, no, we're going to keep winning. You know, that sort of thing.
Which are the same as the day I gave my first briefing here on Operation Epic Fury. They're straightforward, and we are executing them with ruthless precision. 1, destroy their missile stockpiles, their missile launchers, and their defense industrial base. Missiles and their ability to make them. 2, destroy their navy. And 3, permanently deny Iran nuclear weapons forever. It's a laser-focused, maximum authority mission delivered with overwhelming and unrelenting precision. No hesitation, no half measures. As President Trump declared yesterday, we're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so on our timeline and at our choosing. For example,
they're trying to falsify marine traffic transponder data to make it look like the Strait of Hormuz is open, possibly to manipulate oil prices. Yeah, I don't know what this navigation interference looks like. Like, I don't know what the purpose of this navigation interference is. I don't know if it's to like distort the Iranian side's capabilities, disrupt their capabilities of like intercepting tankers that may try to cross, or if it's just to like manipulate the energy markets by creating this reality, this fake reality that you know, ships are actually passing through. I don't know what the goal there is, but there's one thing you can't lie about, which is, are tankers fucking crossing or not? Sayed Abbas Arakshi says U.S. officials are posting fake news to manipulate markets. It won't protect them from the inflationary tsunami they've imposed on Americans. Markets are facing the biggest shortfall in history, bigger than Arab oil embargo, Iran's Islamic Revolution, and Kuwait invasion combined. As far as I understand, the ships that have actually passed through the Strait of Hormuz are ships that have Chinese allegiances, like wearing the Chinese flag, or are like are sending the existing supply to China. And even then, it's like very limited. I don't know if it's I don't know if I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'll be honest. I have no fucking clue. I don't know if like ships are actually passing or not, but the American side doesn't seem to be saying that the ships are fucking passing. American media official, the ship's owners have said that the U.S. Navy contacted us and told us not to pass through the Strait of Hormuz because there's no coordination capability. The U.S. actions are very much a publicity stunt. There's already a lot of tankers to see from before. OPEC does that to control price. There's over 1K tankers that are just parked outside China waiting to sell when the price is right. It does feel like market manipulation though, because all the numbers that you look at, there is no naval assets that are moving with oil tankers right now. Okay. And I don't think that naval assets that haven't, or oil tankers that haven't gotten prior clearance from the Iranian government are capable of passing through at this moment. And it's funny because like America can't blow up an oil tanker either to make it seem like Iran is doing it, right? Even if it's like a Chinese bound ship, China-bound ship, because then it will further collapse the markets. That's the reason why they're not passing through. U.S. can't hit the ship without risking war with China. China's Liu Wang-1 spy ship is in the Gulf of Oman, tracking U.S. forces reportedly feeding intel to Iran. Iran used this plus Russian. I don't know if that's correct or not. Just look for yourself. If there's a bunch of red dots clumped together outside of the line, outside of the strait, then it's closed. Reporting from Dropside on why the markets aren't tanking yet. About 35% of the oil that normally transits the Strait of Hormuz is still reaching export markets, Bloomberg's Javier Blas reports. Saudi Arabia's move to ramp up exports in the Red Sea will cause that number to jump to 63% in the next couple of days. This story finally explains why the markets are calm. The Saudis are shipping oil through other channels Iran doesn't control. They have pipelines. I don't know how effective that is, but so Saudi Arabia did build some pipelines to transport the oil to the Red Sea side. But as far as like going through the Strait of Hormuz, I don't think they will. No, and the Red Sea side is not one that the Houthis can reach with the same level of efficiency as they can in their immediate coastline. You can't really pass through reliably through the Red Sea off the coastline of Yemen, but if it's super far up north, then American naval assets could protect the ships, because there are limitations with reaching ships that far up the coastline. Like the Houthis don't have the same capabilities that Iran has in controlling the Strait of Hormuz. If you look at a map, okay, let's see, like Red Sea pipeline map. Here you go. So here, this is one option that they have, right? So they've built some pipelines. It'll be difficult to transport to these pipelines regardless, but Yemen is here, okay? This is the area that they can absolutely fucking dominate. All right? This is the area that they dominate. This is a choke point for Iran. This is a choke point for Yemen, okay? And Yemen has the capabilities of striking ships in this vicinity, okay? But they don't have the capabilities or have the same reliability when it comes to striking ships here. So they can't effectively control this because it's outside of their reach. So if you put like American naval assets here, they can do a much better job of reliably protecting oil tankers that pick up the barrels of oil that is transported through the East-West pipeline that can then go up the Suez Canal. Okay, This is how you can avoid the Strait of Hormuz. But obviously, the easiest route here would be, considering that this is where all the fucking oil and gas is, the easiest, and all the refineries are, the easiest route would obviously be to load them on the fucking tankers and take them through the Strait of Hormuz. You understand? I don't know how reliably you can target the pipelines. Like, I don't know how reliably Iran or the Houthis could target the pipelines and to disrupt this transition if they chose to do so. Yeah. Now, obviously, there are issues with the pipeline as well. It's more expensive. There's more transportation costs here, too, because they're not, there's a lot of oil refiners in this entire area that you still need to deliver to the East-West pipeline. But I guess like Saudi Arabia's own refineries are directly connected, so they can activate this, and that obviously will add some, that's a logistical hurdle. It's going to add some time to reliably start this process. So for a lot of people, because they're min-maxing, this is what capitalists do, they min-max, they're still choosing to wait it out with the hopes that like Trump will de-escalate and pull out, and then the Strait of Hormuz will be open once again, rather than lean into this pipeline. If the Strait was so avoidable, I feel like they would have done it already. It still really doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's just much more cost effective because everything is right there. And if you noticed, given Iranian striking capabilities, this area is also directly within the crosshairs of Iran. Like, all of the oil refineries that happen to be right off the coastline of the Persian Gulf are super, super easy to fucking target if Iran chose to do so. That is why I have said that that's like their nuclear option, right? This is like the maximalist position that they can arrive at, where they just like start melting the fucking refineries. And part of the reason why they don't do that is obviously because that's like the last resort, right? Which is why it's extra dangerous for Israel to start entertaining bombing Iranian oil refineries, because if Israel goes up the escalation ladder and starts actually crippling the Iranian oil infrastructure, then Iran can retaliate by destroying all of the oil infrastructure in the Gulf. That would be devastating, because it would take fucking years to, or at least months after the conflict is over, to like rebuild these facilities, depending on how much damage they've taken. Not only that, but also if they're still in production while they get hit, then the damage is tenfold. This is the reason why a lot of these facilities instantly stopped refining. They stopped refining because obviously if these pipelines that exist within the refineries, if they're still filled with oil or gas, then one minor incident can cause major collapse, right? It's explosive. It's explosive material. And the damage would scale. With the price of a $20,000 Shahed drone, you could cause tens of billions of dollars worth of damage. This is why they stop their production. They don't stop their production because they're like trying to punish the global markets or anything, or they're not even stopping their production necessarily because there aren't enough oil tankers to fill. They're stopping their production because they're worried that they might accidentally receive a drone strike. And it also takes a lot of time to even restart these processes regardless. So it's a totally fucked situation. This is they're you know, they don't have to mine the Strait of Hormuz at all. As you can see, it's a 20-kilometer choke point right here that is, you know, slammed. That is probably peppered with Iranian fixed ballistic missiles, and you know, the Iranian capabilities are obviously much more vast than that. They have go-fast boats. They have a bunch of tech that we haven't even seen yet. As far as like their true naval assets, the real Iranian Navy. So for them, this is, I mean, this is open season. Like if this is why I kept repeating, if there was any sort of ambition from America to try to ensure the oil tankers and then send naval assets alongside oil tankers, they would give Iran a major W here, because Iran would slam the fuck out of those naval assets, and there would be a horrifying image of an American cruiser, not an aircraft carrier necessarily, but like some kind of American destroyer, for example, being destroyed by Iranian drones, by Iranian go-fast boats that could absolutely blow the shit up. They would overwhelm them with their cheap and accessible drones. They would overwhelm them with their missiles. Horrifying from the perspective of America. Okay, no American general wants to sign off on one of the worst incidents that could happen in American military history, American naval history. Okay. The other option that they have is to take Karg Island, or it's not necessarily an option, but it's like the American nuclear option, up the escalation ladder. That would require boots on the ground. That would mean a fuck ton of American military dying in the process, for the record. And it seems like that's what they're actually petitioning for here. That's what the American Enterprise Institute wanted to do, a suicide mission, a Battlefield 3 map, many of you have probably seen. Okay, this is, Karg Island is where 90% of Iranian oil passes through. Okay, it's this tiny island where 90% of the Iranian oil passes through. America wants to take it over militarily. That would require boots on the ground. You can't do that with fucking special forces. You need, like, I mean, like any kind of military action in this region requires a logistical supply chain that you simply cannot create. Why can you not create it? Because America has military bases all around this region, right? Let's look at a map again. Let's look at another map. I'm fucking turning into predictive history here, but U.S. Gulf military bases, okay? Here. These are some of the U.S. Gulf military facilities in the Middle East. Every single one of them, with the exception of Turkey, has been hit. Okay? Every single one of them has been overwhelmed by Iranian drones and Iranian ballistic missiles. This is the reason why. This is the reason why Iran has been striking these facilities. Because without these facilities, you cannot create a supply chain. You cannot literally consistently feed your military. You can't feed them with munitions. You can't feed them with weapons. It's not like you can just like paratroop into Karg Island and then seize it, right? Especially a heavily guarded area like Karg Island is going to require a shit ton of support. You need satellites. You need communication systems. You need bases that you can actually send troops through. You can't do that right now if Iran has shown that, you know, they have the capability of cratering fucking American military bases, as they have done so in Bahrain. You can't really do that if Iran is straight up destroying a lot of these facilities for the past 9 days. It's going to be a lot more difficult. It is going to be a lot more difficult to, who remembers the Battlefield 3 map, the Karg Island resembling Iran's seaport for oil exports? Crazy that we might actually see strikes on it a decade in real life. In the real world, and this was a major issue for Russia as well, in the real world, when you have a steady military operation with boots on the ground, you need to constantly refuel those boots. You need to give them, you need to send in munitions. You need to send in additional troops if necessary. You need to send them weapons. You need to send them food. If you can't create a direct line between the front line and all these other bases, which you currently can't because Iran is consistently pummeling these bases, then you can't do a military operation at all. This is the reason why, yeah, and medical supply too. This is the reason why Iran has been steadily pummeling the American military bases. That's why it was so fucking stupid for a lot of the American commentators to be like, why is Iran attacking all of their fucking neighbors? I wonder why. This is the reason. This is the reason why they have been effectively neutering American military bases in the region. All right. High resolution sat images of Iran's attacks on U.S. bases in Kuwait. Oh my lordy. It wasn't a real question. They were just peddling propaganda like Jon Stewart. Yeah. Why are some of the Iranian people celebrating the war? What do you mean? Like celebrating Iran's response or celebrating the fact that Iran is getting bombed? Karg Island is up the Gulf. So someone said Karg Island is up the Gulf near Kuwait. So an invasion fleet will have to pass through the strait and travel some 500 miles alongside Iran's coast. They're not doing that. That's not happening. There is no shot that that's happening. Okay? That would be insane. What they can try to do is invade through Iraq. But the problem is Iraq has a fairly large Shia population, and Iraq has been consistently also both on the ground and through rockets from Iran blowing up American military bases anyway. So you can't even create a direct line here. You can't do it through Kuwait. You can't do it through Iraq. That was the purpose. That was the reason why Iran was blowing up the American military bases, to render them unusable. The long-term goals of Iran here, obviously, are to cause America to retreat. They've said it openly. The IRGC has said that if Gulf nations want their oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz, we are willing to bargain with them. Our only condition is you tell America and Israeli assets to leave your countries. Right? That's it. So if they say yes, which, you know, for the time being, they're not going to do that, obviously. But if they were to say yes to that, if they were to agree to that, and you know, pull their troops out, and completely leave those bases unguarded, then Iran would allow safe passage for their oil tankers, for their gas tankers. Yeah, I heard from Colonel Wilkerson that Kuwait base was very important for ground deployment of troops in Iran. Yes, the Kuwait base is also very important. It's the one that is like directly across from Karg Island. Kuwait is important and Iraq is very important. But Iraq, I think, has like larger bases than Kuwait, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong about that, though. This is in 2021. These numbers are not correct any longer. I don't think Iran is mining the Strait of Hormuz. The only place that I've heard that from is CBS News, and then CNN is reporting on CBS's original reporting. I don't have any reason to believe CBS News. Okay? I don't have any reason to believe I don't have any reason to believe CBS News at all. CBS News is Israel News, and CNN is increasingly becoming Israel News as well. So until I see some real news, until I see something real, something that's tangible, something that I can fucking look at, or reporting from a more reliable outlet, I don't believe in the mining of the Strait of Hormuz, especially considering that you don't have to mine the Strait of Hormuz to shut off the Strait of Hormuz. It's very clear. The last couple of days proves this reality. I am pleased to report that within the last few hours, we have hit and completely destroyed 10 inactive mine-laying boats and or ships, with more to follow. President Donald J. Trump. Yeah, I think that there are... Okay. Maybe they did do that. And we'll see if they actually did that. By the way, they said inactive. So clearly they weren't, I guess, mining. But if they did actually do that, we'll see. However, this also calls into question the previous reporting from the American side. I thought their naval assets were destroyed. That's number one. Turns out it wasn't, as we know. Number two, I think they're faking it. I think they're just straight up saying, oh, they were going to mine it, but we stopped it from happening by blowing up their mining operations just so they can lean into any fucking discernible W they possibly can lean into. We shall find out soon enough if that is the case. Okay? Brian Kilmeade says that he would love for America to take Karg Island.
But we don't want that kind of disruption for our own citizens. We want our families to
I would love to see him take Karg Island, that oil island. He'd be just like Venezuela. We control their oil. 90% of their oil goes to this little island.
It's not just like Venezuela, you fucking idiot, because in Venezuela, you did not have a serious military defense mounting against your troops. It was clear that there was some kind of side deal that was cut ahead of time, you know, an early retirement for Maduro. Maybe even Maduro falling on his own sword in an effort to save the Venezuelan population. That's probably the most charitable estimation of events. The least charitable one would be Delcy Rodriguez fucking cooked them. Okay? Venezuela looked at the situation and realized they don't have the capabilities of defending the country. Iran is very different than Venezuela. Trying to go after Karg Island is not going to look like a Battlefield 3 mission. Okay? Trying to go after Karg Island is going to be a suicide mission for the reasons that I just mentioned earlier. Because there is no supply line that you can set up effectively. It is so fucking stupid.
The president talked about it in a 1988 interview, and I think he should grab it.
Wouldn't that portend stability?
Says a man who never even heard of Karg Island a few weeks ago, but somehow he thinks he's entitled to its oil. Yeah. Can Iran mine the Strait and also at the same time allow Chinese boats to go through it? No, they can't. That's part of the reason why I don't think they're mining the Strait of Hormuz. That's why I don't think they're mining the Strait of Hormuz, because I think that they want to have leverage. Like they want to be able to bargain with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? It's a good threat to have, and they have the capabilities of doing it, but they're probably not going to do it for the time being, because they want to be able to go up the escalation ladder. U.S. forces have destroyed 10 mine-laying boats in and around the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, either they found and like domed some assets that weren't working, or they just, they're just lying. I'm sorry, but can you explain what you mean by mine? Like sea mines, dude. What the fuck? Like, those big things with like pointy things coming out of it. I don't know what the modern version looks like, but mines, like bombs. They go boom. When you come near it, they're magnetic. They're floating. And when a ship comes near it, it automatically attaches to the ship and explodes. Okay? I suspect that like the modern version of the mines that Iran has are probably a little bit more advanced than that. By the way, this is what they mean when they mean mine-laying boats. Yeah, Iran has begun laying a few dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz. According to two people familiar with the U.S. intelligence reporting on the issue, Iran still retains upwards of 80 to 90% of its small boats and mine layers. One of the sources said, I don't think this is reliable intel anyway. But yeah, they're like, that's different. That one is legit. Okay. This is one of their boats that unironically deploys smaller go-fast boats. Okay. Like, and drones as well. I don't know if this is a real video or if it's AI or not. It's probably a real video. That's one of their real fucking boats, though. That's like a real catamaran that has like capabilities of deploying submarines, like or what is it? Unmanned like sea vessels. It's not like called a UAV. I think it's called like no, it's not a USV either. No, it's like there's a different unmanned surface vessel. Yes. It is a USV. You're right. That is one of their legit boats. Or a UUV. Iranian lithium UUV a little while ago wrote about UUVs and how they will become a major threat to any large navy. I want you to read the article. Also pointed out that Iran already has one of these models, the Azdar. It reaches 18 to 25 knots with batteries that can last up to 4 days in patrol mode and cover more than 600 kilometers at low speed. It's not Iran's ships that keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. It's a highly modern asymmetrical arsenal of UUVs, USVs, and UAVs, and anti-ship missiles and go-fast boats armed with missiles. I see the chance of the U.S. Israel having success in any forceful action to open the strait are very low. How much damage would the mines do? What do you mean? It would just blow up? Dude, we're talking about oil tankers. It doesn't take much. It's over. When it's lit on fire, it's another fucking ecological disaster. Just like it doesn't take much to blow up a fucking refinery, especially if it's operational. It wouldn't take much to blow up one of these oil tankers. Because, you know, the material that they're transporting is explosive. Breaking, Iran for the first time used an unmanned surface vehicle, USV, in the current war. Footage suggests an unmanned boat attacked an oil tanker off the coast of Kuwait. There you go. Sounds similar to the Millennium Challenge. Oh my gosh. Ironically, the Millennium Challenge took place in 2002. So the Iranian capabilities were severely limited at the time. And yet the American admiral that was supposed to be commanding the Iranian naval fleet still utilized very similar tactics. This time around, however, you don't even need to actually put fucking like dudes running the go-fast boats and engaging in like suicide missions. You can literally have drones do it for you. It's much more precise. It's much faster. It's much more stealthy. It is impossible to deal with this shit, okay? Which is precisely the reason why America has not moved any fucking oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. This is it. In memory of the victims of Epstein Island. That's crazy. I don't know if this is real or not. Yeah. 90% of Iran's oil also flows through the Strait of Hormuz and 40% of China's. Yes, exactly. What is this? Mimic future capabilities. That was the point of the war game, but Iran's now lapped even the most cutting edge of the exercise? Yeah. The third photo in this article shows modern sea mines that China uses that loiter around autonomously and target ships. They're basically patrolling and loitering torpedoes. China's torpedoes, new sea mine, make military parade debut, expert highlights, and maritime blockade capabilities. Multiple types of underwater equipment. You see all that new ICE morons trying to get their bonus signed themselves up to get drafted first? Wait, really? That would be fucking hilarious. My mom says this has to do with China more than we think. What does that mean? I mean, it's not wrong. Everything that America does, it does with China in mind. China is the major op here in the current iteration of the Cold War. Having said that, is this actually bad for China? No, it's not. It's actually still very good for China. Because American military capabilities diminishing literally in China's backyard in South Korea as a direct consequence of America trying to use all their THAAD batteries in Israel is insane for China. These last 10 days basically showed the rest of the world, and especially China, that America cannot actually engage China in a proxy. If they can't engage Iran, if they cannot engage Iran militarily, they cannot engage China. If China were to go to an island like the Philippines, right? China could just take it. What the fuck's America going to do? They can't directly wage war. All they can do is like turn it into Ukraine. And it's very obvious that they cannot deal with the overwhelming manufacturing capabilities of China at all. They can't hit Chinese mainland because China has nukes, just like they can't hit Russian mainland because Russia has nukes. Any sort of proxy situation for China, any sort of proxy war situation for China favors China tenfold now. America should be very excited at the fact that the Chinese foreign policy has revolved around trade maxing and not bullet maxing, okay?
Today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes. Intelligence more refined and better than ever. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles they've been capable of firing yet. Just the bifurcation, just the trend lines that we talked about on our first briefing. You see, this is not 2003. This is not endless nation building under those types of quagmires we saw under Bush or Obama. It's not even close. Our generation of soldier will not let that happen again, and nor will this president, who very clearly ran against those kinds of never-ending, nebulously scoped missions. Those days are dead. Instead, we're winning decisively with brutal efficiency, total air dominance, and an unbreakable will to accomplish the president's objectives on our timeline. We stay locked on the target because here at the Department of War, that's our job. Now, the chairman and I, having just returned from Dover last night, our troops and their families and the enormous sacrifice that they make is certainly heavy on my mind. So I'll close with scripture, drawing strength from Psalm 144.
Oh, imagine this ass clown being your fucking commander, dude. God damn. The commander-in-chief is Donald Trump and this fucking drunk rapist. Oh, let me quote some scripture for you guys. Hoorah. Yeah. Israel high. Fucking dope, dude. Fucking dope.
Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. He is my loving God and my fortress, my stronghold and my deliverer, my shield, in whom I take refuge.
Yeah, it's always funny when they're like, Iran is a radical theocracy that leans heavily into the Quran. Look, they're quoting verses from the Quran, and it's like, then we do this shit. It's fucking fake poser shit. Like, let's be real. For the American side, it's fake poser shit. At least for the Iranians, like, they are actually Shia. You know what I mean? They're not faking it. I wouldn't say that about like even Turkish politicians. Some of them greatly hype up how Muslim they are. I will say Iran is actually like the Iranian leadership is actually fucking not performative. Like they do believe that shit. They ride for it. Okay. Pete Hegseth, on the other hand, is faking it. Why can't you just be friends with Asmongold? Call Asmongold. Brother, Asmongold shits in his fucking diapers. He is terrified of having a normal conversation with me. I've presented that option to him a million times over. He would much rather cry into his hug box about America's doing awesome stuff, actually. America's killing it, bro. It's awesome. Please die for Israel, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Chat, you know what's base, chat? Dying for Israel. You know what's base, chat? Murdering little girls at school. You should always target the healers first, chat. You should always do war crimes first. What's up? What's up? What's up, little lady? What's up, little lady? Hi. What do you want? No, you can't come up here and... Oh, no. No, no, no. Anyway, yeah, based. Oh, they're blowing up these fucking... Okay. Naval assets. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Iran doesn't want a ceasefire. Speaker from the parliament. Oh. Speaker of the Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament. Certainly, we aren't seeking a ceasefire. We believe the aggressor must be punished and taught a lesson that will deter them from attacking Iran again. The Zionist regime has consistently perpetuated a vicious cycle of war, negotiation, ceasefire, then war again throughout its disgusting history. We will break this cycle. I'm telling you, man, things are not looking too great for America at all. And I've been saying this for the past week or so. And for some weird reason, a lot of Americans are like oblivious to this reality. They want to hear self-soothing statements like, oh, but we have so many missiles. Oh, but we have so many bombs. Oh, we can just like really punish the Iranian electricity grid. We can do a genocide. Yeah, well, you have nukes too, right? You have nukes. You always have the nuclear option, right? That doesn't mean you're actually fucking winning. That's the problem. Breaking, Israel's prime minister's office says that in the coming days, conditions will be created for the Iranian people to grasp your destiny, adding that when the time is right and that time is fast approaching, the torch will be passed to them to seize the moment. Yeah, another desperate Hail Mary. Below is the full statement from Israel's prime minister's office. People of Iran, we are waging a historic war for liberty. Yeah, those clouds, those mushroom clouds that you see in the periphery are clouds of liberty. All of the sons and daughters and your neighbors that we have murdered, we have liberated from their mortal coil. The black clouds that are raining toxic chemicals, destroying your water supply. That is actually a cloud of freedom. Who needs clean water? No one. When we blew up your desalination plant, we did that so we could liberate you from having to drink and have access to clean water. But time is changing. Together with the United States, we are hitting the tyrants of Tehran harder than ever. The Ayatollah is no more, and I know you do not want him replaced with another tyrant. So you must act. We are creating the conditions for you to do so. We have hit countless regime targets. We have taken out thousands of IRGC operatives and hundreds of their missile launchers. We are focused on regime targets and are doing our best not to harm the people of Iran. We are your ally, your best ally. We fully respect your sovereignty, culture, and heritage, which is why we have been blowing up cultural landmarks in Isfahan, one of the most beautiful cities on the planet. That's why we have been blowing them up. You asked for help, and help has arrived. We will continue to hit with growing force the tyrants who have terrorized you for decades. The Ayatollahs and their henchmen are on the run, but those cowards have nowhere to hide, which is precisely the reason why we killed the 87-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in his own house as he was tending to his garden. You know, in hiding and on the run, of course. In the coming days, we will create the conditions for you to grasp your destiny. Your dreams will become a reality. When the time is right and that time is fast approaching, we will pass the torch to you. Be ready to seize the moment. Yeah, they got nothing. I can't read this as anything but a fucking desperate Hail Mary, you know? Boeing has won a $289 million contract to supply Israel with up to 5,000 small diameter bombs capable of striking targets from more than 40 miles away, sources tell Bloomberg. Oh, my Lord. Oh, great. Netanyahu has done several speeches trying to get the Iranian people to start protesting and overthrow the government amidst the war, and the message keeps feeling more and more desperate as nothing happens. There was a chance of maybe something happening when Ali Khamenei was killed, when celebrators came out after Israel's announcement, but none of them attempted anything significant. When Mushtaba's selection was announced, protests were limited to shouting from windows. Meanwhile, you got Americans retreating their assets from South Korea in an effort to fucking defend Israel for a war that Israel started. And their energy markets are collapsing. Okay, imagine being South Korea or Taiwan. You're seeing the USA war of choice wreaking havoc on your economy. At this point, Taiwan has 10 days of gas remaining. 10 days. They have to lean into China to make up for their lack of energy, for the record. So that's another J.D. Pandon moment. Shouts out to J.D. Pandon, once again, unifying China and abiding by the principled stance of having a one China policy, because now Taiwan has to fucking lean to mainland China for their energy needs. DPRK and the Republic of Korea are having side conversations as the American THAAD batteries are hastily evacuated to the wonderful nation state of Israel and the surrounding regions for the Gulf states, because they have deployed all of their munitions. They've expended most of their munitions. Okay? At the same time, U.S. is withdrawing defense commitments. Is this an empire you still want to bet your life on? Yep. Obviously, the greatest cost of this war are being borne by Iran, the Gulf states, and Israel. But the truly perverse thing is that a bunch of Asian economies are being thrown into crisis for something they have almost nothing to do with. They made their bed, and now they must sleep in it. Would the situation change if Iran were to acquire nuclear weapons? Ironically enough, this is why Mearsheimer is correct when he says if Iran had nukes, then the region would be much more stable. The reality of the matter is, yes, if Iran had nuclear arms, none of this would be happening right now. A lot of Americans think, oh, if Iran had nuclear arms, they would just like nuke Israel or whatever. No, of course they wouldn't fucking nuke Israel. All right? They would just have the maximum deterrent for Israel to go in and do whatever the fuck it wants to do. Iran having nuclear proliferation would actually cause Israel to be a much more realistic actor in the region, much more restrained actor in the region. This is why Mearsheimer's assessment is correct. If Iran had nuclear weapons, the global energy markets would not be collapsing right now. The Strait of Hormuz would not be shut down right now. The Iranian population would be safer right now. Okay, they wouldn't be getting fucking bombed. Israel would not even be able to do half of the shit that it's doing in the region. That is precisely the reason why Israel never wanted Iran to get nukes, regardless of the fact that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei already had a fucking long-standing fatwa on nukes and refused to allow nuclear proliferation. They would increase the uranium enrichment over and over again in order to get better leverage in the negotiations with the United States of America, but they were perfectly willing to cast that aside for sanctions relief. And they did so. Under the JCPOA, they were committed to the multilateral agreement that was put forward, where there were Russians that were involved, the Chinese were involved, European actors were involved, the American state was involved. It took years and years to get to that point. And in exchange for sanctions relief, Iran was committed to denuclearization. But then Donald Trump came in. Donald Trump came in and fucking destroyed that deal. It was a disaster. Yeah, also, I'm not alone in this. Look at the end of history. Mr. Francis Fukuyama. North Korea was right about nuclear weapons, dude. Many people are saying this. First, it was Ian Bremmer. Now you got fucking Fukuyama saying it. Yeah. Iran also capped their missiles at 2,000 kilometers in order not to reach Western Europe. I limited the range of our Ali Khamenei. I limited the range of our missiles to 2,000 kilometers despite requests to increase the range. That's another fucking L. That is an L. You don't have a delivery mechanism for nukes, then it doesn't even matter that you have nukes, right? Once you have nukes, you also have to develop, like North Korea did. North Korea first developed its artillery capabilities directly targeting Seoul as the maximum deterrent, okay? In the absence of nukes, North Korea first developed its artillery capabilities. They lined up the other side of the demilitarized zone with artillery, okay? They built their manufacturing processes to withstand American bombing campaigns. North Korea is the OG Iran in terms of like underground manufacturing. So they first did that. After they had significant deterrence against South Korea and against all of the global allies that might fuck around with North Korea once again in the aftermath of the Korean War, which was a genocide. Okay, they went and engaged in nuclear proliferation. They developed nukes, and then after they developed nukes, they developed the delivery mechanism for nukes. Because just having nukes alone is not enough. You also have to have intercontinental ballistic missiles, because your nuclear strike range, if it's limited, is going to severely restrict your deterrence capabilities. This is precisely the reason why Israel has Jericho 3. Israel not only has nuclear arms, but they also have a delivery mechanism that can basically reach everywhere around the world, with the exception of like Sydney, Australia, and like Los Angeles and the westernmost part of the continent of South America. So it's not enough to have nukes. It's not enough to have nuclear arms. You also need to have a delivery system for said nukes. Okay? They need global nuclear strike capability for regional defense. What do you mean? No, that's what exactly. No, that's precisely what I'm saying. So, for that reason, Iran's limitations on their ballistic missile capabilities to 2,000 kilometers was to basically show Iran did not make a mistake. They already knew this. No, this is absolutely a mistake. 1,000,000%. You can't live in a world where you say the Democratic People's Republic of Korea was correct for engaging in nuclear proliferation and also delivery systems that can reach all around the fucking world with ICBMs and whatnot, and then simultaneously act as though Ali Khamenei's decision to not engage in nuclear proliferation and simultaneously refuse to go beyond 2,000 kilometers in their missile ranges with their ballistic missiles was a solid maneuver. It was naive. Khamenei went to war. Maybe he didn't want to create more of what he lived through. Y'all are warhawks. We're warhawks. Brother, we're talking about deterrence to avoid war. For years and years, I would have never entertained other countries having nukes or any country having nukes whatsoever. I still believe in global denuclearization, okay? But in the absence of that coming, there is no sovereignty for countries in the periphery without a nuclear umbrella from the likes of the USSR that existed back in the day. And that obviously is not going to happen with China, and it's obviously not going to happen with Russia. If you don't have some kind of counterbalancing force, one of the great powers of the world, someone needs to have some morals somewhere. Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Did you just not hear what I was saying? If Iran had nukes, right now, they wouldn't be getting bombed. If Iran had nukes, the region would not be on fire right now. Do you understand that? You can have this idiotic approach, this silly approach to be like, oh, you want more war. You're a war hawk, but for the opposing side, like a fucking moron. It was a naive calculation that expected his decision to be seen as restraint because he failed to develop actual deterrence. His country has fallen in the war. You can now say with absolute certainty that his decision to oppose nuclear development had the exact opposite of what he hoped. Exactly. I'm sorry. The Western world does not play that way. They do not care about diplomacy. Okay? They care about might is right. They operate on a totally different playing field. They do not have the same moral restraints that you think they have. It's that simple.
I would say that, look, Israel...
Same thing goes for Lebanon. Lebanon does not have real sovereignty. Lebanon does not have anti-aircraft systems, for example. Why does Lebanon not have that? Because Western powers do not allow them to have it. Why do Western powers not allow Lebanon to have anti-aircraft systems? Because Israel can institute a no-fly zone over Lebanese airspace at any moment that they choose to do so. They can bomb entire city blocks with impunity. The only deterrence that Lebanon has is Hezbollah for this reason.
I would say that, look, Israel is a one-bomb country. One bomb takes them out. And that's why it's so existential to Israel. But we can also see now with this offensive missile shield that Iran had to, in other words, protect the nuclear effort, and what it's doing, the havoc that it's raising out there with Middle Eastern countries. I mean, what they're doing is say.
Meta places sensitive content warning on your Cuba Instagram story. Wait, really? What the fuck? How is that possible? Why is that the case? I don't see it. Oh, the other one, the other Instagram story. You're talking about the one where it's about on this day, the coup that on this day, on the 10th of March, 1952, Fulgencio Batista led a coup in Cuba, then appointed himself the president. Backed by the U.S. business and wealthy elite, his government killed thousands in anti-communist purges. Senator John F. Kennedy later described his rule. Fulgencio Batista murdered 20,000 Cubans in 7 years, a greater proportion of the Cuban population than the proportion of Americans who died in both world wars, and he turned democratic Cuba into a complete police state, destroying every individual liberty. Yet our aid to his regime and the ineptness of our policies enabled Batista to invoke the name of the United States in support of his reign of terror. Administration spokesman publicly praised Batista, hailed him as a staunch ally and a good friend at a time when Batista was murdering thousands, destroying the last vestiges of freedom, and stealing hundreds of millions of dollars from the Cuban people, and we failed to press for free elections. Batista was eventually overthrown by the revolution in 1959. No, I see a content warning for the story that says I'm going to Cuba. I don't see it. Anyway, this is a technical story with a stunning strategic implications. It is quite possible that the U.S. launched a massive war because Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff lacked the technical expertise to understand what the Iranians were offering in the negotiations. Absolute lunacy. Nuclear experts undercut White House claims about Iran reactor at the heart case for war. I don't believe that. This is why the Omani foreign minister made the unusual decision to go on American TV and explain what the Iranians were offering. He could clearly tell that Kushner and Witkoff didn't even understand it. The fact that Trump said Obama would attack Iran because he lacked the capability to negotiate with them, and then we found out this is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Witkoff and Kushner are honest actors. The reason why I think this is like political theater is because they didn't make this decision because they're incompetent. They made this decision because they're pro-Israel. Okay? Like any kind of statement like that makes it seem like they were invested in the truth, or they were invested in like not attacking Iran at the behest of Israel. They're not. Would you be an easy target in Cuba for what? What do you mean by that? What the fuck do you mean by that, chatter? Explain. By who? What an odd thing to say. Anyway. Do we have a real number on the THAAD batteries that remain? No.
Huge. May the Lord grant unyielding strength and refuge to our warriors, unbreakable protection to them and our homeland, and total victory over those who seek to harm them. And amen. God bless our troops and this mission.
And good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm here today to continue the updates to the American people and to those in the room on Operation Epic Fury. First, let me start with honoring our fallen.
I think it's very funny that eventually one of them is going to accidentally say Epstein Fury or AIPAC Fury, and that is going to be total victory for our propaganda efforts.
Kerry said on Saturday and again last night at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, our nation's leaders honored our returning fallen as they arrived home for their final time. Last week, I shared a few of the names, and today I want to share the rest. Major Jeffrey O'Brien and Chief Warrant Officer 3 Robert Marzan were the final two fallen to return home, and members of the U.S. Army Reserve's 103rd Sustainment Command out of Des Moines, Iowa. Last night, as the news has been reporting, we honored the return of Staff Sergeant Benjamin Pennington of the U.S. Army's 1st Space Brigade from Fort Carson, Colorado. When I met Ben's family last night, his mom, his dad, and his sister, they showed me a picture, a drawing that Ben had made when he was in kindergarten. It was clear all the way back then that Ben wanted to do one thing in his life, and he wanted to serve his country and be a soldier. And to the Penningtons, just know how Ben was absolutely a great one. And finally, Major Sorfleet Davies, who returned home this weekend after sadly passing away from a medical condition while on duty in Kuwait. We welcome him home as well and mourn with his family. To the families and the families of all of our fallen, we share in your profound grief. The Joint Force remains eternally grateful for your sacrifice and the gift of a great example that your service members have given all of us. I want you.
Thank you for dying for Israel. It was very awesome how you died for the glorious nation state of Israel.
To know that their names will never be.
We have achieved zero. We have achieved zero of our military ambitions in Iran, but you have died for the state of Israel, so your death will not be in vain. Breaking. No, this is Douglas McGregor, please. This is another one of those guys, man. This is another one of those guys. They might be right, okay? But they're not basing this fucking analysis off of anything tangible. This is another one of those guys that's just like totally makes shit up half the time.
Forgotten, and you and your family are part of our joint force family forever.
I would trust Blumenthal before I would trust that guy. And at this point, it's just still speculation.
Let me talk a little bit about the progress thus far, acknowledging that Admiral Cooper will likely continue to give updates from CENTCOM. As the Secretary said, we're in the 10th, moving into the 11th day of Operation Epic Fury. The Joint Force remains focused on 3 military objectives. Continue to destroy Iranian ballistic missiles and drone capability in order to prevent attacks on the U.S. and others throughout the region. And this means attacking launch sites, command and control nodes, stockpiles before they can threaten our personnel, our facilities, and our partners. Second, we continue to strike the Iranian Navy and their capabilities in order to do things like sustain movement through the Straits of Hormuz.
Is Blumenthal known to lie? No. I mean, he has insane positions from time to time, but on the issue of Israel is pretty fucking reliable. On the issue of when it comes to Iran, I mean, he's literally gone to Iran, maybe even done a little bit of coverage that might come across like, Iranian government propaganda, if I do say so myself, but like, it's probably similar to like how people say I do Chinese propaganda, but he is like, he's pretty decent when it comes to Israel stuff. He's kind of like, he's almost like Glenn Greenwald that way. A lot of these guys have their like specific issues that they're very solid on. And, and Max Blumenthal is very good on Israel.
And third, we continue to start working on.
You do Chinese propaganda, though? Yeah, Chinese propaganda like fucking high-speed rail is awesome. I know. Chinese propaganda such as, we shouldn't be doing wars like this. Instead, we should be spending all that money on fucking hardening our infrastructure, offering free healthcare, focusing on the overall common good of the American population, propaganda like that.
And going deeper into Iran's military and industrial base in order to prevent the regime from being able to attack Americans, our interests, and our partners for years to come and project power outside their borders. This means servicing production facilities.
But did you get paid millions for a China trip? I fucking wish, dude. China, I am open. I am ready. I am available. If you would like to give me $1 billion to do propaganda, I will do full spectrum propaganda. I understand the mind of the Americans in a way that you cannot, okay? You cannot comprehend it. I understand how to do soft power. China, give me $1 billion now. President Xi, if you can hear me, I will do pro-Chinese propaganda, okay? Please give me money. Give me $1 billion, please. Okay. Now, what I may do with those billions of dollars, nobody knows. Okay. Maybe arming the Revolutionary Vanguard. Who knows? Okay. Who knows? Got to place a price at giving countries nukes? Yes. If you give countries the opportunity for sovereignty by installing nuclear arsenal in their countries in a matter not dissimilar to the USSR, I will do the propaganda for $0 instead of $1 billion. Okay? I will do it for free 99. You don't even need to give me any money. If you allow countries to have dignity and sovereignty and allow them to develop, which is in line with your One Belt, One Road initiative anyway. Okay? China, if you send oil to Cuba, if you break through the American blockade with your naval assets, I will do it. I will do it for $0. This is, I mean, this is even cheaper than the nuclear arsenal thing that I was talking about. Okay? There it is.
Research and development sites and infrastructure. Let me turn to the map. We're going to try digital today to prevent laser injury. Since our last update, CENTCOM continues to make progress across the southern flank. To date, they've struck more than 5,000 targets. U.S. Strategic Command bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound GPS penetrating weapons on deeply buried missile launchers across the southern flank. We also have struck several one-way drone factories to get at the heart of their autonomous capability. And of course, alongside our regional partners along the southern flank, continue to execute intercepts against one-way attack drones using fighters and attack helicopters. Our strikes mean we've made significant progress in reducing the number of missile and drone attacks out of Iran.
This is real, yes. Retired Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson says Netanyahu could turn to nuclear bombs if the Iran war escalates. Yes, this is literally real. That's a real fear. I've been saying this as well. Okay? I haven't gotten things wrong thus far with my analysis, with my assessment. And this is a real fear. Okay? Obviously, the thing that's holding it back is like, I mean, it would open up a totally different world. Like, this is nuclear holocaust territory at that point. Because, like, if one country uses nukes, then all of the nuclear countries have to use nukes. Otherwise, it's over. Then there's no more MAD, right? There's no more mutually assured destruction. There's no more nuclear deterrent. This is what sets back countries from deploying the nuclear option. But if there's one country that's fucking insane enough, it's Israel. Don't say nuclear holocaust. That's anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up. You've been reserved when you haven't seen all the info. It's much appreciated. Yes. Lawrence Wilkerson says a lot of stuff that no one else will. Famously, he said that going into Afghanistan was an anti-China preemptive strike and a way to sponsor Uyghur separatists better. I mean, yeah. It turns out Syria was also pretty fucking reliable for that. Shouts out to Turkey. Just trained the fuck out of the Uyghur militants in Syria. Anyway. Oh, speaking of anti-Semitism, Washington Post reports that referring to the U.S. war against Iran as Operation Epic Epstein fail, Operation Epstein Fury is anti-Semitism. The conflict has also sparked a sharp rise in anti-Semitic content, according to research from the ADL, a Jewish civil rights organization, some of it seeking to link Epstein, who is Jewish, to the conflict. Pretty quickly after the conflict began, this conspiratorial rebranding of Operation Epstein Epic Fury, the U.S. military's official name, into Operation Epstein Fury, started circulating on social media platforms, said Oren Segal, the ADL senior vice president of counter-extremism and intelligence. An ADL report found the phrase Epstein Fury was mentioned more than 90,000 times by some 60,000 different accounts on X within the conflict's first 3 days. It's pretty funny that this is the only tool that they got in the fucking tool belt. Okay, they can't do anything. So they're like, this is anti-Semitic. Don't say it, which is only going to cause people to say it more. Yeah. It's also pretty funny to be like, wow, I don't know if you guys know this, but Jeffrey Epstein was Jewish. If I'm the ADL and I don't want if I don't want to foment more anti-Semitism, I'm probably shying away from connecting Jeffrey Epstein back to Judaism in any way, shape, or form. So that's wonderful that they did that. Operation Epstein's Fury is to remind people that Epstein is Jewish and then demand they stop. Epstein Wars, World War Epstein, Return of the Pedo. Yeah. It's awesome. The dam is breaking. I don't think the Israelis are ready. I don't think the Israelis give a fuck about anti-Semitism in the United States of America. Okay? If they did, they wouldn't behave in the ways that they fucking do. Like, they live in a totally separate reality. One where there is a crack in the dam for sure, especially with like Israel's defenses diminishing. Israelis for the first time ever are having to sit in for the last 10 days. And I've been talking to people in Israel for the last 10 days. They've been mostly bunkered in, right? They've mostly been in shelters. It's obviously nowhere near as bad as the way that like fucking dumbasses on the timeline are presenting it, where they're like, oh, look at this image of like clearly Beirut. And then they're like, this is actually Israel. That's not the case, right? Or, you know, they keep posting over and over again, like older imagery from the 12-day war of like successful strikes from the Iranian side. All this stuff is ridiculous, right? But by and large, Israeli society has been disrupted. Okay. Israeli society has been disrupted, especially with the cluster munitions that the Iranians are using. Oruç tutuyor musun? Hayır amına koyayım. Tutmuyorum. Allah Allah. Yeter be. 10 kere sordun amına koyayım. Al görmüyor musun? İçiyorum. Tövbe tövbe. Amma sordun ya. Sakin la. Abi tutmuyorum. Belli değil mi? Bak gözlerini kullan amına koyayım. The Turkish chatters keep asking me if I'm fasting over and over again. Very clearly I'm not, you know?
I just came from a 2-hour closed-door classified briefing on the war. It just confirmed to me it's totally incoherent. We are not going to be able to achieve any of our stated objectives. But I mention it because it's another closed-door briefing. We have still not yet heard a full explanation as to why this is necessary. We still have had no hearings in front of Congress that the public can see. And I think that's pretty simple, because if the president did what the Constitution says, come to Congress to get authorization for this war, he wouldn't get it. Because the American people would demand that their member of Congress, their senator, whether they be a Republican or Democrat, vote no, because this is a disaster of epic proportions. It's already getting Americans killed. It's driving up prices here at home. Harder line leadership, more antithetical to U.S. interests, are strengthening inside Iran. And there's really no way that we're going to be able to destroy their nuclear program, because most of it is buried underground, unless we mount a ground invasion, which would be even more disastrous and more unpopular. This has just been a debacle, a 10-day debacle. And we're going to use whatever leverage we have in the Senate to try to prompt those hearings, to try to prompt that vote, and to get this administration to start paying attention to the Constitution.
Yeah, I mean, this means that there is no firm commitment to troop deployment, at least. Blumenthal spoke after the briefing, too.
I emerged from this briefing as dissatisfied and angry, frankly, as I have from any past briefing in my 15 years in the Senate. I am left with more questions than answers, especially about the cost of the war. My questions have been unanswered, and I will demand answers because the American people deserve to know. And I guess I am most concerned about the threat to American lives of potentially deploying our sons and daughters on the ground in Iran. We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here.
Yes, he looks like Kenneth Copeland, I know.
And there is also, as disturbingly as anything else, the specter of active Russian aid to Iran.
Oh, liberals are so awesome. Oh no. Oh no. It's terrifying that Russia is aiding Iran. Dog, you're blowing up Iran. If you think that's a bad thing, then you can't get mad that there's someone defending it. Oh no. See, the real problem here with, I don't know, nuking Iran out of orbit is whether or not Russia gets an upper hand in this equation. Oh, dude, shit, fuck. Why didn't I think of that? That's the big problem? That's the real issue? It's fucking spectacular. Like, there's truth to it, but it's so ridiculous.
Putting in danger American lives. Literally, Russia seems to be aiding our enemy actively and intensively.
Also, Iran is our enemy. So what's the problem? What's the problem? What's the problem here? What is the problem here? What is wrong with what Trump is doing? And Russia is our enemy anyway. So, of course, the enemy of our enemy, the allies of our enemies are going to fucking work with one another, right? If Iran is our enemy and Russia's our enemy, why the fuck would Russia not aid Iran? But, like, again, the question I have is, why the fuck wouldn't they do that? And also, why the fuck is Trump wrong if Iran is our mortal enemy? Okay? If Iran is our mortal enemy, why is Trump wrong for bombing Iran alongside Israel? Do you understand? Why is Iran our mortal enemy? We have made them our enemy. Okay? That's just the truth. The idea that, like, oh, it's because of, like, Iranian governance and domestic repression is bullshit. We know that, like, worse domestic repression exists in fucking places like Saudi Arabia, right? And they're our ally, a very important ally, as a matter of fact. They've had the opportunity to even liberalize, to become more Western adjacent. Who's to say Iran wouldn't have a similar opinion and similar interest in you know, sports washing or becoming more open to the Western world? They've always tried to fucking negotiate with us. Why is Iran our enemy? And if Iran is our fucking enemy, why are we not bombing them? Why do you have an issue with bombing them? This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense at all.
With intelligence.
And speaking of groups that literally were our quote-unquote enemies, look at Syria. Look at Syria. Jolani literally an Al-Qaeda leader, and now he is the leader of Syria. So it turns out we don't have a real problem with like, dangerous Islamist fundamentalists or whatever the fuck, right? I mean, clearly.
And perhaps with other means. And China also may be assisting Iran. So the American people deserve to know much more than this administration has told them about the cost of the war, the danger to our sons and daughters in uniform, and the potential.
Luckily, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Israel blew out all of Syria's defenses and its military capabilities. So the fucking Syrian military can't just like go and invade Lebanon at the behest of Israel now, ironically enough. I swear to God, those sons of bitches would fucking invade Lebanon if they had the capabilities to do so at the behest of Israel. I swear to fucking God.
For further escalation and widening of this war, a war of choice made by this president, not chosen by the American people, with potentially huge consequences to American lives.
I mean, they still might. Because your most liberal leader you think of is worse than a terrorist? Wait, what? I mean, make no mistake. My most liberal leader in the United States of America is supportive of sometimes people that we have declared terrorists. You and Zateo are completely wrong about Syria? Okay, dude. Dude. Jelani defenders literally have two speeds. What could they do? They have to be servile to Israel to build the country. Or they're not doing that at all. They're actually developing sovereignty. Literally two speeds in the chat. Every single fucking time I talk about this. Every single time. Not a charade defender. Okay. It is Goylani. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah. So, Syrian Zelensky, dude. Come on. Goylani is so stupid. Okay. That's Jelani is Israel's buffer zone against Shia militias to make it easier to attack Iran. Listen. Jelani is whatever America and Israel want him to be, and sometimes whatever Turkey wants him to be. Okay, that's it. He's not like a real. He's not a real person. He's just a vehicle for Western imperialism in Syria, and it sucks because the alternative is also Assad, who also sucked and was very violent and very repressive. I am not one of those guys who's like, Assad was a champion. He was a fucking lion or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not like one of those dudes who's like, Assad was obviously an incredibly capable leader. Like, of course not. But let's be fucking real. The goal there was to defang the IRGC and defang Hezbollah, destroy the logistical supply chain between Iran and the Lebanese Hezbollah, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and they successfully did that. And then Israel thanked them for doing that by invading Syria, like further militarily occupying additional Syrian territory. That was wonderful. And then it doesn't even matter. It didn't even stop there. They fucking bombed Damascus. Israel literally bombed Damascus. And Goylani was like, thank you, sir. Please. Can I have some more bombs? These are wonderful bombs. We are fans of these bombs. Keep bombing the capital, please. See? Boom. What are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? What is the limit to your criticisms? Like, what is the step that the current Syrian government could take that would unironically go, okay, that would make you go, all right, they are literally servants of empire, and it's completely unacceptable. Is there a step? I'm not even asking this as like a gotcha. I'm literally trying to figure out what would be your okay, I'm out moment, right? Okay, sharks, I'm out. What's your red line? Invading Lebanon, would that be a red line for you? Yeah. Israel bombs Damascus. IDF raids another Syrian village. IDF occupies another Syrian province. My fellow Sunnis, Iran killed 6 bazillion. This guy said Golani. I don't know who this guy is before you yell at me, okay? He might have been like an Assad supporter. I know you're going to use it as a gotcha or something. What is the red line? Why would the fuck would we invade Lebanon? We Syrians all hate Israel as much as you do. Brother, as a Syrian, you have no say in this process. What the fuck? That's my point. Okay? You think your democratic wishes are being factored into this consideration? We don't have democracy in America. What the fuck makes you think you have democracy as a Syrian? What is happening? You are occupied by an American vessel. Okay? We are occupied by the Epstein class. None of us have a say in this process. Welcome to the Hasanabi broadcast. This is kind of the point that I try to make every fucking day. Okay? Like, you're doubly occupied in that situation. Or maybe triply occupied. You got Turkey in your north that's also making decisions about what happens in Syrian territory. You have Israel that's further and further occupying the country militarily. And you have a pliant puppet state that was put in power by the American forces in the region. The question is, what's the red line? Welcome to Hasanabi 101. I am your professor, Dr. Jihad. I have 2 doctorate degrees, both in jihad and also racism. The thing is, a lot of Sunni Syrians, and this, by the way, goes for Hamas too, literally, which is ironic because one of the first things that Jolani did was close up the Hamas offices in the country. But initially, Hamas also was absolutely in favor of overthrowing Assad. Okay, this caused a lot of angst and animosity between Assad and Hamas in general, because there is a little bit of a sectarian tension there, because obviously not all Sunnis in Syria are fucking Salafist militias. They're not all ISIS. There's plenty of fucking, the overwhelming majority of Sunni Syrians are just regular ass people, and Assad was pretty fucking brutal. This is the reason why a lot of Sunni Syrians will say, how dare you, Ahmed Shara or Jolani is actually good for the country. What can we do? There's nothing we can do. Anyway, I don't know how the fuck we got to Syria here. Let's get back to Iran.
Ballistic missile attacks continue to trend downward, 90% from where they've started. And one-way attack drones have decreased 83%.
Dem Socia, I drank the Jelani Kool-Aid and argued with you about it when he first took over and thought he would be someone who can push back against Israel and the U.S., but he's no different than Egypt's leadership, if not worse, given the fact that Israel has taken over parts of Syria since he took over. Yes. I want Syrians to have sovereignty and dignity, just like I want Iranians to have sovereignty and dignity. My point is always the fucking same for all people, okay? You are literally an Iranian and Assad dick sucker. Shut the fuck up. Turkey is an American vessel. Shut the fuck up about Syria. Quit yapping about something you don't know what you're talking about. How's the northern corridor for you guys? Do you like that? How's southern Syria? Do you like that? Or additional Israel? Do you enjoy that? Is that good for you, you think? How's that working out? Solid? I'm against such initiatives against Syria, for the record. I know Turkey is an American vessel, dumbass. Who the fuck helped the HTS forces initially? Turkey did. What the fuck are you talking about? That's part of my criticism.
Percent since the beginning of the operation. A testament to our air defenders and our air defense systems. And as I said, our partners in the region continue to do great work as well. Second, we're making substantial progress towards destroying the Navy. In the first 10 days of the conflict, we're more than 50 Iranian naval ships into the campaign using a combination of artillery, fighters, bombers, and sea-launched missiles. As Admiral Cooper noted last Thursday, we struck and sank an Iranian drone carrier ship, and U.S. CENTCOM continues today to hunt and strike mine-laying vessels and mine storage facilities. This work will continue. Third, we've again...
Syria, under the leadership of Ahmed al-Sharaa, also known as Jolani, condemns Iran, not the U.S. and Israel, over the regional escalation, denouncing Tehran's retaliation against U.S. bases while ignoring U.S.-Israeli strikes. Foreign Minister Asad al-Shaibani conveyed messages of solidarity to Saudi and Emirati officials. I mean, that's not surprising.
Against our objectives, we've begun to target Iran's military and industrial complex, again, focusing on centers of gravity to get upstream of the shooters out in the field in order to deny them the ability to continue to generate those one-way attack drones. Let me spend a minute talking about the joint force. Across the area of responsibility, this is gritty and tireless work, and I cannot begin to explain how incredibly proud.
It's so funny that chatters will come in here and like literally nod along when I talk about like the vassal states, right? Like and you know how America just fucking dominates like the Europeans, like they're a goddamn colony, and they're like, yeah, you're right. And then as soon as I talk about their country, okay, they go, whoa. What are we supposed to do? Okay, what is fucking France supposed to do? What's Germany supposed to do? What's any country supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like who? If America is this fucking this hegemonic superpower that is dominating every fucking country, then yeah, what's any country supposed to do? You can't fight back. The problem is if all of these countries were united and had a little bit of backbone, and room for maneuverability, especially now when there is an alternative power out there with China, they could actually carve out a little bit of sovereignty and dignity for themselves. That's my argument. Okay? Comparing nuclear power, France to Syria with 10 GDP per capita? No. My point is, it's okay. What about Iran? What are you talking about? Is Iran a nuclear power? No. Iran has been fucking crippled and sanctioned into oblivion. They're fighting back. But this is obvious. He would get lynched if he gave sympathy to Iran, just like how Ayatollah wouldn't be supreme leader if they projected any animosity towards Sunni belief, etc.
I am of the extraordinary courage, tenacity, and grit and professionalism.
What are the Syrians supposed to do? Oh, dude, easy answer. Demand fucking democratic elections.
In the joint force. Last time.
Is that not what was supposed to be done initially? Wasn't Jelani supposed to be an interim leader to set up elections? Do a democratic election. Are you tripping? He is the interim leader. Oh. Okay, remind me in 5 fucking years when he's still the interim leader.
I had a chance to talk about the Army's incredible logisticians who are out there sustaining the fight. Today, I want to highlight a few groups of sailors.
Like, even fake or not, even Assad still had like fucking fake elections. You know what I mean? Like, you have the systems in place.
First, I want to thank the men and women of the Ford Carrier Strike Group and their families, and let all of them know how grateful I am for their leadership and service. The crews on board this strike group have already been endured months at sea, only to get their deployment extended. These exceptional Americans, rogered up, all supported by their families, continue to stand the watch, taking the fight to the enemy over and over again, night after night. Aboard ships like the USS Ford.
Okay, I'm bored.
Yesterday, Trump
Yeah, time for some sex appeal.
suggested without any explanation that, quote, I think the war is very complete, pretty much. But this morning, Pete Hegseth stood before the camera and announced that today will be the most intense day of strikes yet. He said that today's activity will, quote, involve the most fighters, the most bombers, the most strikes. Well, which is it? Is the war ending, or are we on the brink of the worst fighting yet? How is it possible that Trump and his cronies can't make it 12 hours without contradicting themselves about this war? It's incredible. Never seen anything like it. A war.
Yeah, he's mad. He's mad at the contradicting themselves side, not the fact that we're just fucking blowing up Iran. Here's fascist collaborator Schumer saying the problem with Trump's criminal Iran war is that the advocates contradict themselves when pressed about timeline and scale. Enough procedural arguments, okay? Like, this gave the game away. Chuck Schumer's only response to Donald Trump before the 12-day war was that he might chicken out of bombing Iran.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And now, all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous. We need to make that side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress and, most importantly, the American people. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it.
That's it, bro. That's it. That's the argument he has against Trump, is that he wasn't going hard enough against Iran. Now he's going super hard. He's like, oh, well, he's going super hard just like I wanted him to. However, you know, why are you giving us wishy-washy answers on what you might do next? We want to know. Boots on the ground now.
Serious, putting our soldiers in harm's way, costing billions which should be spent on reducing our costs here overseas. And they don't even have a rationale. They keep contradicting each other and contradicting themselves. Yesterday, President Trump was also asked whether the war is, quote, very complete, as he said, or is it just at the beginning, as Hegseth says? Well, do you care to guess the president's answer?
You have said that Iran should not have nuclear weapons, no way, no how, and you have said that we should reconsider, look at our relationship with Israel.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile those, or how do you put those together?
It's more on the conditional as it relates to funding.
I already played this because Democratic Majority for Israel released this before it was even released by C-SPAN to praise Gavin Newsom backing away from saying Israel's an apartheid state.
I talked about it tonight in terms of my relationship to Israel. I was there right after the 7th. I visited not only the president, but Bibi after the terror.
Hi, Hasan. I'm late to the stream. Have you talked about the Iran's women's soccer team escaping and getting asylum in Australia? Yeah, 30 30 women were offered unconditional asylum. Only 5 of them took it. Bro, if I had a Turkish passport and Australia offered me asylum, I would take it. Okay? Or 7 now. All right. That's crazy. That's crazy. And Turkey is nowhere near as repressive a government as Iran is. I'm an American. And if China offered me asylum, I would take it.
Attack, met with those survivors, those victims of that horrific night. I also came as the only governor, I think, in the country with a field hospital that we had packed up for the Israelis. I visited there. I love the state of Israel. I just don't like the state of play with the current administration, Bibi. I can love Israel, but I'm not a supporter of Bibi. I'm not supporting.
Make no mistake, by the way, this doesn't mean that, like, the situation in Iran when it's not being fucking bombed by Israel is great. I'm just saying that it's not, indicative of anything that you think it is.
Of the direction he's going.
It's pure propaganda from Western nations to be like, oh, see, these people are desperately escaping. They're desperately escaping Iran. It's like, yeah, well, they're also fucking probably not trying to get bombed into oblivion by Israel, you know? During wartime, I would honest to God jail the entire bloodlines of these people. Who the fuck does that to their country during war, regardless of the country's pathetic behavior? I mean, that's a little aggressive. You know, sometimes it's not bad to save your skin.
Annexation of the West Bank. And I think there is a point, and Tom Freeman and others have written about this, if that's the direction he's going to take us, I think as an American citizen, is that the direction that we embrace and we want to celebrate with our tax dollars? I'm going to have their back, but I think there has to be. I mean, Donald Trump is conditioning aid for fire victims and recovery. I mean, you would think we're going to use our resources overseas.
It's so fucking humiliating, dude. Have some goddamn backbone. Jesus Christ. It's mind-boggling that he just can't even stand on, like, he has no understanding of the situation at all. He just repeated something that he heard was popular. Okay? He didn't do any reading. He didn't internalize what, like, apartheid means. And of course, for that reason, as soon as, like, the boss call is made, which happened already, right? As I covered before, because I've covered this speech already. When the boss call was made, he had to turn around and immediately be like, oh, well, I love Israel. Israel is my favorite country. And I went to Israel right after October 7th. No other governor did such a thing. I just think that Benjamin Netanyahu's current war is not the best and blah, blah, blah, and all this shit. Like, he had to back away from it because he is too afraid to, one, learn the truth, too lazy to learn the truth, most likely, and too afraid to lead on this, which is ironic because you're not even leading because the population is on your side. It's that simple.
We would have policies that may support, I believe, two-state solution that wouldn't necessarily support.
Yeah, immediately DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel, came out and was like, yeah, that's right. That's right. You support a two-state. Shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up.
The kind of promotion and policies that Bibi and the hardliners are currently promoting. So, yeah, I'm happy the Supreme Leader's dead. Good riddance. I understand deeply there's no larger Iranian diaspora than the state of California why people were celebrating in the streets the tyrannical reign of 37 years for the particular Supreme Leader, 47 overall. But this war.
There is no free press in Iran, so I take CNN's coverage with a grain of salt. There's no free press in Israel either, okay? Oh, God. Free press is utterly meaningless. What do you mean you take the... You don't trust CNN any longer? Like, what the fuck? This is CNN, by the way. You know? CNN, I tweeted about this earlier, I think, but I was thinking about this. On the one hand, CNN has some of the best coverage from Iran because they have an actual journalist on the ground in Iran. And they also have some of the worst coverage on Iran. One moment they're like literally interviewing high-ranking Iranian military officials, interviewing regular Iranian people, right? I said CNN is so wild because on the one hand, they have the best Western on-the-ground coverage in Iran, and then on the commentary side, they will just have an Israeli agent come on and demand we bomb Iran harder for 20 minutes. And this is, of course, what I'm referencing. Jake Tapper literally had Emily Schrader on. Emily Schrader is straight up an agent for Israel, okay? Like, straight up paid for agent of the state of Israel, living in Israel, and has a show on the Adelson-funded Jewish News Syndicate. And Jake Tapper's like, let's hear what your take is on Iran,
Emily,
bombing
you've been talking
Iran.
to Iranians on the ground about the strikes and about Iranian leadership going forward. How do the Iranians you're talking to, how do they see the future unfolding in Iran?
Of course, there's a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of problems with the internet still being shut off, although there is some limited use with Starlink and limited other options. But by and large, the responses from Iranians that I've spoken to has been overwhelmingly in favor of the United States and Israeli action on the ground. They're very happy that
That's just perfect balance, getting both sides, though. No, both sides. One side is literally hearing the Iranian population. The other side is hearing a random Israeli agent.
that regime targets, many of them, the centers of suppression of the Iranian people. Many of these besieged IRGC bases and forces are, in fact, being targeted. So they're happy about that. The main complaint that I'm hearing right now on the ground is that they're personally witnessing IRGC troops moving into schools and mosques. I've received a plethora.
Oh my God, bro, literally, they're literally targeting schools and mosques. This is Israel calling the shot ahead of time. Before the war, they had a CNN journalist in Iran covering the aftermath, and he was like, yeah, everything's calm and good. That's what I mean. It's heavily monitored. No, that was during. That was during the bombing campaigns. And yes, that wasn't fucking propaganda. That was just an accurate reflection of what he was seeing. Jesus Christ. Also, the reason why I tuned into CNN after you said, oh, I don't trust CNN's reporting because they are doing regime propaganda is, yeah, they are doing regime propaganda. They're doing propaganda for a theocratic regime. Except it's not the Islamic Republic. It's fucking Israel. And this is the worst, most dangerous type of propaganda. When an Israeli agent says, oh, the IRGC is moving its troops into mosques and schools, why do you think they're saying that? I ask you sincerely, why do you not fear what comes next when you hear stuff like this? This is pretext to go and blow up schools and mosques in your country. And perhaps you don't give a fuck about the mosque being blown up because you think that they're, the oppressive forces that are dominating the lives of your families. But what about the fucking schools?
Photos from Iranians on the ground of exactly that, moving both the force, the manpower, and weapons and equipment into school areas. So this is something very concerning. It's not new. It is a tactic of the Islamic regime and their proxy forces, but it's definitely concerning for the future. And of course, there is some questioning about what President Trump does intend for the leadership. The united call from the Iranian people on the ground is that they want the...
Yeah, Jake Tapper literally retweeted a post that was calling Ryan Grim a terrorist, by the way, doing terrorist propaganda. Dropsite News is doing terrorist propaganda. So if you wonder where Jake Tapper's opinion is on this issue, it's very obvious. It's not an accident that he has an Israeli agent on television. Yeah, Mossad Television, CNN, another, this is pre-Ellison takeover, by the way.
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi.
I'm telling you right now, the reason why he's doing this is because he knows the Ellison takeover is imminent, and when that happens, he wants to get elevated. He wants to boost his profile. He already leans into this stuff anyway. He already is a massive Zionist anyway. But he's basically showing oh, I'm a willing servant. Don't worry.
does intend for the leadership. The united call from the Iranian people on the ground is that they want the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi to lead a transition.
Yeah, Iranians on the ground want Reza Pahlavi. You think Iranians on the ground are begging for Reza Pahlavi? Okay, send his ass over there then. I'll pay for the ticket. Send him over there. If he has the popular mobilization ready to go, send his ass over there. Let's see what happens. Even Trump is like, bro, this dude has no fucking real motion. What the fuck are you guys talking about? He already hit the Maria Machado line on Reza Pahlavi. Send him over. Go ahead. See what the fuck happens.
Government. After that, go to a national referendum. Well, they will choose the system of government, but it's not clear yet where Trump stands on that issue. And we heard it in his press conference as well. He prefers someone inside. The problem is it isn't Venezuela. It's not the same system. And you have to deconstruct that system, the IRGC, in order to have genuine change and stability.
She literally works for the 8200 unit. Yeah, Emily Schrader says, openly, she works with Israeli spy agencies and undercover Israeli agents are operating in Iran. CNN identifies her simply as the founder of the Israel-Iran alliance. Big announcement. As Iran approaches 2 weeks of complete communications blackout, it doesn't have to remain this way. I'm thrilled to announce I am part of a historic, highly confidential alliance of Israeli tech veterans, 8200 alumni, and Iranian underground operatives. Together, we're building the digital and financial infrastructure for a G7 nation before the regime falls, starting with 2 stealth ventures that simultaneously sever dictatorship's 2 main chokeholds, connectivity and capital. Now we want you to be involved. If you're an angel investor who wants to take part in this opportunity, fill out this form. Where you at, Samira? Where you at? That's who Jake Tapper thinks is a wonderful voice to communicate the fucking desires of the regular Iranian folks. Do you think she is a little bit biased, maybe? Yeah, he retweeted AG Hamilton. On the left is a 10-7 Nova survivor, Yuval Sharvit, who lost her husband that day, describing the rape she witnessed. On the right is Ryan Grimm's terror propaganda and fake news site, denying that there were any rapes on October 7. Jake Tapper reposted this. Here's Ryan Grimm's response. I don't know why, but Jake Tapper has never corrected his now demonstrably false reporting on 10-7 sexual violence. Instead, he's out here sharing a ludicrous post that calls drop site terror propaganda and a fake news site denying that there were any rapes on 10-7. First of all, we don't say there were definitively 0. We say there's no credible evidence of any. Not a single independent investigation has turned up a single instance. If one eventually does, we will of course report it. Tapper himself led the charge on some of the worst reporting in a generation, reporting that was used to launch a genocide before falling apart under scrutiny. Tapper, for instance, gave prominent voice to a first responder who claimed to have seen 2 sexual assaults in Kibbutz Be'eri. Those high-profile allegations, as we reported at Drop Site News, have since been conclusively shown to have been false, and even the Israeli government and the New York Times have retracted them. But Tapper has never corrected his piece or even addressed it. It's fundamental to journalism that if we make a mistake, we correct the record transparently. He refuses to do so, and once Barry Weiss is his boss, if the Gulf countries don't back out of that deal, he won't ever have to. He also heavily relied in his influential 2023 report on Shari Mendez, a volunteer at a morgue who infamously fabricated a horrifying crime saying a baby was cut out of a pregnant woman and beheaded, and then the mother was beheaded. There is no dispute. That did not happen. She also made all manner of lurid claims to Tapper and others that were shown to be false later. He has never addressed this. The case he's citing here below has no corroboration and on the face of it stretches credulity. Tapper is sharing a post from a witness who claims several militants pulled out a woman out of a car and the terrorists sounded like they were drinking cocktail at the beach. When they were finished, they fired an RPG at her car and burned her. So according to Tapper here, the victim was put back in a car. After that, they fired an RPG at the car and burned it. Think about that. It's utterly preposterous. They fired an RPG at a woman in a car at point blank range. Wouldn't that also blow them up too? And they did all this with IDF helicopters bearing down on them. It's an impossibly absurd scenario. But the Tapper, it's conclusive proof. Tapper finds that not just credible, but credible enough to call another news outlet fake news and terror propaganda. It's one thing for Jake to never correct his now debunked reporting. It's another entirely to call us terror propaganda merely for honestly reporting on these claims. I assume he's just salty that the Free Press scooped him on the story of the century, Mamdani's wife's Instagram likes, but not too late to host a segment on her. Yeah, Tapper also routinely shares posts. The fact that Jake Tapper is out here signal boosting a never not lying baboon like E.L. Jacoby should be a genuine scandal, but between him and Dana Fash, laundering pro-Israel propaganda is pretty much all CNN cable news exists to do at this point. Which stated, Hassan Piker, star of Amazon's Twitch, says the attack sure looks like a perfect false flag. Tapper pretty routinely shares posts from E.L. Jacoby, whose entire existence revolves around monetizing flagrant lies and baiting rage interactions. Jake Tapper also had Stop Anti-Semitism's Leora Reznichenko on his show as an expert/commentator, even though Stop Anti-Semitism regularly posts fake and wrong information they refuse to correct. It's also a doxing operation. It's insane. No one with 3.5 fucking brain cells, regardless of how much they love Israel, would ever take Stop Anti-Semitism seriously. Jake Tapper does. One must ask the question, why? Because Jake Tapper is a propagandist. Jake Tapper absolutely fucking loves the state of Israel and will lie at the behest of the state of Israel. It's that simple, okay? That's it. And he knows that we know this about him, and he fucking hates it. He can't openly talk about it. He can't openly, defend his position in most circumstances. You are vindicated. Remember when you had Ryan Grimm on and he was defending Tapper, but you were shitting on him? Yes, of course. Jake Tapper is an opportunist. He's a grifter. He has his own personal convictions on the state of Israel, and he will defend the state of Israel this way. I think it's disastrous for the state of mainstream journalism and mainstream reporting in this country that Jake Tapper is one of the most known names in American news right now, especially on an issue that is unimaginably unpopular in the eyes of many because they know the truth. The cat's out of the bag. The toothpaste is out of the tube. You cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube. Jake Tapper tries and actually destroys what remains of the credibility of CNN. Of course, nothing will ever happen to him, especially after the Ellison takeover. He will probably be elevated into a higher position of prominence. What that will do to the credibility of CNN that's already diminished year after year after year, who knows? Jake Tapper is also a massive Islamophobe, but I'm not even going to get into that part. But it's that if you're wondering like why Jake Tapper does this crazy reporting in air quotes, this is why. Here's Matt Duss. The dramatic decline in U.S. public support for Israel is all the more remarkable when you consider that mainstream U.S. news is still dominated by pro-Israel propaganda. Americans are rightly tuning this stuff out. It doesn't reflect the reality they can see for themselves. Yeah. Jake Tapper was going to do a Zohran Mamdani's wife's Instagram-like segment, but it was actually bumped so that he could do this segment with the Israeli agent Emily Schrader instead. It's always projection, too, when they say, like, we're doing state propaganda, like we're doing terrorism propaganda. I'm an agent of CCP. It's fucking bullshit. I have my opinions. I have my criticisms. Okay? I'm pretty open about all of that. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay? Same with the IRGC. I'm doing IRGC propaganda. Like, yeah, dude, totally. I have a very open ideological position here. I'm an anti-imperialist. I'm an anti-fascist. I'm anti-Zionist. Okay? It's not a secret. Cat's out of the fucking bag for that one, too. I have been this way for the last 12 fucking years of my professional media career. I've been saying these things for years and years and years. Okay? It's not a secret. If my worldview sometimes makes it seem as though I'm defending the IRGC or the Ayatollah, that's your fault. That is your failure to understand the nuanced position that I hold on this stuff. So you're anti-Semitic and homophobic? Got it. Exactly. Yes, I'm also anti-gamer. Anyway, yes, Jake Tapper has called me a misogynist in the past because I called everyone at CNN the C word. Anyway. Netanyahu doesn't want you to see how Iran's powerful armed forces are punishing Israel for its aggression. Here's what our men and women on the ground report. Utter destruction caused by our missiles, panicked leaders, and air defenses in disarray. And we're just getting started. France 24. The army has banned live broadcasts of the Israeli skyline when alarms have been sounded to warn of incoming missiles or drones. Images of air defenses intercepting incoming missiles had been a major part of the coverage at the start of the war and was a feature in the coverage of the June 2025 war between Israel and Iran. However, this is now forbidden. The Army has also banned filming impacts at or near security sites, although it does allow coverage of civilian damage as long as the exact locations are withheld. The reason why they're doing that is because they're losing the messaging war as well, and they're losing the messaging war internally as well. Ezra Klein priorities. Behold the intellectual might of the conservative legal movement. I asked a former Trump official to justify this war. Oh, there's a clip. Let's see this fucking clip. If you're getting cooked by Ezra Klein, it's over for you, by the way. You should just fucking pack it up. You know what I mean? If there's a guy who is a pliant, willing, able to like hear out the other side's position, it's fucking Ezra Klein. If you can't even get Ezra Klein, it's not Isaac Chotiner. You know what I mean? It's Ezra fucking Klein. He is the most like understanding, amicable person you can talk to about anything, really.
The president can make a case directly to the American people, and Congress's role is the power of the purse.
So the case for Congress is once we have gone to war, if they don't like it, they can remove the money.
Congress does not have a constitutional role in the declaration of war. Congress has a role in cutting off funds for wars, which it has threatened to do. The president doesn't have to get permission, but yes, you can debate, you can decide, that's his choice and how he wants to do it.
I mean, here I will quote the Constitution: the Congress shall have power to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules.
That is insane. It's like saying the Constitution doesn't protect free speech and free assembly. Like, that's literally one of the major powers of the Constitution. It's like saying the power of the like you might as well diminish the power of the purse as well, right? Like, that's the thing that Congress has the power to do.
Concerning captures on land and water.
I think
the president shall be the commander in chief of the army, but it is Congress that has the power to declare war.
So constitutionally, the Constitution says Congress has the power to declare war, but the issue is whether or not a president who deploys military force abroad needs to do so only after having Congress declare war.
Perfect example of postmodern conservatism. Yes, all conservatism, every matter of like literal interpretations of the Constitution, every type of conservative argument around the constitutional powers, unironically, is totally like originalists are totally fucking postmodernists. Okay, they love dancing around and trying to reinterpret like very clearly defined rules. That's all it is. That's why I say, like, in terms of constitutional law, I think the interpretation argument, like the originalist argument, is literally just an intellectual patina slapped on top of whatever the most reactionary position is that suits the purpose of the reactionary movement in that time frame. That's it. They just want to be able to make it seem like there's an intellectual argument so they can still fucking go to the same cocktail parties while simultaneously being outward fascist. That's all it is. No, bro. What? Bro, what? Excuse me. What, bro? No, bro. What? Deployment is not the same as declaration. Therefore, I'm correct. The lady, yeah, it's fucking insane. Okay, so if we deploy without declare, it's not a war. It's like Vladimir Putin's special military operation, you know? The argument that supposed constitutional conservatives would have you believe is that declaring war is basically an act that has nothing to do with sending federal government military forces to go fight other countries' armies in battle, but rather some undefined other thing. It's so fucking stupid. it's all a semantics game for these fucking clowns. It doesn't matter. It's not even a real conversation. It's like having to deal with anti-Semites, okay? What's that famous Sartre quote where it's like an anti-Semite knows they're lying. When you engage an anti-Semite, they know they're fucking lying. It's the very act of you engaging with them is why they're doing it. You know what I mean? It's just to have breathing room for their lies. That's the whole point. And this is precisely what the same method is. It's just basically moving the conversation and occupying space, like just having some space to say those words out loud. You know that you have no you have no room. You have no real legal argument. Yeah, you're the only one that needs words. The anti-Semite gets to play. It's exactly the same thing. Yeah. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. You know that your opposition is lying. Like, you know that you have no legal argument whatsoever, but you just play that role anyway. You're like, yeah, well, here's why it's different. You're just wasting time. It's not really a war until boots are on the ground, unfortunately. Sorry, not sorry. Them's the facts. Yeah, that's bullshit. And that's a total and utter cope. And it's precisely the reason why every American president has been able to fucking wage wars while claiming that they're not real wars at all, like bombing Yemen and shit. Good rebuttal. Okay, chatter. China nukes this fucking country. Do you think we're in war with China? Pearl Harbor wasn't a war? Yes, that's a nuke. Great rebuttal from you. Oh my God, what a fucking idiot. Yeah, Pearl Harbor is technically not the start of a war. It's not really comparable. Why? Why is it not really comparable? Why? Let me tell you why it's not really comparable. Because as a dumb fuck, Amerifat, you can't contend with a large military force ever fucking with you on the home front. That's why it's not comparable, because it escapes your imagination. This is like 90% of why Americans are so jingoistic. Americans are so fucking chauvinist when it comes to waging war everywhere. He has to be trolling? No, he's basically living out the Sartre quote, okay? By saying buzzword, buzzword, buzzword. He's too stupid to actually engage with me, so he has to just like keep occupying space, okay? That's it. And then he will turn around and go, I was just pretending to be mentally deficient. Haha, I got you. I raged you. I rage baited you. You did, man. Now 41,164 people think you're a fucking moron. You thought you were pronouncing the word comparable wrong? Oh.
Relentless attacks this morning on and from Iran. While President Trump is saying the country has been brought to its knees, Iran is still firing, targeting oil-rich Gulf states to drive up gas prices to create economic pressure to stop the war. With new strikes overnight on Bahrain, this drone hitting a high-rise in Kuwait, an explosion at the UAE's consulate in northern Iraq, and firing barrages of missiles at Israel.
Reis Türkçe biliyor musun? Hayır, bilmiyorum. Türkçe konuşmayı bilmiyorum kardeş.
Prime Minister Netanyahu overnight appealed once again to Iranians to rise up and cast off the yoke of tyranny.
Thank you for the 10.
But so far in Iran, the only people allowed to rally in the streets are government supporters celebrating the selection of Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei as the new supreme leader, replacing his father.
Why would Iran stop when they profit from the high oil price? What are you fucking talking about? You think it's great that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and they're getting bombed into fucking oblivion right now? The only reason why they're not stopping currently is not because there's some economic advantage to being bombed by America and Israel that can just destroy Iran with impunity. The only reason why they're not stopping is because They want to create an effective deterrent by showcasing their military capabilities. That's the reason why they're not fucking stopping. They have realized after years and years of trying to negotiate with the fucking Americans that the only way to stop them is military deterrence. Something that we all knew already, something that I have said over and over again throughout the entire genocide in Gaza. If you recall my coverage at the time, I kept repeating that there was a red line that was declared by the Axis of Resistance. Okay? There was a red line that was passed by Israel when Israel invaded Gaza. Okay? Iran let that slide. And then they lost their entire resistance network, not their entire resistance network, but most of their resistance network because of that reason. I get it, but I mean, when they keep it closed, they could make the world economy suffer from high oil price. Yes, that is the effective deterrence. That's a part of the deterrence. It's through capital. Okay? Yes, it's by harming profit centers. That's the only thing that a lot of these Western leaders care about, being servants of capital. So Iran's goal here is to use capitalism against them. They understand that reality. They're willing to eat the fucking price for the time being. They're clearly suffering economically as well, because then they can't actually send their oil tankers through either. But they're willing to incur that cost as long as they can set up a military deterrence. Why? Because if they can set up a military deterrence, they can survive. They can avoid complete collapse of the state. This is why I have said over and over again, once America and Israel bombed Iran, it was over. There's no more talk about like the Iranian, the IRGC's like repression amongst the population and the ways in which they've like dealt with protesters in the past, like very violently. None of that fucking matters, because the only thing that the Iranian population could hope for is that Iran holds through. The current government as it stands, the repressive government as it stands, holds through. Okay? That's it. The goal here, the hope here for the Iranian population is that the IRGC is capable of setting a significant military deterrence, so significant that America has to cut Israel out of the deal, okay? Cut Israel out of the fucking deal, and then directly deal with Iran and say, all right, we're pulling out. We're de-escalating.
In Israel on the first day of the war. No signs of the anti-government uprising President Trump has also called for. But outside the country, the Iranian...
Like, this is the worst type of... Like, you're so desperate to lean into propaganda where you're like, oh, well, 7 out of, like, the 30 Iranian 30 in the soccer team was able to take, like, a refugee status from Australia. It's just like, this is the best propaganda you got. You're fucked.
The women's soccer team caught the world's attention by refusing to sing Iran's national anthem at a match in Australia. Iranian state TV branded them traitors. On the team bus, they were seen flashing the universal sign for help. Crowds chanting, "Save our girls." Australia granted asylum to 5 team members who escaped. Others are returning to Iran, worried their families could face repercussions. And this morning...
Bro, we do this with North Korea too, by the way. It's the same shit with like DPRK. It's always the same. And then we're like, oh, well, their family members are going to get fucking killed.
Supporters tried to stop them from reaching the airport. But in Lebanon, no help is being offered. Only more attacks that continue to escalate. Israel and Hezbollah are trading fire, killing hundreds so far and displacing 500,000 people, nearly 10% of the country's population. Iran's Attorney General this morning said that the returning members of Iran's women's soccer team have nothing...
I'm sorry, doing this when your capital's being bombed is insane. I have zero sympathy for those traitors. Really? Would you want them to go and fucking die under American and Israeli bombs? Get the fuck out of here. You've never had to sacrifice anything in your life. You have no understanding of how this shit works. There could be a million different reasons as to why they took that decision. But the most obvious one would be to not die under American and Israeli bombs, for example. Okay? It's crazy. Come on, guys.
Thing to worry about, that the government understands the circumstances and that they will be welcomed home. Hoda?
All right, Richard Engelforce there in Tel Aviv. Richard, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC or take Today when you're on the
A war that spread to multiple countries, thousands of targets hit, but now the focus is on one tiny 24-mile stretch of water, the Strait of Hormuz, and the giant implications it has for the global economy.
What the fuck?
Iran is saying, expel Israeli American ambassadors, you can use the straits. Donald Trump says that ships should just show a bit of guts and go through it.
I love that. I love that Trump's position. I love that Trump's fucking position here is just die. He's like he's telling the oil tanker, the tankers to just like eat some bullets. Why? So I don't look bad. Insanity.
Well, we've been charting the ships that have been doing just that, the surprising tactics they're using and who Iran is letting through. Before the war, this was a super highway for cargo and oil tankers.
Mein Führer, Iran has almost 10,000 naval mines. There are over 100,000 ships in the global merchant fleet. If we send ships through the strait at a steady pace, it will clear eventually. It's a mathematical certainty. Yeah, think about all the wonderful new jobs that will be created for the ship manufacturing industry, you know? Yeah, this was the other one that this was really funny. Hey, I know you're a purely mercenary businessman, only really concerned with your bottom line, but I'm going to need you to go ahead and stand directly in the path of an anti-ship cruise missile and get obliterated into nothing to achieve a political goal so ambiguous it's impossible for me to even articulate what it is. I love this one. Yeah. Like it's one thing to demand that American sons and daughters go and stand under Iranian ballistic missiles, okay, at the behest of Israel. It's an entirely separate thing to demand oil barons send their fucking workers in the vicinity of Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles. It's psychotic. Like, why would they do that? Why the fuck would they do that? Are you going and standing in the vicinity of Iranian munitions? No. And there's also not even like a real decipherable reason. For many, is just wait it out. Wait it out until America eats too much fucking dick. So they try to find a reasonable negotiation, a reasonable conclusion to the matter. That's literally the calculation for these guys. Why would they fucking, why would they risk their lives? And more importantly than lives, why would they risk their assets? Oh my God, I can't even talk. Assets. So that Donald Trump can score a point. Trump needs to call Oman and tell them to please arrange a meeting with the Iranians. That's the only situation. Yes. The chillest guys around. Wait, Danny Dunham was on with Jeffrey Sachs? No way. Oh, I might watch this. I know I don't normally watch Piers Morgan, but Jeffrey Sachs is my GOAT.
On Uncensored, but particularly after the last week or so. Just first of all, your overview about this war, which nobody wants to call a war, and where we are 9-10 days into it.
It's a war, and thousands are being killed. Israel and the United States are carpet bombing Tehran, and there's lots of death. Schoolgirls being killed, a bloodbath underway. At the same time, the world economy is about to go into one of the biggest crises in the modern period, driven by the complete collapse of oil supplies coming from this region, a predictable consequence of the Israeli-U.S. aggression. So this is a calamity. This was a war of choice. Benjamin Netanyahu told us in a tweet last week, this fulfills a dream of 40 years. This is a war not caused only by Israel. This is a joint Israel-U.S. madness. The U.S. wants to
I've reached out to Jeffrey Sachs to have him on the broadcast, by the way, for those of you who are wondering.
Rule the world, and Israel wants to rule its region, the Middle East, and they partner together. So it's not really right to say that Israel determined this or the U.S. determined this. This is a partnership. It was interesting that you had Tony Blinken on just a moment ago. He partnered in the genocide in Gaza. It was the same with his administration, a U.S.-Israel partnership that goes back decades.
Is his love for Sachs real or is he memeing? I think he's great. You know, his past crimes against humanity, asset stripping the USSR aside, and demonstrating one of the most vulturous aspects of vulture capital. He is his like current. Yes, he is the neoliberal shock therapy post USSR guy. Yes. But his current analysis is so fucking reliable. All right.
It has created a disaster around the Middle East.
I believe he's also straight up apologized for it and talked about it and talked about what his ambitions were in the process. I mean, maybe it's a little bit ass covering, but like, you know, it doesn't matter what he has done. You really need to watch his hour-long take on the USSR. He seemed like he was played from his POV and didn't accept that the U.S. was exploiting the USSR. You need to stop saying who are you reaching out to. Schizos will inundate their correspondence with harassment. Yeah, but Jeffrey Sachs is smart enough not to fucking eat that bait.
Absolute.
He goes on like Tucker Carlson and shit.
Disaster
Come on.
From Libya to Iran, with many countries desolate and destroyed in between. And it now will create a disaster.
You're not
for
wrong,
the
though.
whole
People do that
world.
all the time. That's what they did with like John Kiriakou as well.
I know you're going to have Ambassador Danny Dunn on after me. He represents, in my view, a government that is doing more damage to the world and to humanity than any other government. He doesn't like my saying that, but that is actually the point, together with his partner, the United States. Both of them are rogue nations led by megalomaniacs creating havoc for the world completely unnecessarily.
Well, you actually confronted Danny Danon at the UN. Let's take a look.
You are doing terror. You are doing terror propaganda. You are doing children's drawings of terror. Israel number one. Israel number one. Ah, fuck you, Jeffrey Sachs. I can't say your last name. Jeffrey Sachs.
And doing Master and Auschwitz, those are your two ideas. Very clever. And you can join suicide. Suicide. You're welcome. No, it's suicide. You're welcome to support Iran destroying Hamas and Hezbollah. You can fly there if you want.
Yes.
Well, it was an extraordinary encounter. What were you actually saying to him?
I was saying that Israel is committing suicide because it is destroying any remnant of sympathy or empathy in the United States and all over the world. So I said that suicide was tragic. We have polls, Pierce, that show that for decades, U.S. sympathy ran 60 to 70% for Israel, 15% for Palestine. Now they run 41% for Palestine, 36% for Israel. In other words, the American public is on the side of Palestine, and that's going to grow dramatically. What's going to happen, whether Mr. Dannon or his colleagues like it or not, the world is going into a profound economic crisis in the coming weeks and months. And this is Israel's choice. Israel set this off together with the United States. The world will pay a fearsome price for this delusion. And
oh my God. Yes, dude. Yes, he did shock doctrine. Jesus Christ. Let it go, man. Let it go. Let it go. What do you want? Is his current analysis right or not? Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, you're getting mad at him like you were there. Okay. You were getting mad at him like you have, like, be fucking normal. Let it go when it fits you. Yeah, because clearly it's not indicative of his current analysis. God damn.
people will know where this came from. It's very, very sad. Very sad. It's suicidal for Israel.
Is there age hits you is receding very quickly, which is unsurprising given the.
Holy shit, your chatter. Holy, you have chatters that are annoying. Yes, yes. This is like one of the most annoying aspects of being a fucking leftist. Like, this is woke 1.0 in some respects as well. It's just like, yeah. Ross Barkin, hard to think of a movement that has lost more steam so quickly than the pro-Israel side in the U.S. Absolutely dominated politics. Absolutely dominated politics here for the last 40 years. If you said occupation in 2017 or something, they'd cancel you hard. Now Gavin Newsom's calling Israel an apartheid state. I did respond to this, though. I said Gavin's senior staff got storm warnings from JPAC and other Jewish groups yesterday. And yesterday, DMFI released a statement commending Gav's new statement about critiquing the current government while reaffirming his commitment to Israel. They lost the public, but still successfully whipped politicians. Which is still true. And that's like a very important aspect of like the power the lobby still holds. Yeah, also leftists being fucking insufferable and being extremely annoying online, even if you're correct, okay, doesn't actually help you win an argument, doesn't actually help you convince people. Please think about it. Think about Israel's propaganda apparatus. Think about Israel's propaganda apparatus. A big part of the reason why a lot of people decided, fuck Israel, I'm done with this shit, is because Israel was incredibly fucking arrogant and incredibly fucking annoying. You always have to avoid coming across like that. Okay? You cannot come across like an annoying fucking woke scold.
The overwhelming superiority, of course, of the American military coupled with the Israeli military. But is there a moment in here where if all their military firepower is pretty well taken out, that the regime begins to collapse from within?
Look, I'm not able to answer any definitive military judgment, but the people who are opining on this around the world believe that that is not the case, that Iran has held together and will continue to hold together, has vast arsenals of missiles and drones, and we'll see, because this war is not ending.
I disagree. Arrogance and rudeness, if used well, can be educational. Oh, people defending being fucking annoying, like as a weapon to wield during propaganda.
In the next few days, an Israeli general.
It's not your job to make people agree with you. It's your job to present the information and give them the room to make their own decisions. No, it is your job to make people agree with you. It is. Shut the fuck up. Nazis do this every day. They try to be as agreeable as possible. Some of you guys are fucking stupid.
Themselves have said publicly this could go on into the fall, and the American public is being prepared for a long war. So even the progenitors of this war are not claiming that this is about to be won. I don't hear that from anybody. I don't see it in the markets either, in the soaring oil prices. I don't see it in the behavior of the energy producers, suppliers, and shippers. I don't see it in the shutdown of production in Qatar on its gas and Iraq on its oil, and the destruction of oil fields. I see a calamity building and a lot of blood flowing. It's a kind of mass murder of civilians by Israel and the United States. This is shocking, actually. We should keep it in mind. This is not targeted bombing. This is carpet bombing Tehran. And I've been speaking on the phone with absolutely desperate people in Tehran in the last 48 hours, and it's carpet bombing. And they're killing indiscriminately. So this is a disaster that is not likely to go away. No one's claiming in Israel or the U.S. that it's likely to go away. And the consequences for the world will be utterly awful. And Piers, we have a lot of Americans, we have a very particular society. We have a lot of Americans who are saying, move on. This is Armageddon coming. This is the promised end of the world. We are hearing lots of reports about this being preached in the military. We're seeing a lot of people who believe that the worse it gets, the closer we are to the second coming of Jesus Christ. And that's a motivating factor in the United States, I have to tell you. It's a significant part of Mr. Trump's base. And so bad news is not necessarily deterrence. It may just mean escalation to Armageddon. It is a grim situation that we're in. We've not seen anything.
Oh, they don't debate? It's just Danny Dunham afterwards? I wish they fucking duked it out.
Like it, actually, since World War II. This is even beyond the Iraq War. They then had, I won't say the dignity, but they then had the impulse to hide the motivations. Here, there is no impulse to hide the motivations. It's just complete kill anybody and kill everybody and overturn this society of 100 million people and an ancient society of 5,000 years. So it's dreadful.
Professor Jeffrey Sachs, I've interviewed you many times. I don't think I've ever heard you speaking with such raw emotion, but I appreciate you coming back.
We're heading to World War III, and we're being led by...
I agree. We're being led by a death cult, okay? A psychotic, bloodthirsty death cult that is hell-bent on destruction.
Extraordinarily violent governments in Israel and the United States. And you'll hear a great defense in a moment by a skilled Israeli diplomat. But what they are doing to the world is absolutely unforgivable, and it will be recognized as such. And it's a tragedy. That's why I didn't use the word homicide when I talked to Mr. Dan, and I used the word suicide, because what Israel is doing is committing suicide.
It's true. Norm's take on who we're being led by?
The person currently occupying the Oval Office is an ape. He's an ape. He looks like an ape. He talks like an ape. His syntactical structures, to use a phrase from Professor Chomsky's magnum opus, his syntactical structures are of an ape. He is not the...
Maybe not the best guy to bring up. You know what I mean? Just saying. Professor Chomsky, to use a syntactical... Norm doesn't have an internet, literally does not have. He does not have a computer. Norm Finkelstein does not have an internet, does not have an internet connection. Norm Finkelstein does not have a computer. Norm Finkelstein doesn't even have a smartphone. The only thing he has is a fucking landline.
Missing link. No, that would be an insult to the missing link. He's an ape. The person.
Norm probably doesn't even know about the Epstein-Chomsky stuff. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's crazy. What is he using right now? I don't know, but he literally does not have a smartphone. He does not have an internet connection. He has a regular like a Motorola Razr phone, I think, or like a flip phone or something. He knows and he defended it. No, stop. No. It's fine. It's fine. Shh. Shh. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He's just, shh, don't even tell me. I was better off not knowing. Zionists and Christian Zionists in particular have spent the past several decades promoting mass hysteria about Islam and Muslims. With the clash of civilizations as their Bible, they have done everything within their power to present not only Islam, but every Muslim as an imminent threat to peace, security, and civilization itself. Yet their conduct during the war against Iran should remove any remaining doubt that, more than any other group active in the world today, Christian Zionists constitute a bloodthirsty death cult addicted to promoting war, violence, and murder by their Israeli deities. Christian Zionists openly relish the prospect of Armageddon and are doing everything within their power to hasten the apocalypse. The end of the world is literally their strategic objective. No other group I am aware of shares this purpose. Yeah, even, yes, I said vor, shut up, instead of war. Okay, I am Persian. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. War. You are doing war, Donald. Fuck you. World War III. You are doing World War III, Donald Trump. Professor Chomsky, stop. Stop. I'm not going to read Norm on Chomsky or a defense of Chomsky's. Stop. Stop sending it to me. I don't want to see it. It's like fucking people that are like, oh, have you seen what Norm had to say about trans people? No, I don't care. Don't fucking bring that up, okay? Channel 12 Hebrew from a short while ago. Don't Farsi and Turkish share like 50% of the language? Yes, that's why I can do a fucking mean-ass Farsi, Persian accent.
When the shooting started, though, it came to a standstill. And that was before the Iranians even declared they had closed the straits. They stopped going there because of the danger, and this shows why. United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations has tracked direct strikes and attacks on ships in the Straits. At its smallest point, this is only just wider than the Strait of Dover, so there are not many places to hide. And this up here is the risk they run, a US crude oil tanker. It wasn't carrying any cargo, and according to the company, it had a contract with Iraq State Oil Marketer. It was heading to an Iraqi terminal. An unmanned surface vessel, a USV, basically a drone ship, appears to strike it while it was moored in the North Persian Gulf, and this is the aftermath of that. Now, despite all of that, though, we've identified ships that have made the dangerous journey. It is not a lot, especially compared to what came before. You can see that over here. Ever since the war started, there have been just 13. And these are mainly Iranian and Chinese-owned ships, the countries most represented, and that is what you would expect. Iran isn't going to stop its own ships, and China has a close relationship. But this new data provided by Lloyd's List shows that most of the tankers being allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz since the war broke out, 8 out of 13, are from the so-called shadow fleet here in green. These are ships with opaque ownership, and they turn their identification off to avoid detection. And Lloyd's believe the number is likely to be even higher. We'll get into why that is in a moment. Because it isn't just banned shadow fleet ships that are getting through. We've also identified some from the UAE, from Germany, and from Greece. This is one, the Parallel, that threaded the needle, an oil and chemicals tanker that transited through the Strait of Hormuz on the 7th of March. It had its identification turned on throughout. It has links to India and the UAE as well. But others are using different tactics, turning their transponders off during the transit, making them more difficult to track. This shows one ship, the Rosanna here, not part of the shadow fleet. The dotted line is where it isn't broadcasting its identity, presumably to avoid being targeted. Now, it's gone dark between 1:02 p.m. on the 8th of March and just after 10 p.m. on the same day, while it was braving the strait. Some ships are using different tactics though. Transponders can also declare a ship's destination. We found that several ships are changing their destination to say things like China owner and all crew over here. Effectively, this ship is saying as loudly as possible, this is a Chinese boat, let us through. We weren't able to independently verify the national.
Scroll up, someone says something about you and their friend in Chicago and something about ICE. Wait, what? What happened?
Nationalities of crew members aboard these ships. But this is just a small group of thousands of ships that have been redirected from the Strait of Hormuz or are stuck waiting. Shipping giants like MSC and Maersk are being effective. Both have suspended routes through the Middle East. This shows tracking data from the 2nd of March showing Maersk Cincinnati, a container ship over here, and effectively.
While you were in Chicago, my friend Sundus Nakwi, a U.S.-born in Evanston, Illinois, was illegally detained by ICE DHS for 3 days at O'Hare with no contact to us or family. Dropped her in Wisconsin with dead phone. They lied to us continuously that she was in custody. Please elevate the story. Kat Abugzaleh is running to represent Sunny's district. I know you recently had her on. The passenger's claims are blatantly false. Sunny Nakwi arrived at O'Hare at 10:21 a.m. on March 5th, 2026. CBP officers referred to her to the secondary for additional inspection based on law enforcement checks and conducted a baggage exam. Ms. Nakwi departed CBP within 90 minutes of her arrival to the United States. Ms. Nakwi was not taken into custody and transferred to ICE for detention. Wait, what? So what the fuck is the DHS lying about? They're just... They're saying that she's saying that the Department of Homeland Security actually put her somewhere else. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this situation, for the record. I don't know. DHS says they detained her for 90 minutes only, which already is probably ridiculous. She's an American citizen. And she's claiming that they actually dropped her off in Wisconsin. She's been freed now. ICE says they don't have her, but she's in their custody still. Is she still in ICE custody or is she not? They transported her to 2 different facilities. Her family tracked her using her phone. What the fuck? Update from Kevin Morrison. Sonny Pakvi, who CBP said they never detained Thursday and Friday, appears to have been transferred to Wisconsin according to her phone location. What the fuck? Nakvi, not Pakvi. Why is chat saying fuck Cat? Because Cat had a really bad answer on like the China situation, and a lot of chat has no way of interpreting that as anything but militancy, not realizing that, like, you know, I mean, she comes across as a China hawk, and yeah, Mike is very upset about it. So of course everyone else that listens to Mike from Pennsylvania is very upset about it as well. I haven't really looked into anything else that she has said, but even when I talk to her, like she wants to maintain like the moral high ground in this conversation, and I don't think it's a good policy at all. Yes, the cat that came on stream. She does not have like a. She does not have a good position on China. I mean, do with that information what you will. If you think that this implies that she's CIA and very bad across the board, then that's your assessment. If you still think that she is far more progressive than Daniel Biss, who has actively sought out AIPAC until he realized that AIPAC was going to be bad for his brand, then it is what it is. It's one position out of many, but it's certainly one that I do not agree with at all. But yes, this chat immediately jumps on. I mean, this is the same as like Graham Plattner too. Like this is the same principle. It's just like, even if you have one position that's like insane and totally ridiculous, like ZOHRAN with Cuba, like calling the Cuban leadership dictatorship and a tyrant, calling the Venezuelan leadership dictatorship and a tyrant. Like that was fucking abysmal. That was an abysmal statement. Am I not going to support fucking ZOHRAN? It's ridiculous. And it's crazy because like everyone then turns around and they're like, well, there's a better candidate out there, and that candidate doesn't have any viability. Even Kat doesn't have any viability. I think at the end of the day, our support for Kat or anyone else is not going to work. So, you know, do with that information what you will. Plattner is nothing like Kat. What the fuck? What are you talking about? Graham Plattner served in the Marine Corps. And on top of that, literally went into mercenary protective detail for ambassadors under a company that rebranded from Blackwater as recently as like Trump won, and had a fucking Nazi tattoo. I can overlook those things because I think Graham Plattner is the most viable option. I want the most, friendship with Mayor Mamdani ended. Now Mayor Johnson is my best friend. Exactly, it's true. I want the most left, like the most leftist person with electoral viability to win their elections. That's my principle. Okay? How the fuck can you overlook him being a fucking war criminal? Because I love American imperialism. I haven't heard her full defense of it either. Honey, honestly, you're being way too trivial and cat here. We should punish people running to the right of Tom Cotton on China. Okay, then don't vote for her. Like, that's my point. My point is, okay, then vote for Daniel Biss. Like, I don't know. I don't give a shit. Yeah, he has a better position on China. If that's your singular focus, or if you think that that's indicative of like her broader worldview on foreign policy, then, you know, don't vote for her. Do you see what I mean? There's a DSA candidate. Yeah, I think it's the DSA didn't endorse her. They endorsed the other candidate. I haven't looked into her positions at all. It's a Bushra, I think her name is. But like, if you think with 7 days out from the election that like we are going to be able to put our weight behind another candidate that is going to somehow secure this victory against Daniel Biss, you're fucking utterly delusional. She's polling at 4%. Even Kat doesn't have a very good shot at winning at this stage, you know? Daniel Biss has secured pivotal endorsements, okay? The biggest difference between, like, I've been tracking the Graham Plattner stuff. I've been tracking the Graham Plattner stuff fairly closely to develop a better understanding of, like, how a candidate can cut through the noise. And one of the things I found is that you have to be early and you have to be everywhere, okay? Like, that was the reason why, regardless of all the fucking attacks against Graham Plattner's positions or Graham Plattner's background, he was able to cut through that noise by doing like these massive wall-to-wall rallies all across the fucking state. Okay? He was able to make a name for himself like that. So anyway. All her foreign policy positions beside Palestine, her State Department coded in her refusal to can 2 pro-Zionist major staffers of this fiasco. No, she canned the first one, and this person was hired by the first one, ironically enough. Anyway, you don't know all the details. It doesn't matter. You just look at her policies. If you don't like her policies on Taiwan, if you think that that's like a red line for you, then it is what it is.
It's about to do a U-turn at the entrance to the Gulf of Oman, and it doesn't look back. It was still heading away from the area on the 4th of March. Sky News filmed footage from the UAE, a port there, on the same day, showing multiple tankers in the area. So ships...
Damn, she doesn't even have Bernie supporting her. Yeah, Bernie Sanders has been a little bit slow on the response, in my opinion. He's been way more... like, there are a bunch of candidates that I have interviewed on this broadcast that I really like, that I think have actual viability and actual political education, really solid fucking positions, really reliable positions, and an understanding of how to play ball and an understanding of how to like accomplish an agenda. Okay. And they haven't been endorsed by Bernie Sanders either. Or, for example, when you look at Nuda Alam in North Carolina, there are some congressional setbacks from, for example, AOC not endorsing Nida Alam because while Bernie Sanders did endorse Nida Alam, AOC did not. The reason why AOC did not is because AOC is in Congress and the Congressional Democratic Party in the House of Representatives refuses to endorse primary challengers, which is ironic for AOC because AOC was a primary challenger, right? And they're all playing ball within the caucuses. So when the Congressional Progressive Caucus, for example, endorses against the primary challenger, even though there's a significantly more progressive person, understand that like probably holds a little bit of weight with all these other groups, okay? But it should not cause you to think that that person is progressive at all, okay? Also, AOC supported ZOHRAN, which contributed to win. Yes, ZOHRAN was a mayor. AOC is a House of representative. AOC is a representative. AOC does not endorse non-incumbent candidates. If there's an incumbent that is a Democrat, AOC doesn't endorse against them. No one in Congress does. For the record, I disagree with that policy. I think it's stupid. I don't think it's a smart policy at all. I wish that it didn't exist, but that's the reason why they're usually shy about it.
In politics rather than just making a bunch of promises and talking like Gavin Newsom. Also from March 18th till election day in November, like you said, this is a very democratic.
Okay, what am I doing right now? What the fuck am I doing? All right, we're back to monitoring the situation. I can't believe this.
Idling. Cargo is not arriving. Donald Trump might have said the war is very complete, pretty much, but until they get moving en masse again, the economic costs will continue to mount. Unless, of course, Iran thinks you're on its side, in which case it looks like it's prepared to help your cargo get through.
Officially, this ship is registered in the Marshall Islands in the Pacific, but the KSL Hengyang is one of the few cargo vessels that's managed to transit through the Strait of Hormuz without incident. How did it do it without coming under fire from Iran? Considering that the number of ships passing through the 212-kilometer strait has dropped from an average of over 130 a day before the war to just a handful of ships a day. Was the cargo ship just lucky? Or is there a diplomatic and financial aspect to its and others' safe passage? Why were they exempt from the threats of the regime?
If vessels want to pass through
China
the strait, they need to know that our Revolutionary Guard and the army will set their ships on fire.
At least 9 vessels could be seen at the entry point of the strait, originally registered in nations like Panama, Liberia, and Kuwait, all put forth ties to China in their identification records, be it ownership, destination, or crew.
It happens that the ownership or the destination is changed for that period of time. Or there are messages sent that it's a Chinese-owned vessel.
The KLS Hengyang is a prime example of such timely changes. Officially, it carries the flag of the Marshall Islands, but when it left Saudi Arabia on March 4th, its automatic identity and tracking system, which is sent out to surrounding vessels, said it was Chinese-owned, with a Chinese crew. And that night, it passed safely through the strait. International relations analysts believe a deal's been made between Beijing and Tehran.
The compensation is that China supplies Iran with things the regime needs. For example, military infrastructure, intelligence, radars, etc. China is giving things to Iran, and in exchange, it gets petrol.
According to the AFP...
Bro, what? Like, why are you complaining? Why are you complaining? Shouldn't you be excited that China is allowing vessels safe passage in this trying time? These motherfuckers are mad that, like, China is trade maxing all the goddamn time. Even in a moment like this, they're like, nope, don't like it. Making deals with China is bad because China is bad. It's like, bro, don't you want the fucking trade? Do you want the energy or do you not? Will you talk about Chechnya? Oh my fucking God. The Council on Foreign Relations doesn't even talk about pivoting to Asia anymore. They just look at you like this. Yeah. Yeah, what happened to that fucking Asia pivot, dude? Nope.
Democratic.
Oh, fuck. I accidentally clicked on the cat.
At least 2 Turkish ships have also gotten through by announcing that their crews are Muslim.
Thad's pivoting right now? That's what you mean? Yeah. Well, considering the Iranian capabilities here, all that's doing is you're just feeding Thad batteries into the great Thad battery eviscerator, okay? You're literally, oh great. We're gonna deploy all the fucking Korean Thads into the region so that the Iranian missiles can eat away at their stockpile. Great. Reading Korean media, and there's great fear that the removal of THAAD will precipitate another diplomatic crisis with China if they're ever redeployed. In 2016, the initial deployment caused a serious crisis, and they anticipate another may happen if we try to return it. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. It's pee-pee poof, by the way. It's over. Yeah, good luck. Also, I don't think a lot of people understand that the bargaining power that China now has over Taiwan is endless. Okay? Like, for example, America has talked about sending even more weapons to Taiwan. Okay? America's talked about it. Donald Trump has actually said he is going to scale back on the weapons that he is sending to Taiwan in exchange for, you know, a wonderful trip to China in April. Okay? Yeah, it's this, but with Thads. My neighbor told me coyotes keep eating his outdoor cats, so I asked how many cats he has. And he said he just goes to the shelter and gets a new cat afterwards. So I said, it sounds like he's just feeding shelter cats to coyotes. And then his daughter started crying. Yeah, it's it's that, but Iranian missiles eating away at the THAAD batteries. But yeah, we're not going to have to worry about the Taiwan calculation that for you know, for the next decade or so. Especially considering that now that there's a fucking imminent energy crisis in Taiwan, they already have to lean to mainland China for energy dependence.
Again, Victor Gao, he's the chair professor at Suzhou University and
Victor
joins
Goat.
us from Beijing. Victor, welcome to the program. Can China play a constructive role in diffusing this crisis?
Thank you very much for having me. Yes, indeed, China is playing a very important and constructive role right now when war has already broken out. And this war was not started by Iran. It is started by Israel, coupled with the United States. So the United States and Israel are engaged in this war of aggression against Iran, violating Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And the Chinese government emphasized that Iran's sovereignty and territorial.
But aren't all the Iranian missiles destroyed? What's the THAAD for, lol? Oh, you're making a joke about what America has been lying about. I got it. Yeah, exactly. I wonder why they had to hastily deploy a pivotal part of the Korean defense in the fucking region surrounding their major enemy, China. Okay, the bulwark against communism, they say. That's what South Korea's position is. That's why America has 80,000 troops deployed right there. All of a sudden, they're taking out one of the most consequential anti-missile defense systems from Korea. I wonder why. You know, I thought the Iranian munitions depots were all destroyed by B-2 bombers that are doing bunker buster bombing missions over and over again. Kind of feels weird to just have the THAADs hastily get deployed into fucking the region, whether it be for the Gulf states or for Israel. Kind of odd.
Integrity should be fully respected. China is calling for de-escalation and ceasefire immediately, because otherwise you do not know how much evil this whole situation may degenerate in, because this may degenerate into a regional war or even with...
It's also really funny that, like, the only thing, I promise you, the only thing China cares about is reunifying with Taiwan in the least, like, stressful way possible, and making sure that there is never any separatist movements within its borders. That's it. Their ambition is just that and nothing else. They'll do security contracts in their backyard. They'll do security contracts in the South China Sea, but that's it. Okay? Because they've had plenty of opportune moments to militarily take over Taiwan. I said it after October 7. If you remember, I was like, if China wanted to militarily take over Taiwan, the time is now. Okay? Straight up. The only thing that those guys, the only thing that the Chinese state gives a shit about is reunifying with Taiwan and making sure that there is never any, like, separatist movement within its established borders, the established borders of the People's Republic of China.
More global implications, because first of all, energy security will be
Hassan, bro,
undermined,
they will do social.
and it may also...
They will do social imperialism after taking back Taiwan. Bro, you're Pakistani. What the fuck are you talking about? You are literally the only existing comprador state for China. Fuck you mean they will do social imperialism? They already did it to you, big dog. The fuck? Enjoy the goddamn jets. Enjoy the fucking Dongfeng missiles. What the fuck are you complaining about? Social imperialism. Bro, I meant it as a good thing, bro. Oh, okay, of course.
Lead to a big financial crisis, so the world itself will suffer the consequences of this unwanted war launched by the United States and Israel against a sovereign country, and Iran is now exercising full right of self-defense against the aggressors.
So, Victor, what about when it comes to international law and UN Charter? Do these military actions by US and Israel violate those?
Absolutely. I think in this particular case, Israel committed act of aggression against Iran, and the United States aided and abetted Israel and joined in this act of aggression against Iran. By international law, there should be no doubt that...
Actually, as a Chinese, I constantly doubt whether CPC wants Taiwan or not. Yes, they do. What? How is there any doubt? If there's one thing that they clearly say over and over again, it is that they want to unify. That they don't even say unify Taiwan. They just say Taiwan is China and China is Taiwan. Taiwan is a part of China. They're Chinese. Literally. Like, it's not even, it goes beyond like realpolitik. It goes beyond that. Like, I used to genuinely think, oh, it's obviously like an imperial vestige, and obviously it creates like a tremendous security problem for China. It's beyond that. It literally is beyond that. There is this maybe it's like the century of humiliation, and any remnant of the Chinese century of humiliation that is a constant reminder for the Chinese population. But like, they do not fucking play around about that shit. Because any other country by this point would have been like, all right, whatever, who gives a shit? Okay. Or they would literally say, there's a real security concern for us. It doesn't matter. It's not about that. It goes far beyond that. I don't understand it. 97% of Taiwan citizens are Han Taiwanese, and they are Han Chinese descendants, and they travel, work, and marry mainland people all the time. Yes, no, I know that. There's two things that I've learned in general about Chinese attitudes when it comes to foreign policy. Well, many things I've learned. One, they trade max above all, okay? If you can sell fucking labubus to any country on the planet, they will do it, okay? They will sell you goods. They will manufacture goods and sell it to you no matter what, okay? It will be cheap. It will be affordable. It will be reliable, but they will sell it to you, okay? They don't give a fuck. You could literally be Nazi Germany and they would sell you shit, okay? Straight up. They do not give a fuck at all. I mean, greatest example here I can use is Israel, okay? The greatest example I can use is Israel. Israel is basically the modern iteration of Nazi Germany. Okay, or even America, right? But at least America is such a fucking massive consumption engine that like you kind of have to trade with America. But with Israel, you could use your newfound great power status. Okay? Nope, not even remotely interested. We will sell Israel the surveillance technology that they will use on the Palestinians while we keep saying stern warnings over and over again. They do not give a fuck. They will always trade max. That's number one. Number two, they do not play around about any initiative that they consider to be destabilizing. You can have the most earnest need of wanting to develop East Turkestan, for example. Okay, Xinjiang. Oh, this is the Uyghur land, and we're gonna fucking separate from China. We're gonna do. They do not fucking play around about that shit at all. They will come down with the might of God. Okay, as they did famously, right? What? Why are you saying mods? Okay. Same with Tibet as well, to a lesser degree. Much lesser degree than what they did in Xinjiang in general. But they don't play around. They're like, this is a part of China. It doesn't fucking matter. It's literally China. I will do everything in my power to stop any kind of fucking separationist movement. They're also fairly aggressive when it comes to what they perceive is like Western intervention. Okay. China bombs the area where the Muslims live. No, fuck no. What are you talking about? No, that's not what we're talking about at all. No, we're not talking about like Israel and Gaza. Okay. Of course, Chinese policies about Uyghur separatists is literally considered Nobel Peace Prize worthy if Israel was doing that to the Palestinians, as opposed to, what China did. If Israel did to the Palestinians what China did to the Uyghur separatist movement, okay, in Xinjiang, every single Nobel Peace Prize would be given to Benjamin Netanyahu going forward from this day on, and every single Nobel Peace Prize would have been given to Benjamin Netanyahu prior all the previous Nobel Peace Prize will be post-mortem afforded to Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay? That's number 2. So they don't fucking play around with separatist movements at all. Doesn't matter. They do not play around. They're very aggressive in the way that they deal with it. And last but not least, like I said, they are very adamant that this is that Taiwan is a part of China. Taiwan is a part of China. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what fucking people say. They just see it as these are Chinese people. They come and they work in the mainland. That's great. They marry people in the mainland. That's great. It's not even a question. And it's not even like security concerns, which would be valid, right? If you were China and you were like, we have security concerns about having an island 100 miles off the coastline of the United States of America, or 100 miles off the fucking coastline of mainland China, sorry, that is basically a unsinkable aircraft carrier for American interests. That's a real security concern. Okay? It's not even about that. They see it as those are Chinese people. That's our land. Like we're all one nation. A Marabrain moment there. Yeah. That's it. Outside of that, they don't do shit. Even when it's beneficial, they don't do shit. They don't do America shit at all. It's not in their DNA. They're not interested in it at all. They don't want to fucking do it. They don't want to do it even if it like literally offers them a better stance. Now that might change. I don't know, but so far they have refused to do that. Last time they did that was Vietnam. Obviously, that was a spectacular flub, a massive consequential failure. Okay, and even then, when they do any sort of intervention, they literally play both sides. It doesn't matter. Greatest example of this that I can give you is Myanmar. Okay, it's their fucking backyard, right? It's their goddamn backyard. They will arm the junta one day, and they will arm the militancy in the next day. They don't even care. They just like whoever benefits their goals in that moment, they will arm, and they will fund, and that's it. Taiwan wants their status quo, which is peaceful integration through increased economic ties. China is literally going to build high-speed rail to connect Taiwan. Taiwan wants status quo because it's beneficial for Taiwan, especially for many, many years when China wasn't as developed. It was beneficial for Taiwan to have one foot in mainland China, where they had access to the fucking greatest, manufacturing processes that exist in the world. Okay. And then they also had one foot in the door, and it was like an entry point for China to enter the rest of the world. Okay. So Taiwan was an entry point, a foothold for the West, but also had one foot in the door with mainland China. And that's precisely the reason why they like the status quo. There will maybe come a day when that Western allegiance will not be favorable at all. If Donald Trump continues behaving the fucking ways that he is, slowly but surely, especially through like soft power initiatives and whatnot as well, Taiwan, I suspect, will come to that conclusion on their own. You cannot say Taiwan wants independence when they claim the mainland. No, dude. The people that did that is the KMT, and now they're the pro-unification party. So you're operating with like old-ass politics, okay? KMT believes that the Republic of China is the true China, which includes mainland China and even like parts of Mongolia, okay? But the KMT party now is much more favorable towards unifying with China than DPP. DPP is basically a fucking DPP itself. That's why it's funny whenever you guys say KMT cat, you're wrong, okay? KMT cat is wrong because KMT actually is in favor of unification, whereas or is it DPP or DDP? It's DPP, right? The pro-Israel, pro-America, pro-CIA party. That is the actual party in Taiwan right now. That is the American Party, the anti-unification party. And they've also fallen out of favor over and over again. Taiwanese politics is complicated. That's why that's why the best possible thing to look at is the Taiwanese population's attitudes towards China. And the overwhelming majority of Taiwanese, the overwhelming majority of people that live in Taiwan are pro status quo. Don't disrupt the situation that we have. Do not turn us into fucking Ukraine. They do not want to fuck up the bag. That's it. For me personally, I understand why people in Hong Kong or people in Taiwan are fearful of living under Chinese government control, because the Chinese government does have some repressive, illiberal, anti-socially libertarian frameworks that they operate with. That makes sense. Okay? It makes sense if you lived a liberal life your whole life, if you had like some kind of social libertarianism that's baked into your fucking DNA, then you're going to be fearful of that. A lot of you don't understand this because you've never had to worry about that. Okay? Socially conservative, you mean? No, I'm talking about like, lack of free speech, things of that nature. Okay? That makes sense. That's totally understandable. I think that's a major setback for China. They see it as a huge national security problem. If they were to allow people to say whatever the fuck they want, it would be, it would destabilize the country, is their attitude. That's the way that they govern. That's just what it is. Okay? I do not think that once Western hegemony is crippled, China will be able to relax either. I don't. I think that there's just their attitude overall is unshakable on this issue. Having said that, however, if I was given the option, if I was living in Taiwan and I was, Han Chinese, Taiwanese living in Taiwan, given the option of living under Chinese development, I would take it. Okay. But I'm not Taiwanese. So it doesn't fucking matter. It's not up to me. Okay. Do you see what I mean? Do you understand? I saw it with my own two eyes with Hong Kong. A lot of people in Hong Kong have anger and frustration. A lot of people who still believe that like Hong Kong should be separate. The one country, two systems is an abject failure. And it is somewhat of a failure. If we're being real, one country, two systems have been somewhat of a failure. But it's not been a failure because China has been too aggressive in integration. I think it's been a failure because China has not aggressively integrated. That is what I think. My assessment on it is very different. I'm Taiwanese, and more people do think that reunifying with China is the better option. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I think that it is definitely getting there. It's definitely getting there. It objectively doesn't make sense, especially if you're Taiwanese and you look at what America has done to its allies. You look at Ukraine, right? Which is a very good example. Ukraine, sovereign nation. Unlike the way that the rest of the world is looking at Taiwan, because the rest of the world officially recognizes Taiwan as a part of China. Ukraine is a sovereign nation, right? Look at what Russia is doing to Ukraine right now with American proxy as an American proxy, basically. If you're Taiwanese and you look at that calculation, you're like, well, my life is much better currently. I'd probably rather be under the banner of like Chinese rulership as opposed to that. That's one of the reasons why people want status quo instead of, changing the status quo in either direction. Okay? That's number one. Number two, if you're living in Taiwan and you see the way that America is literally pulling out defenses and woefully incapable, like utterly incapable of defending the Gulf states right now, despite the security assurances that they've given to the Gulf states, why the fuck do you think that's a better option? Why the fuck do you think America will defend you, especially when you're even further away in proximity to the United States of America? Yeah, 100% right about Hong Kong. Much of its existing systemic issues originate with the old order and the city's domination by local oligarchs. Yeah, I saw it with my own two fucking eyes. It in my opinion, is not a good It's not a good way to go about it at all. I think they should be just like building. They should be modernizing the existing structures aggressively, putting a shit ton of investment into Hong Kong, modernizing the existing structures, and on top of that, building unlimited fucking social housing. No, I absolutely cannot get behind this Hong Kong takeover. It was just another form of imperialism. It was undemocratic. It's not even relevant whether they're ethnically the same. I might be ethnically the same as English person and have been historically part of the UK, but if they believe we should be part of the UK based on reasons, it wouldn't make it okay. Wait, what? Are you talking about British imperialism? Or are you saying that China was doing imperialism to Hong Kong when Hong Kong was on a lendership agreement to the UK? What? What the fuck? What? Dude, when you're like Welsh or Irish from the north of Ireland, I feel like there's something in your brain, or Scottish, there's something in your brain where you're like, no, you don't understand. It's actually much better. And Hong Kong is also a part of the United Kingdom. Just like I am a subject of the Queen, or now the King. So are they. This is how it's been. And this is how it should remain. What the fuck? Is it not irredentism? It is. It is. Yes, it is. It doesn't matter. That's not how the current Chinese government sees it as. And not only that, but I'm saying if I was living in Taiwan, I would want it. But I also totally understand why people are resistant to it. Because if you have grown up, with genuine fear, okay, and also I guess technically it's not irredentism because it's literally, it was historically a part of China. But if I was living there, I wouldn't, I would make this calculation, the same calculation of like lack of free speech and no like liberal democratic process that I'm used to, where I get to choose one party over the other, but like both parties' outcomes are pretty much the fucking same, right? Rather than the one party rule that exists. If I'm fearful of that, right? Like, it's understandable to be afraid of that. It's understandable to lack autonomy. Okay? The recount. Are the far left and the far right actually closer to each other than they are to political center? E.g., Zohran Mamdani and Donald Trump are both populists. Hassan Piker and Tucker Carlson are both critical of Israel. Grace Wayne explains the horseshoe political theory and how it became ripe for exploitation online. What the fuck? That's crazy, because the recount is like usually pretty good. I'm kind of surprised that they would say such a thing and engage in such bad political analysis. Anyway, why the fuck are we talking about China? Let's get back to my goat.
Iran is under attack and is suffering the consequences of this aggression. And I think Iran has full justification to fight back. Now, several countries, including Prime Minister of Britain, said Iran has been attacking several other countries. It's because these countries host U.S. military bases. And from these military bases, acts of aggression has been committed by the U.S. troops and military facilities based in these countries. And I think by international law, Iran has full justification to strike back. But of crucial importance is what China is calling for: de-escalation and ceasefire, and go back to the negotiation table. It is truly a double standard for the United States to engage in negotiation all the time until the moment they struck at Iran. So I think this has destroyed and undermined the trust the United States need to possess as a major power.
Yeah, you make a good point, because the last time Israel and United States hit Iran, they were also in the middle of negotiations back in June, with the Omanis playing the role of the mediators. And Oman's foreign minister gave a number of interviews, and he said he was optimistic that the two sides could work something out and avert a military crisis. Let me move on to the United Nations Security Council. What can we expect from the UNSC? What should we expect? And can they, at this point, really do anything? Victor, you know, there's a lot of people that say the UN has become rather irrelevant. They say a lot of things, but nothing really ever happens.
Well, I think the United Nations Security Council need to come into an immediate emergency session right away to deliberate about this particular war of aggression against Iran. However, I don't think it is realistic to expect anything substantive coming out of the Security Council, because the United Nations will definitely exercise its veto power. We tend to blame the United Nations for the deadlock, for the inefficiency. However, allow me to emphasize, the United Nations, especially the Security Council, have at least performed well in preventing the outbreak of a third world war. To that extent, I think, despite of all its imperfections, the United Nations, including the Security Council, have done its job. And I hope what Israel and the United States are doing right now, committing acts of aggression against Iran, will not lead to regional conflict or even global warfare, which may eventually lead to the Third World War.
What damage was likely done to Iran's military and nuclear infrastructure back in June, Victor? You probably remember the Trump administration repeatedly told us Iran's nuclear program was obliterated. So my question to you is whether this time around, is it still about Iran's nuclear and military capabilities, or is it about something else?
Well, first of all, as far as the Middle East is concerned, it is completely unacceptable for one country, that is Israel, to have developed the nuclear weapons and sometimes to declare their intention to use nuclear weapons, and at the same time to deny another country, which is Iran, a sovereign country with its own independence, from developing nuclear weapons. Now, Iran has repeatedly reaffirmed that it has no intention to develop nuclear weapons, but it has the right to use nuclear power for peaceful purposes. So I think this whole issue needs to be brought to a negotiation table, and there was an international agreement covering the peaceful use of nuclear power by Iran, but the United States chose to walk out of that agreement, which eventually led to the war and confrontation configuration we are faced with as we speak. So I think it is time for the United States to really do what a major power is supposed to do, to exercise its leadership and statesmanship, to engage in peaceful negotiation rather than resorting to war, especially United States should refuse to be misguided by Israel and its prime minister, and refused to be used as an instrument by Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu in using the U.S. military power to commit acts of aggression against Iran. I don't think the American people want to fight a war against the Iranian people, and I hope things will go back to normal and de-escalation will happen, and the United States will really think twice before they pull the trigger, including when they are misled by another country, in this case, Israel, and especially its Prime Minister Netanyahu, in taking advantage of the U.S. military power to invade and committing acts of aggression against Iran.
Victor, my final question to you is the relationship between China and the United States is often described as the most important bilateral relationship in the world. Is this crisis going to affect that relationship?
Well, China-US relations are the most consequential and impactful bilateral relations in the world of today. I think, and I believe, China has the ability to compartmentalize many different issues. So we condemn such acts of aggression. We condemn the violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran by Israel and the United States. On the other hand, I think there are channels between China and the United States to keep talking with each other and make sure that there are no issues between China and the United States which may flare up into uncertainty and uncontrollability, for example. And China and the United States will need to deal with each other on equal terms. And I hope China and the United States will eventually agree that war should be the last resort rather than the first resort. And negotiations should not be used as a disguise for launching a war against a sovereign country. I think from the Chinese philosophy, war should always be the last resort. And it seems
we will not begin it, but we will end it. Do you think CGTN is an unbiased source of news? What are you, fucking stupid? It's a Chinese state broadcaster. No, of course it's not an unbiased source of news. What is an unbiased source of news? Is CNN an unbiased source of news? Is Fox News an unbiased source of news? Who's an unbiased source of news? The difference between CGTN and some of these other outlets is that CGTN has more restrictions on what they can and can't cover as opposed to CNN. But all of those outlets still have direct lines that they don't cross.
Seems that the United States under President Trump is eager to use war to solve problems which may turn out to be unsolvable if you use war. These issues can be better resolved if you use peace and use diplomacy. Never lose patience about peace and negotiation, and never go to pull the trigger on a sovereign country and independent country, especially a country like Iran, which has about 5,000 or even 6,000 years of civilization.
Yes, China and Iran, both two of the oldest civilizations in the world. Victor Gao, I know it's very early morning in Beijing, so we really appreciate you staying up and talking to us.
Thank you very much.
My goat. That's why I said Victor.
It's a crock of doo-doo. You know, we have no business over there. Stay here. We have nothing to do with that.
What are you worried about?
Getting blown up. Getting blown up, that's it. I hope I live.
I just feel like any war is unnecessary. I don't really care about the gas prices. It's just the loss of life. I feel that our country, our soldiers should not be in war, especially during these times with any country, because it affects us here at home. And people overseas are dying for nothing.
Are you scared your children might be deployed?
Yes, absolutely. I am. I'm terrified of it. So, you know, it's like me telling my kids, you can't tell them come home because their body can come home. We always say come home alive.
Do you think the administration, Donald Trump, were thinking about the impact it would have on American businesses when they went into this?
I think it's hard to say. Whether I disagree or agree with what they did.
I can't believe how anti-Semitic these people are, that they won't let Israel and America destroy Iran. Do you see that? I just want to issue a trigger warning really quickly. I didn't realize how anti-Semitic these people were going to be, and I really apologize. Luckily, there's seemingly a centrist guy that's coming up right now, a white boomer. So I apologize once again profusely for all the people that cast doubt on Operation Epstein's Fury, Operation APAC Revenge. Hopefully they'll be able to stick the landing here.
Because their body can come home. We always say come home alive.
Do you think the administration, Donald Trump, were thinking about the impact it would have on American businesses when they went into this?
I think it's hard to say. Whether I disagree or agree with what they did, I think it was something that, he had to do what he had to do, in my opinion.
Yes, it's most definitely having an impact on gas prices. I think news yesterday stated it went up 23 cents since last week. So we're feeling the effect of all the little people, not the big people, the little people. We're the one who matters. We're the one who feel it. It hurts us. The big people, it doesn't bother them.
And how do you feel generally about this war?
It's a crock of doo-doo. We have no business over there.
Incredibly anti-Semitic. I'm so sorry. Once again, a crock of doo-doo? Wow.
Stay here. We have nothing to do with that. But yet we're trying to be policemen of the world and meddling in other countries' business, which should not be the case.
Even in wartime, Israelis are finding a way to party. They're used to conflict, now more than ever. But this time, it feels different. A necessary war, they say.
I think in this war something is really different because it's actually a just war. We're fighting for another people, for the Iranians. I'm half Persian. My grandparents are from Persia. And these people were actually being slaughtered, 30,000. And they were looking for freedom, and we're there for them. And we're actually helping us also, because this regime was also against us.
How long do you think that support will last?
Yeah. Interesting question. I think we're going all in. Honestly, I think we're going all in. I haven't seen any divided opinions. It's going all the way.
I think this is one of those moments where they're trying to do favorable coverage to Israel, and the audience is not going to read it that way at all. Let's take a look at the comments. When they say snake in the thumbnail, do they mean Netanyahu? War crime after war crime. When your country is about to end, nothing left to do but party. How can an occupier take a position of self-defense? Strange. Russia believes that Ukraine is an existential threat. This video just shows how unhinged these people are. I've just been, oh God, this is anti-Semitic. Dog was the most toxic society on earth. Western media always hide the actual truth. $250 million Miriam Adelson donation.
It's funny, but it brings the country together. Wars bring the country together.
So do holidays, and recently it was one of the biggest, the Jewish festival of Purim, a chance to dress up and celebrate Jewish survival. Do you feel like this is the middle of a huge historic moment for the region?
Oh yeah, oh definitely. Well, yeah.
I think Israel is in this key point that things are going to change now, hopefully for the best. We really hope, we want peace. We want to live.
Yeah.
We want to live in peace.
Do you trust Donald Trump in this conflict?
Man, this is a good question.
I don't know. It's hard to say for me.
It's crazy that he rules the world. I still cannot believe it. Like it's surreal. Like the fact that this man is controlling everything. It's just kind of funny. I don't know, but he's actually doing stuff.
You don't get a sense of complacency or thoughtlessness here. Quite the opposite, actually. People are serious, they're reflective, but they're hopeful too. And that's the thing that struck me the most in the past week, is that this is a war most people support, and they're willing to get behind it for as long as it takes. Yet the missiles are still falling. Sirens still...
Yeah, because once again, America has offered unlimited defense to Israel so they can literally dance under missile strikes inside of fucking bomb shelters and blow up countries that don't have that same protection. That's part of the reason why I am 100% in favor of removing defensive weapons transfers to Israel. That distinction is utterly irrelevant. That's the reason why the government can take action like this, and 85% of the country is on board with it. That's it. As long as you know America is always going to, in a uniparty manner, give you billions of dollars worth of defensive weapons. That's fungible, by the way, which you can offset costs for other offensive weapons, ironically enough, and get them elsewhere, or even like offset the cost for your healthcare, for example, when American citizens don't have it. I think it's completely fucking ridiculous, and no such distinction should be made.
Punctuating the day, and every few hours, a new barrage. The civilian death toll, though, is far higher in Iran. There are perhaps three key reasons why public faith in this war in Iran is so high. Yes, in some places, Iran's been able to cause damage, like here in Tel Aviv, but not in many places, thanks to Israel's sophisticated air defenses.
Israeli sophisticated air defenses. Just saying. We fucking built that shit, bro. Get out of here. And we pay for it nonstop. Human interest stories such as these Israelis are finding ways to get their ease delivered to the bomb shelters. Yeah. Ludwig Mogdew. Oh, he's announced his tip to tip in China. Michael and I will be riding our bikes 3,000 miles across China from south to the north. No maps, no English, no highways. Daily episodes will start March 20th. Subscribe so you don't miss it. It's going to be great. You know, he's just, coworker Wig is just trying to be like me. It's all good. It's not a big deal. Am I a little jealous? Absolutely. Will people yell at Ludwig for being paid by CCP? Maybe.
In Israel's military and intelligence services has also been restored since the failures that led to the October the 7th attacks. But perhaps more important than anything else is that there is consensus. For decades, people have been unified around this idea that Iran represents an existential threat. Jeremy Fogel teaches philosophy at the University of Tel Aviv.
I think Israelis do tend to take seriously people who talk about their extermination. Talking of which, this is a, we're having a missile alert. It's like Russian roulette, but with really good statistics. You know, you get all the perks of Russian roulette, you get the adrenaline rush, the lust for life, but your chances are much better.
Most people in Tel Aviv believe Israel has the advantage. They know the drill, how to take cover, where to go. Here are gyms, the safe space. Some so unfazed, they keep working out.
Stronger!
Do you support Israel making a move like this on Iran?
Yes, I think it's important because it's about our survival here in Israel.
That's why it's like so funny watching them, because they look like libtards, right? And then when you hear them speak and the shit that they're saying, you're like, oh my God, why is this fucking libtard an actual Nazi half the time? Like the average Israeli will just look like they love consuming, you know, matcha lattes with oat milk on the side. But then if you like hear their perspective about what should be done, Like, because remember, the question that's being asked to this person is, do you agree with like the Israeli-American first strike that took out 150 plus little schoolgirls, basically? Like, do you think that that's a good thing? Do you think that that's a good thing, even if the cost of that is like potentially, Iranian bombs blowing up over your head? Like, that's an insane fascist death cult. Not a single person was like, think of the average American. They asked a bunch of Americans, and there was one business owner who was like, yeah, Trump is just going to do what Trump is going to do, right? But most Americans are like, even if they don't suffer the repercussions of it, still understand like, yeah, why are we doing this? This shit sucks. Israelis, on the other hand, are like, this is awesome. This is so fucking awesome. We need to murder more. We need to murder more. Death, murder, blood of children.
But it's hard. It's a hard time to be here when everything is happening and you can't leave the house without, thinking about where to hide and if there's a shelter nearby. I mean, obviously, everyone just hopes it will end. I mean, we've been through 3 years of constant war. No one wants that. We just want it to be, peaceful. We just want to live in peace. Just have quiet. Not go down to the shelter every 5 minutes.
My grandmother used to say, Mensch ist ein Gewohnheitstier. Man is an animal of habit. And it's really crazy how quickly you get used to living under missile sirens, of having to leave everything and run to a public shelter. I think people just have gotten used to this really crazy.
At what point are these Israelis that are being interviewed no different than interviewing Russian civilians? It's literally, you could even argue is objectively worse even. I mean, what Russia has done is disastrous, devastating, less of a democratic coalition there. That's number one. Number two, still not a genocide. Like, Israel committed a genocide and now has more smoke for blowing up Iran. Also, it's ironic because you said, at what point is it that they're like interviewing, Russian civilians? They are interviewing Russian civilians. Half of the motherfuckers that live in Israel, not half, but like a big chunk of the motherfuckers that are living in Israel are also pro-Russia and are Russian. Hello? Russia uses Israel as an entry point to avoid like any kind of sanctions. What, you think it's just a weird coincidence that like most of the oligarchs are dual passport citizens of both Israel and Russia? How the fuck did that happen? It's also funny because like Russia itself, like the Russian government's position when the Russian government talks about these issues is obviously like unconditional support to Palestinians. We love Iran. Iran is our ally, all this shit. But the reality of the matter is, Russia is, maybe not so secretly, but secretly totally with Israel on everything. Which is why it's even crazier to me. A lot of the Jews from the USSR settled in Israel in the 1990s. Not just Jews, chatter. Not just Jews. Just straight up non-Jewish Russians as well. Because Israel is a country that obviously cares about eugenics from a perspective of like the matrilineal continuation of Judaism as a ethno-religion. But they also wanted Israel to be kind of white. Okay? They wanted Israel to be kind of white. There were maybe too many brown Jews that were living in Israel at the time. So they were a lot looser with the restrictions when they were bringing in, they were a lot looser with the restrictions on who's actually Jewish and who's not when they were bringing in a lot of Russians from the USSR. Roman Abramovich is not Jewish yet has Israeli citizenship because he alleges he has ancestors in the Portuguese Sephardites. Yeah, same principle goes for apartheid South African diaspora as well. Yeah, around 15% of the country is Russian alone.
New normality here.
Near the beach, they're still playing matcot, known as the unofficial national sport.
Also, when I say like they're not Jewish, I don't mean like they're non-practicing or whatever. That's not what I'm saying at all. I mean like literally there is no matrilineal connection to Judaism at all, which is, again, something that I don't give a fuck about, obviously. Who gives a shit? I'm not a fucking Nazi. I don't care. But Israel is supposed to care about that, but at times have decided they don't care about it so much if it means increasing the white Israeli population.
It's loud, rhythmic, and it's all about keeping the ball in play.
I'm feeling great. I feel confidence with my country, with the army, with the United States. And I think we're doing right because next day, after this regime will go to the hell place, we will feel safer.
Do you worry about the spread of this war, that it's going way beyond?
We will feel safer if everyone around us is dead. This is how we get safety, by killing people. What do you not understand?
Just Iran.
It's not really spread, it will be under control. It will be finished another week, not more.
You think this will all be over in a week?
Yeah, absolutely. The regime will change and the Iranian people will be happy again, and that's all. And all the world will be happiness.
All in a week?
Less than a week.
Others might call that blind optimism. And even the IDF are already signalling.
This guy's literally, this is the American one, right?
They're in this war for the long haul.
We're in it in the long run if you mean that we will forever make sure that this enemy cannot annihilate our country. That is definitely.
Yeah, I asked and answered.
And I think when it comes to that, the United States of America is also definitely in it for the long run.
Israelis have been living on a semi-war footing for years and years and years, perhaps since the inception of the country, but definitely since October the 7th. And there is a sense that the current government...
Would you say Israel's a white supremacist project more so than a Jewish supremacist? It always comes down to the fundamental idea of our skin color is lighter. Yes and no, because white supremacy just means in-group, right? It doesn't actually mean like pale skin. It's both, but obviously like there are plenty of, at this stage, there are plenty of non-white Jews in Israel, like Arab Jews, Kurdish Jews. Itamar Ben-Gvir is both, right? He's both Kurdish and Arab. He's a Kurdish Iraqi Jew. And the thing is, it doesn't matter. He's Jewish, and Jewish is the higher priority here. It is a supremacist project.
Isn't particularly eager to change that because they gain politically and their political survival and the get out of jail card of our prime minister seems
like it's pure fascism, right? It's fucking pure fascism through and through, which is why like there are some who don't give a fuck about the religious aspect. There are some who really do. There are some who don't think. There are most Jews don't think that they're like supreme beings, right? But there are those who do. Like there are the Kahanis, there are the people who like legitimately think like, you know, Goyim are cattle that are supposed to be servile. Like all this stuff is not monolithic at all. But I don't necessarily care about that because I care about the output. I care about the results, right? And the results are very clear. It's a fascist country with a fascist ethno-supremacist exterminationist project, and there's clearly a lot of ambition to ethnically cleanse the entire region and dominate it, and they're going along with it. They're going along with this agenda, and America is along for the ride. You're spreading anti-Semitism, sure. Yes, saying that Jews are not monolithic saying that Jews are not monolithic, but it doesn't necessarily matter because like Israelis by and large are in favor of this fascist ethno-state project is actually anti-Semitic. Fell for the bait. Yeah, and a lot of the population supports a lot of this project. It's just a fact. Yes, 100%. I mean, Israeli population is polled all the time. And they're pretty open about their perspectives. Being Jewish isn't of a higher priority when it comes to Ethiopian. Yeah, but it's still a higher priority than being Palestinian. Do you see what I mean? You're right. Ethiopian Jews have been mass sterilized without their knowledge, but they're still Jews. And therefore, they're not Palestinian. And therefore, they still get to experience Israeli society for, you know, all of the... they get to experience Israeli society in a much better, with a much more favorable attitude than like Palestinians do. Do you see what I mean? Like they still get citizenship. Americans would join the IRGC if they saw this. What is this? This is what America's fighting for?
Tonight, in our bomb shelter, we're organizing.
I fucking hate this guy so much. Dude, I mean, this is like Rabbi Shmuley style propaganda, okay? This is like a guy who's so repulsive that instantly you're an anti-Zionist. Instantly you're like, oh, okay, I understand. Oh my God.
A gay sex party. He found a bomb shelter with air conditioning. Very breathable, very comfortable. The Iron Dome will protect us, enjoying the power of raw, strong Israeli manpower. And tonight,
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Another one doing numbers right now.
Did get a big.
Oh yeah, I saw this. I saw this. This is Destiny saying that. Here, let's look. Let's take a look.
I will say I did get a big. Or some company reached out to give me a huge sponsored trip to Israel, and I'm considering whether I want to take or not.
Really?
Yeah, because I just don't know if I give a fuck anymore about this fucking country.
Wait, but what company though? Like to go like look at their data centers, or just to like go over there and do fucking propaganda?
No, it's like this is definitely Israeli, and it's definitely like slanted in that direction. Like I think like 5 of the 9 days are in Tel Aviv.
Hasan can do his China trip.
Who is?
Yeah. Hasan did a China trip, which I paid a fuck ton of money for. So, you know, he can, I guess, go to Israel and do a paid propaganda trip. First of all, even doing a paid propaganda trip to China is nowhere near as bad as doing a paid propaganda trip to Israel, okay? Before you say Uyghurs, once again, if Israel was doing to the Palestinians what China did to the Uyghurs, literally every single one of these fucking assholes would be like, what's the problem? What are you even complaining about? They're like the most tolerable, most moral nation on the fucking planet. Okay? He literally said, he says you took a paid propaganda trip to China. I know. I wish. I fucking wish.
I don't know what the name of the company is. They reach out to you with people. I had a Zoom call with like 4 of them, and then, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if I give a fuck about this. I don't know what content I would even film or what the fuck I would even... I might just do it for a fucking vacation, and then hopefully I get blown up by somebody there. The largest leftist streamer literally did like a paid propaganda trip to fucking China. Like an unfathomably crazy propaganda, pro-China, pro-CCP China propaganda trip.
What do you
for fucking
get?
nothing.
Like how much are you really saving here to give them the ultimate forever W on you?
I like that there is no moral consideration for like doing propaganda for an apartheid state that is conducting a genocide that's like sucking up American tax dollars, causing American soldiers to fucking die in the process while bombing the shit out of fucking Iran, one of the oldest cultures and one of the oldest cities on the fucking planet. None of that is even remotely a matter of concern. Their only concern is you're going to lose your moral, you're going to lose your argument over Hasan, which is so fucking stupid. Because there is no argument there. You invented that argument, dumbass. They're like, you're giving Hassan an easy argument? Yeah, he already did a fucking propaganda tour in Israel. He already did a propaganda tour in Israel once. Yeah, shocked, I tell you, that, someone who was outed as a pedophile in a court of law, okay, is ducking out to Israel. Shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Let me tell you how shocked I am, okay? Shocking revelation.
How is it a W, though? I will say I did get a big...
He's baiting you? Shocked that Gavin supports them? Nice. Good for Gav. Drama viewers coming. Welcome, you sickos. Your clips are being farmed right now. Yeah. Taking a paid do propaganda for the apartheid. Doing a genocide. This is now a stress test for the LSF no Hassan rule. So what if it's bait? I mean, I don't even think it's bait. Why would he want to go there? Seems like a pain in the ass. Cause he's fucking desperate, dude. That's what it is. He's irrelevant. He's desperate. He's a fucking loser. He needs money because his wallet is burning because of the court cases that he has to deal with. So he can consistently pressure his victims. You know? Will you go back to China? Yes. Why would Gavin collab with these sickos? He probably doesn't know. Sick of weak Dems who think taking the high road means letting the other side walk over us. He probably just signed a fucking hat or held up a hat. You know what I mean? I don't know why Adam Mockler associates with these fucking freaks, though. I'll be honest. Probably not good for his brand. Not good for his reputation at all. Anyway. I will say, though, the level of hatred on display towards Mamdani and his wife is genuinely jarring. What has he done to have them earn this? Really wild. Yeah, we're going to get to that in a second.
To be directly related to maintaining the sense of fear and the sense of powerlessness that arises when you are on a constant war footing.
Many people trust Netanyahu with this war, even if they don't trust him with anything else. Anti-war demonstrations like this, currently few and far between.
You can see here how quickly things can change. The strength of figures running high. This is the gathering.
We do not have to live by the sword. We can make peace. We can do all of these things. And
what about the IRGC unaliving killing? Sorry, unaliving. It's all
yes, they do all of those things. They do all of those things. It's not.
What about the IRGC?
Iran is a terrorist regime.
Okay,
it should be said.
This isn't all happening in a vacuum, of course. There's been a brutal, divisive conflict raging in Gaza for over 2 years.
I think the wider crisis, as in the war that happened after the 7th of October, that's really the historic shift, if there will be an historic shift. I think it's a moment where Jewish fundamentalism in Israel raised its head in unprecedented manners. I think that the unspoken hopes for genocidal solutions to the Palestinian questions were raised not by the fringes, but by fringe people who came to power at this time. I hope that this is a passing manic fever and that we will reclaim sanity here. I'm very concerned this might not be the case.
Iran casts a menacing shadow over this nation, and for the first time in years, people can imagine a world free of that threat. There's almost a euphoria in the air.
Best thing for peace in the Middle East is to have this war so we can finally kill the snake and be happy and peaceful in a peaceful world.
When you see the civilian casualties in Iran, school children killed, does that change your mind?
Very bad, very bad.
But would it stop you supporting Israel bombing Iran?
We got to bomb the shit out of them. That's the way.
I think there's always a cost in war, and listen, we're here in Israel and people are being, we just sat in a bomb shelter, right? It's a dangerous and scary business to have war, but there's always a cost.
What's worrying is there's no stated endgame from anyone in this fight. What there is a fundamental clash of ideologies, competing political ambitions, and a mounting civilian death toll, with no one taking an off-ramp just yet. This conflict could stretch on for months to come, and the future of the Middle East hangs in the balance.
It is incredibly early days, but the two men...
How many civilians do you think are dead in Iran so far? Like around approximately 2,000. This is the kind of reporting that needs to be done in Israel, not the usual state media stenography. I mean, I think that this was done. This is the kind of reporting that needs to be done in Israel to show how fucking insane people are. Yeah, I think this wasn't done to show how insane the people are, though. That's what I'm trying to explain. I think they do this to just be like, look, Israeli society is thriving in spite of everything else. Like, you only do this if you genuinely think that you are being pro-Israel, but for the overwhelming majority, the intended reception is not there. For the overwhelming majority, it's supposed to be a fucking puff piece, but for, you know, people that aren't hopped up on ultra-Zionist fumes, they look at this and they go, what the fuck are these guys talking about? Like, they don't live on, we don't live on the same planet as these people, man. They live on a fucking alternative reality. It's so monstrous. It's kind of like when Israel came out and was like doing the Goon Platoon, right? Like when they were like, look, we have serious concerns about, you know, continuing ethnic lineage and like repopulating Israel with Jews. So that's the reason why we have the Goon Platoon, right? Like, the reality is, like, people see that and they go, what the fuck do you mean?
They are fucking up that country. Iran is tearing that ass up in Israel, okay? And it's...
That's also not the case. Like, I think a lot of people are just deluded into thinking that Iran is just like pummeling Tel Aviv. That's not the case at all. I mean, yeah, the first couple of days of the bombing campaigns was like far worse. Now they still are successfully blowing up targets and stuff, but I don't. It's just wishful thinking for a lot of people, I think. Bro, they hitting the DMG. It's not correct. It's not.
Metula in northern Israel is like a ghost town. This is the front line of the fight against Hezbollah.
They're hiding the damage? No. There is extensive restrictions on what you can cover in Israel. But I'm telling you, I talk to people in Israel. There are people in Israel in this chat right now. Okay? There are people who are literally from Israel in the chat right now. You can ask them. They will tell you. I talk to people in Israel. Yes, there is panic, but it is nowhere near as bad as people are presenting it here because it's wishful thinking. Okay? They are absolutely getting hit. They're absolutely getting hit. And they're sitting in their bunkers, they're sitting in their shelters. But my family in Israel don't seem remotely worried about bombing. Yeah, it's not anything consequential in the way that a lot of people are presenting it. Okay, people are making it seem like regular Israeli society is like received more aggressive bombing than ever before. That's not the case. How do you know that given the fog of war? Because I'm asking people. I know people living in Israel. Like, as far as what Israel has done to Beirut, as far as what Israel has done to Gaza, as far as Israel and America and their conduct in Iran, it doesn't even come close to proportionate in terms of the retaliation that Tel Aviv has received. Not even close. The bombings are more successful now. The bombings are more successful in hitting targets or penetrating the Iron Dome, but they're nowhere near as, they're not lobbing the same salvos that they were in the first couple of days. The first couple of days, from what I understand, people were fucking shitting their pants. Okay? The first couple of days, Israelis were terrified. It was unlike anything they had ever experienced. They could not believe it. They were like, holy fuck, it might be over. Now, slowly but surely, civil society has gone back. Shops are opening. It's not as it's nowhere near as like devastating as the people on here would have you want to believe. Okay? But yeah, there's also this. The hit versus intercept rate for ballistic missiles and drone attacks since February 28th for the UAE through today. Today is not like prior days. Their hit rates are increasing. Like their penetration is increasing through the defenses, but the number of missiles that they lob is decreasing. Am I out of pocket for saying Iran won't achieve the deterrence they want if the attitude doesn't change among the Israeli public? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is what the American public thinks. What matters is how much, or not even necessarily the American public, but like if it gets to a certain point where the American economy is punished so much, or the global economy is punished so much that forces of capital start making boss calls to Donald Trump and say, cut the shit out. Cut the shit out. Okay? Anthony Blinken is correct. This will come down to markets and munitions. Okay? If the markets suffer too much, Trump is very responsive to the markets. Okay? If they run out of munitions and they deplete their stock, they have to put an end to it. Iran has staying power in this. And their goals are to make the markets hurt. The whole bomb them from the air and they can't do anything back thing only works if the U.S. is willing to just abandon the Gulf indefinitely, which might be fine for Israel, but kind of goes against the whole logic of U.S. empire in the Middle East. Then again, fine for Israel, but kind of goes against the whole logic of U.S. empire in the Middle East has been a running theme here. However, this is the first time that it results in large numbers of American casualties and an uncontrollable economic damage, which are the only signals that Washington can't really ignore. Okay? The reality of the matter is, Iran can't do too much physical damage to Israel unless the Israeli defenses are completely destroyed. And I don't even know if Iran wants to do that much physical damage to regular Israeli society, because there's always the nuclear option. Because remember, you're not playing a normal game here. You're waging war with a country that is insane, objectively and utterly fucking insane. And unfortunately, they have nukes. Israel would nuke Iran before it got to a point where the Iron Dome is completely depleted, before the arrow systems are completely defeated, just so you understand. There is probably a level of depletion that they are comfortable with getting to, and past that point, they will fucking nuke Iran if Iran is still smoking their shit. They are not a rational force. They are irrational. They're fascist. Fascism is a suicidal ideology. It's a fucking death cult. Despite claims by Arab states in the Gulf that they are not supporting the U.S. bombing of Iran, War Secretary Pete Hegseth claimed today that they've been given the U.S. access, basing, and overflight rights to attack Iran. He said they have gone on offensive in supporting the United States, which is probably a lie for the record. If Israel nukes Iran, what happens next? I mean, I don't fucking want to even think about that. I don't want to know what that would look like. And let's not even think about that. Off topic, but Jake Tapper is becoming more and more unhinged. Yeah, I saw. Jake Tapper did an 8-minute slot bashing Zohran Mamdani, Mahmoud Khalil, and all this shit.
An activist detained and released by ICE. The mayor writes, quote, "We marked the 1-year anniversary of detention. Rama and I were honored to welcome Mahmoud," meaning Mahmoud Khalil, "Noor and their son Dean to Gracie Mansion to break our fast together. It is Ramadan. Mahmoud is a New Yorker and he belongs in New York City," unquote. Now, you might remember Mahmoud Khalil as the anti-Israel protester from Columbia University, to say the least. The Trump administration is working through an appeal to try to deport him for exercising his First Amendment rights. Let's discuss this and more with the panel. So today, White House spokesperson Anna Kelly told the New York Post, "No one should be feting the anti-American pro-terrorist activities of Mahmoud Khalil, who made his name as a ringleader of violent anti-American and anti-Semitic university protests that harmed American foreign policy interests." The Trump administration goes on to accuse him of leading activities aligned to Hamas. What do you make of this all?
So first of all, I get the point. He's defending, like he was exercising his First Amendment rights. I get the talking point. Part of my problem is that we live in a culture now that the second you're discriminated against or face state action because of your First Amendment right exercises, it makes you a martyr, makes you kind of a hero. This guy's not a hero, he's a putz. The organization that he was part of—
What?
Just got into trouble at the beginning of this war by tweeting out "Death to America." The organization was pro-Hamas. It was he and the organization defended the 10/7 attacks in pretty explicit terms.
Why the fuck is Jonah Goldberg on CNN? I mean, what do you think? Because Jake Tapper agrees with him and is using him as an outlet. He's using him as a vehicle to communicate his desires here, while trying to present himself as a beacon of impartiality. American Enterprise Institute's Jonah Goldberg, who's a fucking reactionary right-wing ultra-Zionist, is on the Jake Tapper show on CNN. Ellison hasn't even bought it yet. But it doesn't even matter. You guys need to understand something, okay? This is Jake Tapper basically showing his entire pussy to Barry Weiss, okay? He's literally lifting his leg up and saying, "I'm here to receive you." Okay? This is him showcasing his capabilities. It's not an accident that he has greatly increased the intensity of Zionist propaganda on CNN. I promise you, he is spread fucking eagle. Okay, I'm breaking my fast. I'm sorry that I caused you to break your fast by causing you to think about Jake Tapper spreading his pussy open. That's what this is. This is a trial run. Jake knows where his bread is buttered. Jake knows where CNN is headed. Okay. And he is busting it wide open. He's saying, blow my fucking back out. He's spreading the lips too. He's not even taking no chances. Okay. He's popping that pussy.
This comes on the heel of this other controversy of Zohran Mamdani's wife being revealed to have liked a whole bunch of social media posts saying that the mass rapes were all a hoax and that Hamas was justified and all that kind of stuff. And Mamdani's defense is, well, she's a private person, it's not anyone's business. And then they go out, the most social media savvy mayor in America by far goes out and posts them feting, the fancy word, this guy who is an outright apologist for terrorism and part of made famous by a group that organized around intimidating Jews on Columbia's campus. And so, like, you can say that the deportation stuff goes too far and has legal issues. I'm fine with having that argument. But it doesn't make this guy a hero, and it doesn't make someone that you should celebrate inside a Gracie Mansion.
What do you make of it all, Karen?
So I think there's two pieces here, right? There's, as Jonah was saying, there's the First Amendment piece.
Logs answer the question. What? We're monitoring the situation still. This time, the situation in Jake Tapper's pussy. Does bro hate you, Mr. Colleague Man? Does Jake Tapper hate me? Yes, I called him a cunt one time. And I know for a fact that he hates me. 100%. I know. He also constantly will search his name. He's a name searcher. He's very vindictive. He fucking hates my ass. Mahmoud's crime is being from Palestine. That in and of itself is a criminal offense to these people. How dare you be from Palestine and be proud of it? Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I called him the head cunt of CNN. American media is fucking psychotic, man. CBC really looks normal compared to this, and they're pretty bad. Yeah. Jake Tapper has retweeted some of the most unhinged, like, hater accounts of mine, from A.L. Jacoby to, like, Yeet. Okay? He fucking hates my ass. Do you see Yeet's new album is called ADL? Wait, like Yeet, the rapper?
Separate and apart from this individual and how you feel about him and his his organization, you cannot, like you said, I think First Amendment rights are important. We should stand up for that. Obviously, in the era of Trump, even more so.
Right, the Klan marching in Skokie weren't heroes. We didn't treat them as heroes for doing that. Right.
You're right. I don't disagree. We're there. However, there's a political reality to this where they're trying to say this whole, like, she's a private person.
About his wife.
Having worked for the most public.
Dude, the only reason why you guys are coming after her is because you can't come after him, because he's incredibly fucking popular. And even though Zohran Mamdani has been the most pliant to liberal Zionism, like, straight up, every single day of the week, he is literally throwing his body, okay, at anything that is even perceived as an offense against the direction of a Jewish person in the city of New York. These guys are still, like, waiting for the fucking opportunity. Yes, Zohran Mamdani, okay, as I call him, Zohran Mamdani. Many people are calling him Zohran. Okay, all jokes aside, he has been over the top. Okay, not like normal mayoral duties. Obviously, for like normal mayoral duties, if there's like an anti-Semitic hate crime that happens, like you're the mayor, you're gonna say something about it. That's perfectly valid. But he's gone above and beyond, bro. He went to visit the grave of the fucking Messiah, okay, or the Rebbe. Like he has done everything, okay. He's done the rounds. And it does not matter. It's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because these people are not reasonably afraid of you. Okay? They're afraid of you because you're Muslim. Many of them are Islamophobic. They're also afraid of your popularity as an anti-Zionist voice. They will never let go. Okay? They will never let go. I know in New York politics, part of the job is to just manage different forces in the city. And as a consequence of that, he wants the least amount of friction. Okay? He wants the least amount of friction because if he's constantly fucking duking it out with Zionist groups in the city, then that's all he's going to do. And he's not going to be able to fucking get anything else done. Okay? So he has to fucking play ball. I get that. Especially because he's not only Muslim, but visibly Muslim. He's brown. You are jealous she was liking Zay Squirrel? Just say it. True. True. That's what it was. You got me. I don't know Zohran's wife at all. I've never met her. Okay? I don't know anything about her. I don't care. Like, nothing that... Like policing is fucking idiotic. It's not real journalism to begin with. Okay? Because people like shit for a million different reasons. The only reason why this became a news story is because Dan Goldman, who's running against Brad Lander, who is a liberal Zionist, by the way. Brad Lander is running against Dan Goldman and is not like nowhere near as servile to the needs of Israel as Dan Goldman is. Right? Was outed as being a fucking racist himself against Palestinians. And part of that coverage also factored in his wife's statements. Okay, his wife's like tweets, statements, things of that nature. So in an effort to do tit for tat, the classic no you, they went after Zohran Mamdani. Okay? They went after Zohran Mamdani. And they couldn't go after Zohran Mamdani, so they went after his wife. That's it. It's shameless. It's idiotic. It also doesn't make people think, wow, I can't believe Zohran Mamdani is such a bad guy. It makes people go, why the fuck are you covering this shit? For the normal person that watches this news coverage, they're going to be like, dog, Israel is running the government like a fucking fleshlight. What the fuck do you mean Zohran's wife liked posts from October 7, 2023. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck about any of this? The New York Times now criticizing Mamdani for not making a flashy TikTok about the terrorist who threw an IED into a crowd. New York Times arguably the most out-of-touch institution in America. Stunning display here. I didn't notice this until I read it a second time, but why does Mamdani's wife get mentioned by name here in the second sentence? We know he lives with his wife. Only purpose seems to be to allude to the Instagram likes that the New York Times desperately wants to report on, but can't figure out how to do so without debasing themselves. So they do this little drive-by. Yeah. That's it. Really scandalous stuff in which the First Lady of New York co-signed extreme positions against Israel. A sampling of the post say Israel's waging a vile land grab, and the protesters who took over Columbia University building in April 2024 were on the right side of progress. Another post liked by Dawaji, who identifies as Syrian but was born in Houston, Texas. What do you mean identifies as a Syrian but was born in Houston, Texas? What the fuck are you saying? Is she Syrian or is she not? She's literally fucking Syrian. What do you mean identifies as Syrian? Like she has no connection to Syria whatsoever. Like her parents aren't Syrian. She just decided on Syria out of all of the countries that she could have chosen. Yeah, it's like saying I identify as Turkish. You know what I mean? But was born in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Like she did race change to Syrian, dude. What the fuck? Calls for the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Wow. Incredible scandal. I'm glad that they caught her. If it's true that Rama Douaji liked an Instagram post that said Israel was waging a vile land grab, as Olivia Reingold reports here, then Zohran Mamdani must step down as mayor of New York immediately. It feels very Islamophobic, anti-Arab racist, saying you can't really be American if you're Arab and have these opinions. Yeah, all this stuff is just like vile racism that is masquerading as like sincere commentary. Racist liberals are forgetting the art of woke. I mean, yeah, I don't really give a shit about wokeness at all. For the record, as you guys know, it's woke 2.0 time, you know? So my answer to this from the start is, why the fuck are you like policing? Sometimes, like, follow policing and like policing is so stupid. Because, like I follow Nazis. I don't agree with Nazis. I follow them to see what the fuck they're saying. You know what I mean? If I like a post with bad news, that doesn't mean I like the bad news. I'm not like, wow, I'm endorsing this. You know, it's fucking stupid. And in the case of Zohran's wife, she absolutely was liking literally all the correct things anyway. So the fact that like even the meat of the argument is like she was liking things that said Israel was waging an illegal land grab. Okay. Yeah, Israel is waging an illegal land grab. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Who gives a shit? Especially not right now. It's not like we're you know, in a particularly slow news cycle.
Private spouse.
Yeah, the U.S. is at war because Israel wanted us to. And this is what we're talking about. Like, get the fuck out of here, CNN. This is the most incurious, like, unserious bullshit. Olivia Reingold says she was booked on CNN to debate Mamdani's wife's Instagram post last night, but it was canceled last minute. The U.S. is at war, and CNN planned to do an entire segment on this. If you were involved in the planning or booking of the segment, please reach out. We have to know which show thought this was a reasonable use of scarce cable time. Pretty sure this was supposed to be Sam Cedar's slot, too. Anyway.
In America, Hillary
Yeah.
Clinton, that you can't. Sorry. I mean, once you are elected and once you are in a role like this, people are going to be curious about your spouse. Period, full stop. They're going to look through your social media. They're going to, and politically, yes.
Yes, she liked what she liked, and she has every reason to like what she liked. This is the other part of the story. Zohran doesn't want to come out and just be like, dude, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Like, Israel is waging an illegal land grab. Just take ownership over some of her fucking likes and then move on. And if you want the discourse to actually be productive, you have to do that. But this is the one area where he is running scared, okay? I will say this sincerely. He is running scared. And many politicians also run scared. They do not want to piss off the Zionist lobby. They do not want to piss off the media apparatus that is very sympathetic to Zionism. That's it. Because they don't want these guys up their fucking asses at all times. But it's ironic because there's supposed to be this handshake agreement, right? Like, Zohran doesn't talk too much about Israel, but then you don't fucking cover his, you don't actually come for his ass all the fucking time. Ironically enough, when they do talk about this shit, though, they're forcing your hand, big dog. You got to talk about Israel. You know? You can't be placating these motherfuckers. Just use the popularity that you have to be like, I am trying to be the mayor of New York City. We have a $5 billion budget shortfall. It was $12 billion. We cut it down in half. Okay? I'm working on serious shit that pertains to the lives of 14 million people. These guys want to talk about my wife's Instagram likes on October 7, October 8. Things that like the overwhelming majority of New Yorkers agree with. I'm sorry, this is insincere and unproductive. As New Yorkers, we must move past our differences in opinion on issues like this. To make this into a matter of controversy is so ridiculous, especially at a time when Israel is getting the American military to bomb a foreign country after 2.5 years of genocide and 80 years of apartheid. Can we be serious, please? What are we doing? Like policing the mayor of New York, the mayor of New York's wife. Trump would be like, the people overwhelmingly voted for me. It's a referendum on this issue. That's enough. That's what he would say. And I wish leftist figures would do the same.
Perry.
Okay? I wish leftist figures would sometimes do the fucking same. I worry that if he won't stand up and defend his own wives to these kinds of attacks, he's never going to change his strategy here. Yeah, I know. I'm hoping that there is an enough is enough moment from him. Inshallah. It took him a fuck ton of racialized animus to finally get to a point where he was like, dude, stop with the Islamophobia. Enough. It took him an endless amount of shit eating over the course of the last 2 weeks of his fucking campaign for him to finally be like, enough. Okay? It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's unbelievable how much animus these people have. It's unbelievable how cynical they are. Trying to turn this into a serious point of controversy. He had like, you know, I don't envy his position. Okay, I know that if you were to constantly fucking talk about this stuff, this would be his entire legacy. He wouldn't get anything done. Okay. But just know that there's no way that these fucking freaks are ever going to be on board. They're not. They're never going to be on board. They let so much Islamophobia get through. They never give a fuck. They barely talk about Randy Fine. It took Randy Fine literally being like, we should execute every single Muslim living on U.S. soil or something like that for like CNN to finally be like, oh, Randy Fine, are you sure you can say that? Andy Ogles is like literally saying we got to deport every fucking Muslim man on U.S. boundaries. I don't know. As a New Yorker in Queens, this makes him look even better to me. Really? So essentially, Mamdani's playing too safe and doesn't realize the momentum he has. No, I think he knows he has motion. He knows he's popular. He just doesn't want that popularity to go away. He's like very scared that if the media turns on him, if he actually takes a contentious position on this stuff, that the media and all these other like advocacy groups will like come after his ass even harder, and then he would have to constantly have to deal with that, and he doesn't want to deal with that. He just wants to be a good mayor. That's what the calculation is, in my opinion. But there are instances where you got to fucking push back a little bit, you know, for your own safety, for your own sanity. Hassan, bro, can you talk to Zohran, bro? Can you have him on speed dial, right? I mean, I've already broached the subject matter before. Well, what he decides to do is what he decides to do. I think it's like, I feel the same exact way about I felt the same exact way when he conceded on like globalize the Intifada shit, and you know, these guys when you give them an inch, they take a fucking mile. It's just what it is. There's an endless amount of appetite for humiliation, for bullying, because they just don't want you to be an anti-Zionist. That's it. They don't want you to be Muslim. They don't want you to be the mayor. They don't want you to be popular. They don't want you to be anti-Zionist. They want you to be a fucking servile little piggy. And it's crazy to do this when you've already won the war. When your initial bravery is part of the reason why you won. You won. You were bold. You were brave in a moment where it mattered the most. And it literally changed the dynamic of this fucking race. And it carried you to victory. The reason why Mamdani works in New York City as an anti-Zionist is because he is a happy warrior. He needs his surrogates to come out swinging, but they might not want to waste capital right now with the primary season. Yeah, okay, dude. What the fuck? Here, okay, I'm a surrogate. Okay, I'm swinging. Get out of here. And no, I know for a fact that his people also fucking find this attitude from the media despicable. Stop. You're running scared. Like you guys all have the running with fear attitude here. New hits inside of Israel. That is not a cluster munition. I don't know if it's an old video or not. That's clusters. This video was last week. I think I've seen this one.
Anyway. Spouse can be used against you. And I say this to candidates all the time. That's just the political reality we live in, and how you handle that. Look, and it's hard on families, but what strikes me about this is they're trying to defend this as she should get to do.
The story doesn't have motion. Talking about it gives air. The same tactic you use with your schizo haters. It's not going to go away. The energy's not going to go away. They're going to keep hitting him.
Do whatever she wants. Okay, but he's still going to be held accountable for some of that.
In fact, let's roll what Mayor Mamdani said when asked about the story in Jewish Insider and the Free Press and the New York Times about her liking the social media post you described. Here's Mayor Mamdani.
Yes, CNN with a classic two-person debate panel where both people agree with each other, riveting discourse. I mean, yeah, exactly.
Wife is the love of my life, and she's also a private person who has held no formal position on my campaign or in my city hall.
Like, remember, they hit him. This news story is packaged because he had the audacity to have Mahmoud Khalil over for Gracie Manor during iftar, okay, to commemorate the 1-year anniversary of his unjustifiable and illegal detention. That's why they're doing this. So it's gonna the pressure's gonna keep mounting. It's not gonna fucking go away. Okay? And it's clear that a lot of these guys think that there is a moment of weakness here. Look, John Levine from Washington Free Beacon. New from me, Zohran Mamdani celebrated Ramadan last week with Abdullah Akil, a man who has publicly called for Tel Aviv to be bombed. Like, they're just going to constantly find shit. So what's Zohran going to do? Not be Muslim? What's Zohran going to do? Refuse to have people over for iftar? Refuse to associate with people because who knows what they may have said at any point in their lives? You know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous. Hassan, how the fuck are we going to take on the media? We don't have a fucking Fox News for us. I am the Fox News. What the fuck do you mean? Fuck Fox News. There's plenty of motion that you have with independent media, and there's also plenty of fucking excited journalists that would love for a Zohran interview to discuss any of this, from the New York Times to the Washington Post to the Wall Street Journal to the fucking Economist. You could go to any outlet you wanted to. If you want to do a press push, they would die for it. Okay? It's just bad faith harassment campaigns trying to manufacture outrage around a popular candidate who has the popular position on Israel and is unafraid to say it. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's the reason why they're doing this. Because he is incredibly popular. He's doing a great job. And unlike a lot of these other pussies, he actually has fucking straight up said, Israel's an apartheid state. I would be in favor of Israel existing as long as it offered equal rights and dignity to the Palestinians. All these guys are doing is try to fucking mount pressure. It's the same with what they did to Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom comes out with an objectively correct statement. He says Israel's an apartheid state. Immediately, JPAC comes after him. They set up a Zoom meeting with Gavin Newsom's senior staffers. It's like JPAC and a bunch of other Jewish advocacy groups that are very clearly only there to talk about Israel, right? And they strong arm Gavin Newsom into taking a new position. The Democratic majority for Israel comes out and celebrates Gavin Newsom backing away from Israel's an apartheid state as a position. Okay? This kind of intimidation tactic only works if you don't have the popular momentum on your side. If you have the popular momentum on your side, all they have is this. They're just chirping. They don't have any real power. The amount of power that they have is what you give them. So I urge the Democratic Party to actually push back against this sort of shit. I urge Democratic candidates to push back against this sort of shit, to not fucking cede any ground to these cynical monsters. Okay? Because at this stage, you already have the public's backing. And the public will reward you for being honest about it. And the other side of the story, okay? The other side of the story that's also scary is if you don't give a fuck about saying the truth, or maybe you're too fearful, if you don't come out and actually lead on the issue of Israel's apartheid, if you don't come out and lead on the issue of decoupling from Israel, if you don't lead on the issue of anti-Zionism, then in that information vacuum, the right will take advantage of your lack of interest in communicating on this, and they will secure votes. They will steer the conversation in an anti-Semitic direction. So if you do actually want to protect Jews, if you do actually care about anti-Semitism, you have to be an anti-Zionist, and you have to fucking stop with this conflation between Zionism and Judaism, especially at a time when this conflation is already set. It's calcified, and it is creating a harmful environment for Jews in the United States of America in general. Part of that is because nowadays, most people just associate being an anti-Zionist with anti-Semitism, but not as a negative. They associate it as a positive thing. For the largest subsects of American society, when they hear someone say something anti-Semitic, they think, this guy gets it. This guy's actually against Israel, because that's all they have seen on social media. Okay? You got motherfuckers that didn't know their ass from their elbow 10 years ago when I was a fucking proud, open, avowed anti-Zionist. That you got motherfuckers that didn't know what the fuck Israel was before October 7 coming in here and telling me I'm doing Jewish exceptionalism because I'm not anti-Semitic, and I have to be anti-Semitic to be anti-Israel truly. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous. And the only reason why this media environment got here is because the loudest voices on both the anti-Israel side and the pro-Israel side are saying the same fucking thing. That all Jews care about is Israel. And if you, and the anti-Zionist or the anti-Israel anti-Semites say, if you care about Israel, then you're a Jew and you're bad. And the pro-Israel side says, all Jews care about is Israel. And if you actually criticize Israel, then you're anti-Semitic. It's ridiculous. They designed this environment. They designed this media environment, and they don't even know what to do with it, and they're still attacking a motherfucker who's not anti-Semitic. They attack ZOHRAN. They attack people like myself. Like some of the few fucking people with the platforms that we have that try to make sure that people understand that we are not anti-Jewish, okay? It's crazy. At this point, the fact that people still consider this to be like a sinister way to hide anti-Semitic opinions is so idiotic. It just shows that you are oblivious to the media environment beyond your immediate vicinity. Because out there in the real world right now, if you're anti-Semitic, you don't have to hide it at all. As a matter of fact, it's better if you don't hide it. It's beneficial. Beneficial to be outwardly anti-Semitic. Look at some of the biggest content creators in this space. Candace Owens. Literally waving a copy of the Talmudic Jew on her broadcast to talk about how Jews are contract lords. People hold it up as a badge of honor. People hold it up as a way to showcase their earnesty, their earnestness. Yeah.
I, however, was elected to represent all 8.5 million people in this city. And I believe that it's my responsibility, because of that role, to answer any questions about my thoughts and my policies and my decisions.
So that was Friday, but you would suggest that after yesterday's posting, you can't, that's not operative anymore?
Yeah, to sort of tie these two things together, I mean, the problem is wanting to have it both ways. To say it's outrageous to make my spouse a political issue, how dare you, private person, all that kind of stuff, but then use that spouse.
I thought Zohran's statement was fine. I know. This is my initial assessment on this was that it's fine too. My frustration is that they're not letting it go, and it's gonna fucking snowball into something even larger. Ugh.
For political purposes.
And it has. This is literally, it has.
When you think it helps you or serves some sort of agenda. Now, I personally think posting this dinner picture doesn't actually help Zohran Mamdani at all. I don't think it helps him with the people who don't trust him and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But he thinks it does. He thinks
you. What do you fucking mean? Mahmoud Khalil's a goddamn hero, you son of a bitch. What the fuck have you ever done in your life? God damn, I hate this shit. He's talking about Zohran Mamdani posting a photo of Mahmoud Khalil being hosted in Gracie Manor. That's what they're fucking railing on him for. That's what Jonah Goldberg is railing on him for. What can you fucking do, man? What can you fucking do? Yeah, this isn't helping your cause, says the guy who hates you and your cause. That's literally it. Elon reposted. Interesting. Anthropic's Claude helps select hundreds of targets for the opening wave of Iran strikes. There's a good chance that one of them was the elementary school with more than 100 girls died. My latest for non-zero news. I don't know what this is. I mean, there's this speculation on this, yes. I have some people who are researching it to confirm whether or not that is the case. That AI targeting was taken, was utilized in the opening strikes. I didn't know it was Claude, potentially.
Him with his base, it gives him street cred. But regardless, you can't have it both ways. Either your spouse is a complete free agent and unrelated to your administration or not. But it can't be she's a prop when you want her to be a prop, and then if she does something that embarrasses you, or he, depending on the politician, all of a sudden say, oh, that has nothing to do with me. It's once you're in, you're in.
Yeah, I just think it's a political reality. Like I say, I've said this to candidates so many times. You may not think it's fair. It doesn't matter. This is reality. So let's deal with the reality that your spouse people are going to investigate them, be curious about them. Their fashion. I mean, look at how Michelle Obama, changed fashion in this country because she had those fabulous arms. I do not wear, sleeveless dresses, but lots of people do. So point being.
Yeah, good. I hope Zohran's wife is changing the dynamic in this country to be way more pro-Palestine and also pro-Palestinian resistance as well. Hopefully, inshallah, one day. Okay? It's good. It's good to be honest.
Particularly as the First Lady of New York City, largest Jewish population outside of Israel.
Give me a fucking
that
break.
Comes with some new responsibilities, whether you like it or not. It just is the reality.
Mayor Mamdani is a very smart guy. And he had to have known that having Mahmoud Khalil, not because of the First Amendment issue, which I think we all probably agree with,
Yeah, dude. All of New York City's Jews are terrified. Still with this fucking bullshit. Still with this fucking bullshit. Give it a goddamn break, dude. I can't deal with this. This part is actually unironically, Jewish exceptionalism. Like, the guy receives an unlimited amount of hatred as a Muslim mayor, the first Muslim mayor in New York City. An unlimited amount of hatred. And these guys are still talking about, like, well, what if some Jews were scared of his wife's Instagram likes about saying Israel is engaging in an illegal and vicious land grab? Okay, who gives a fuck? Suck my dick. Build a bridge and get over it, bitch. It's the fucking majority position. Like, what do you mean? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! What will we do? Oh, you can't say that. You can't say that Israel's an apartheid state because, like, Jews might get offended. What the fuck are you talking about? First of all, where are the Jews? Okay? Literally, explain to me where the Jews are. Because you might be one person who feels this way, but I don't think that's the monolithic attitude, okay? That's number one. And number two, it's the fucking truth. It's not only the truth, but it's also now the popular position. It's so fucking stupid. Like, what are we talking about, man? You either do anti-Semitism or you don't do anti-Semitism. This kind of fucking nonsensical bullshit at a time like this is ridiculous. God damn. I'm sorry, but there is no systematic discrimination that Jewish people face in the United States of America in 2026, okay? It's just the fucking truth. Do Jews experience anti-Semitic hate crimes? Absolutely. Can they experience anti-Semitism individually? Absolutely. But in comparison to Islamophobia, in comparison to anti-black racism, anti-brown racism, like, it's not even fucking close. Jews are white, okay? They're white. They're a part of the in-group. It's like fucking constantly complaining about Italiophobia. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. This doesn't mean that anti-Semitism was not a systemic form of hatred in the past in the United States of America and all around the world, obviously. But as it stands currently, there's no fucking comparison. So it just looks ridiculous. Okay? It looks fucking ridiculous when you got 3 panelists on CNN chirping about how New York Jews might actually feel scared about Zohran Mamdani's wife liking posts or Mahmoud Khalil, who literally was discriminated against. Like, actually discriminated against by the fucking federal government. When the fuck has that happened to you, Jake Tapper? What the fuck are you talking about? It's ridiculous, man. Yeah, roll the fucking Norm Finkelstein clip. It's the best one. Not the crocodile tears one, but when he's talking to that one guy who's like, I'm half Jewish, but my friends have received anti-Semitic hate crimes or something, and Norm cooks. I know one of you motherfuckers has it.
You know, people have the First Amendment rights in this country. But the other issue of what he and his group did at Columbia University, what they stand for now, he had to have known it would upset people.
Well, and I think that this is the other piece, just speaking politically again, given that you're exactly right. And it plays into the fears that people had before he was elected and an issue that he's dealing with in terms of the Jewish community. So I'm surprised.
Oh,
I think it's pretty undeniable, at least from my own experience, that there is very rampant anti-Semitism in the United States, at least.
That's your experience?
That has been my...
Norm is so awesome. That's your experience?
My experience.
Are you Jewish?
I'm half Jewish, but it's not necessarily that it's directed at me, but people growing up, slurs against other races aren't tolerated, but slurs against Jews I would hear pretty regularly. or lots of Jew jokes where you wouldn't be able to make black jokes?
I don't agree with that at all. First of all, there was an era in which one calculated anti-Semitism not by a person's thoughts, because you can't control a person's thoughts. And even you can't control your thoughts. And even you probably can't figure out what's your quote-unquote real motive for whatever you do. Are you interviewing me now because of a sincere inquiry into the life of the mind? Or does it have an egotistical component? Or does it go back to something your mother said when you were 5 years old? You know, the human psyche is very complicated, and it's not susceptible to easy analysis or control. So there was an era where nobody ever thought about those things. When you talked about anti-Semitism, it meant, does it affect...
I have a version of this with the quote-unquote jokingly N-word pass. White people think the N-word is just a mean word that hurts black people's feelings. They don't understand that, like, it's only impactful because of its association with historic wrongs that have not been addressed and the ongoing current systematic oppression that black people face. That's the reason why it's a powerful word, not because it hurts black people's feelings and we as a society have decided that, like, black people are a special class people, okay? That's it. And my joke, obviously, is, you know, reparations and also white slavery for, like, 20 years, and then white people can say the N-word. Obviously, it's not up to me, and I'm fucking joking before people rip my asshole apart. It's more so an understanding that this is, like, more so a systematic problem. Okay? I said 20 because the 400 is, you know, it's not going to happen. Like, come on, you gotta give white people a little bit of a pass here, okay? It's like they're not gonna sign on for 400 years, but they might. They love saying the N-word. They might sign on for 20. Oh, anyway.
Affect your job opportunities? Does it affect your access to certain institutions of higher education? Does it affect where you're going to live? Does it affect negatively your interactions with the law? That's what anti-Semitism meant. They were quantifiable, palpable, lucid expressions of this phobia, whatever you want to call anti-Semitism, okay? By that reckoning, can you name me a place in the United States where a Jew would have trouble purchasing a home or renting an apartment? Name me one place. I'd be curious. Can you name me one university, one college, one in the whole United States where a Jew would have trouble getting in because he or she was Jewish? One. Could you name me one profession? Does the medical profession discriminate against Jews? There's a legal profession. I mean, that was once a problem. That's why Jewish law firms are created, because they couldn't get into the white shoe WASP law firms. Does that exist anymore? Yeah. So this is just completely and totally ridiculous to talk about anti-Semitism in the United States. On the contrary, being Jewish gets you into professions. It's an asset in our society. In publishing, being Jewish makes a big difference. You know what they used to call the New York Review of books? They called it the New York Review of each other's books, and they were all Jewish.
I mean, he's right. That's the point, right? Like, this doesn't mean that, like, you should allow anti-Semitism to fucking flourish in the communities that you're a part of. Obviously, and I don't allow it, and I will continue to push back against it. But god damn, man, like Zionist Jews who fucking do this conflation with Israel and then cynically attack everyone as anti-Semites when they very clearly aren't, and then package that entire thing up with, like, well, what about the Jewish feelings, are so fucking out of touch. Like, what are you saying, brother? This is the majority position. It's over. You lost the battle. It's the majority position. So anytime you make that conflation, you unironically are feeding into the anti-Semitism. Okay? You're feeding into it. Because people are going, oh, okay, I guess I'm anti-Semitic. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, all right. Oh, okay. Jews control the media. Oh, look at me. Like, that's what it is. That's what it is cry bully, bad faith bullshit. And people can understand it. People can see it.
He wasn't more prepared to acknowledge that and to acknowledge that it may be upsetting to some people, whatever language you want.
Hassan on me, ain't no way I'm unsubbing. Bro thought jokes would fly. Now he didn't do enough during Black History Month for that. Someone called the Barbs expeditiously. What the fuck are they going to do? They en masse gave white people the pass by loving MAGA Nikki becoming a Fox News cutout. They ain't got shit to stand on. Yeah, I can do my bit about the N-word pass now freely because I know the Barbs can't come after me. They might actually like me.
Want to use, it's not unreasonable that people would raise a question and say, well, wait a second, because again, it plays into something you already know is a political problem. And you know, one of my things I say to people, they're going to hit you. You don't have to give them the bat to do it with.
So the mayor's office, what if they were to say something along the lines of, look, it's Ramadan, we're posting a picture every one of these iftars. Mahmoud Khalil had his First Amendment rights trampled on, and the mayor, you know, is standing up for that.
Yeah, certainly you would. I mean, that photo is that, for the record. He did do that. So why the fuck are you still chirping? You did an 8-minute segment on this.
It's not about this other stuff. What would your...
Like, he has to try to put on this this veneer of impartiality, right? Like, oh, well, you know, I'm just asking these serious questions. The fucking Jonah Goldberg of the American Enterprises, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Response to that big?
That's BS. Just insofar as, look, Zohran Mandami's own views on Israel-Palestine are pretty close to Khalil's. Maybe not as extreme, but the fact is he knows that there was substance to what Khalil was saying in his First Amendment rights. This is not someone who had, you know, an obscene poster.
Don't send me a downloadable link ever again.
Organized for months around the proposition that Israel and those civilian Jews had it coming. He plays word games now about how he doesn't support violence against civilians. That was not the impression of that group. Zohran Mandabi knows what this guy represents.
Bro hasn't said his name right one time. Mabdabi, Babdabi, Babaduba, Zobraru, Babadubadia. What the fuck? He's the fucking mayor, man. God damn. Racist ass motherfucker. Holy shit. Brother is stroking out trying to say this name. He's like, it's an exotic name.
He knows the organization that he's affiliated with. He knows the side of the argument that he's on. And he chose him because, not because he's a hero of civil liberties, but because he's a hero of the globalized, the Intifada crowd.
All right.
Yeah. Zabadoobob had this guy, Mehmed, on to do globalizing of the Intifada. I bet they went on a Jew hunt after. Like, shut the fuck up. You're hysterical. You're a fucking delusional monster. Shut up.
Thanks to all. And we are extending right now, ad-libbing and impromptu, an invitation for Mayor Mamdani to come.
Yeah, come on so I can give you a fucking lashing, okay? Come on so I can give you a lashing and dress you down and talk to you about how I fucking really feel. But I'll also make it seem like I'm being impartial. You know, it's just a reasonable concern. Don't you feel like you've offended every Jew in New York City by having Mahmoud Khalil on, who we've decided is a bad guy? I went to the meeting. All the Jews agreed with me. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody cares. Jesus Christ. Living lavishly at his home. I'm so tired of this anti-Semitic broadcast by Hebab Piguer. Yeah, I can't believe the Mamadou Kent and Zobrab Babadaba were getting together and having what they call iftar. Really fucked up. And then they talked about globalize the enchilada, and it really scared me. It really scared me. I was scared. I'm a Jewish New Yorker, and I'm scared. I'm terrified of this. How dare they let this happen? Well, that was Dr. Jihad on the broadcast. Me, I'm Dr. Jihad. I got to run that back. That was so funny. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? Oh, God. What a great video that was.
מי שולט בכל הארץ? בית מלון, שימו לב, בית מלון, ערבים, משטרה, ערבים, מג"ב, ערבים, שב"ס, ערבים, בית מרקחת, ערבים, נהגי מוניות, ערבים, אוטובוסים, ערבים,
אוטובוסים.
בית חולים, כל הרופאים, ערבים, דוקטור מסראווה, דוקטור מסראווה, דוקטור ג'יהאד, דוקטור ג'יהאד, דוקטור מרווד למשרד. מה זה, כפר קאסם?
Oh, man. Fuck the audio listeners, I guess. I mean, audio listeners, you're in for a treat if you see this segment visually represented where I'm this televangelist rabbi is saying that it's not. You know who controls Israel? Arabs control Israel. And then they put a photo of me and they call me Dr. Jihad. It's one of my proudest accomplishments, I'll be honest. My favorite comedy show in Israel, mentioning me by name, is fucking incredible.
Dead people, by the way, in the Arab world are definitely the Emiratis.
I can't stop. Dr. Jihad, Arabi. This is huge for the brand. Yes, Dr. Jihad. Double major in and a doctorate in both jihad and racism. One can even consider racism to be the ultimate jihad. Majority report being anti-Semitic.
Existence on Sam's Subaru. I was wondering if the white smoke over Tel Aviv is an indication they picked a new Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my God.
It's messed up. I can't believe they're laughing at that. That's so unacceptable. Emma's laughing a little too hard. You know what I'm saying?
Bruh.
Chill. Chill. Not funny.
Holy Toledo.
We're not laughing. We're not laughing at this. In Arabic, the guy complains about parking. Yeah, I know. Dr. Jihad, Arabi.
Who spoke?
Guys, please watch this insane local news segment on Iranian terrorist sleeper cells that somehow ropes in Russia and China.
We'll go
WPBF is a West Palm Beach affiliate, ABC affiliate, which means the segment induced at least 56 heart attacks from frightened old
Personal
people.
reporter Rachel Perry, who spoke with a former FBI agent about the possible danger of terrorist sleeper cells embedded in the U.S. and why that's a factor in any conversation right now about Americans' safety.
Hiding in plain sight, what federal authorities refer to as sleeper cells.
What the fuck's going on with
The
this
best
news
sleeper
coverage?
cells historically have been those that find their ability to blend in to our everyday way of life. They look like the average American living next door to us.
Well, the term isn't new. Former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan says it gained significant prominence in the public's mind after 9/11.
A sleeper cell basically means that someone has generally come into the United States, whether legally or illegally, and has set up a nefarious plot or plan with support of either people that are here in the United States or abroad with the intentions of carrying out an act of terrorism.
Sometimes he says they wait months or even years to be called upon, and what makes them so dangerous outside of their intentions is their ability to blend in.
No one has given them a second thought, and it's only until after the act of terrorism is carried out that someone may have that intuition to pause and say, Now that I go back and think about it, hindsight being 2020, yeah, there were some unusual behavior patterns that I saw.
As for what role conflict between Iran and the U.S. could have on their threat level, Kaplan says it's there, but officials are likely also looking at Russia and China.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The FBI guy's like, listen, I know sleeper cells when I see them because I activate them. Okay. I make them, I create them, I create panic, and I'm the reason for why sleeper cells even exist as a concept. It's fucking bullshit. The FBI was responsible for the overwhelming majority of Islamic terror that took place on domestic soil post 9/11, for the record. Okay. Literally. All they did was entrap a bunch of like Muslim teenagers and shit with like significant mental disabilities, like intellectual disabilities and whatnot, and urge them into acts of like violence that they intercepted before the actions took place. Prepping public opinion for incoming false flag. I've been thinking about this quite a bit because this is a real concern that I have. Because obviously this war is deeply, deeply fucking unpopular. Okay? First of all, Iran has never activated a fucking sleeper cell. Even the the two teenagers that were lobbing a fucking a improvised explosive device over Walter Masterson's fucking shoulder, by the way, which people are yelling at him over, which is crazy. He almost died in a terrorist attack. Those guys were ISIS. Now, of course, Americans don't understand. They're like, oh, this is Muslim. What do you mean? But like, you know, Iran and ISIS are not allies. They're enemies of one another. Okay? ISIS is far more affiliated with the United States of America and Israel than Iran. That's exactly what a sleeper agent would say. Yeah, dude, I'm a fucking sleeper cell of terrorism. Tallarico on Iran, what did he say?
Millennial, I saw how military disasters like the Iraq War robbed this nation of young lives, of billions of dollars of our...
Bro, I think he needs to grow a beard. That's what I think. I think if he grew a beard, his approval would go up. Like, he just looks too... he looks like Moral Oral a little bit. Make James Tallarico grow a fucking beard, bro. He does like a baby face. There's something about it. I think I was talking to a friend of mine, a black friend of mine, before people yell at me over this. And he actually brought up something that I thought was very interesting, like where there is this thing that like James Tallarico reads the black people in the same way that Pete Buttigieg does. And by that, I mean like they don't trust him for some reason. And I had never thought about that, but I feel like the demographic approvals actually kind of go along with that. There's just something about it. I don't know if a beard could solve that problem regardless. But some people just don't read positively to black people. Black people are just like, I don't trust them. I think Pete Buttigieg is that person. We know he's tried to run for president before and he got zero black approval, like zero. And I feel like maybe Tallarico has a similar thing as well. Because like black people love Joe Biden. You know, there are white candidates that black people fuck with, okay? By way of affiliations or you know, people that are all right, like an all right white boy in that category. I feel like Tallarico, it just, you know, there's something off about it. Too unseasoned? Yeah, it's the fact that he's clean cut and a white pastor. He's too slick and young. Am I wrong about this assessment? Part of it is also because, like, I'll be honest, like there are a lot of black people whose opinion I trust quite a bit that shocked me with the Tallarico versus Crockett race, where they were just like straight up were just like Jasmine Crockett's a better option. And And I'm not talking about like liberals. I'm talking about leftists, right? Like Nina Turner is a great example of this. And that got me thinking, like, how does Tallarico get some fucking swag? Actually, because he needs it. He also ran against black women. Yes, but that's it. This is outside of that. Now I'm half black. You nailed the ambiguity around Tallarico for black folks. You're wrong in your ideas of thinking a beard is going to get people to like him. No, it's not the beard. That was a joke. I just made me think of that thing that I was thinking about. Is fair? Why would black people ever trust a white guy? What are you talking about? Like, as far as elections goes, there are white people that black people trust. Some of them are not great, like Joe Biden. Okay, let's be real. He must become Dominican? True. This could be helpful. He needs to be hit with the Dominican laser.
Moral standing in the world, and I worry that our current leaders are repeating those same mistakes. I was in Sand Branch, Texas, which is a community south of Dallas that doesn't have running water. It doesn't have basic sewer infrastructure. So every dollar we spend bombing people in the Middle East is a dollar we're not spending in Sand Branch, Texas, or in our communities here at home. We're always told that we don't have enough money for schools or for health care or for our veterans, but there's always enough money to bomb people on the other side of the world. And so we can support the...
He's great at messaging.
Democracy.
They don't like it.
Movement in Iran. We can prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, all without bombing innocent school children or sending our American...
Okay, I didn't mean for that to come across like all three of the black panelists don't fuck with him. But also, I mean, kind of feels like they don't fuck with him.
The democracy.
I'm telling you, there's something there. Okay? I'm telling you, there is something there. Trust me on this, okay? Just trust this white boy who is a little bit more tuned in than the average white boy. I have a PhD in racism. I don't know what it is, but I have noticed this thing, okay? And I don't know if it's the haircut. I don't know if it's the vibes, but like he might be too white. Like, I don't know what it is. But Pete Buttigieg also had it. Like, the only other person I can point to that was repulsive to black voters as a Democrat is Pete Buttigieg. Okay? And Tallarico ain't no Pete Buttigieg. Tallarico has like a very good communication style. Okay? Now, obviously, what I'm talking about, many of you will misunderstand and say, oh, it's because he was running against Jasmine Crockett. No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's obviously a part of the situation, but that's not it. Do you know what I mean? He looks like he's never talked to a black person despite his platform. I mean, he was literally he was invited to Jesse Jackson's funeral by Jesse Jackson's son. Okay. So he's tapped in, or I think maybe not Jesse Jackson's son, but someone else maybe, or maybe it was Jesse Jackson's son. Like he's tapping in to the right circles. It's not even that. There's just something about it.
Movement in Iran. We can prevent Iran from getting...
But also on the messaging front, this is great. What he's saying is great, obviously. I 100% agree with it. Oh, a white woman had to overcome the same vibe resistance. He's too polished and clean. Makes me feel like he's got bodies on the floorboards. I mean, if Tallarico showed up like this in the general, he win by 30 points. They made him look like a yassified Connor Eats Pants Tallarico. Oh my God. He needs a little something. I don't know what it is, but he just needs a little something, okay? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Do you not see what I'm talking about? He just needs a little something, okay? He needs the what was that? The TikTok memes? There's like the black girlfriend effect. Oh my God. Yeah, he needs a black wife girlfriend glow up. I don't know. There's something there. And I'm sincere about this. And I think like our left flank white candidates need to figure it out. Okay. You can't be out here swagless because it's an important part. It's an important part of the brand. You got to get swag right now. You have to get swag immediately. He would kill with a beard, bro. Yeah, I think that automatically improves the situation a little bit. Like a little bit. Like not that much, but like a little bit. Dude. Okay. Low taper fade or a buzz cut and a beard. Okay. What are we cooking here? You think that could cook? I don't know. He really needs to get hit with a Dominican Ray real quick. Like with haste. Are you trying to turn bro into Chet Hanks? Chet Hanks' approvals amongst the black community is probably higher than fucking Tallarico. What the fuck? And not because he ran against Jasmine Crockett. Black people by and large think like Chet Hanks is kind of corny, but also he's like, you know. He needs to get some waves. Just make him look Chechen. That'll do the trick. That always works. For sure. That always works for sure. Convince him to be on the flotilla so we can get some sunlight. Bearded James Tallarico easily flips Texas blue against Paxton. No, it's not just the beard. I was wrong when I said it's beard. I think he needs something more than just a beard. Antonio Esparza, creative director for James Tallarico. You know what to do. I got to do a makeover for him. Like, we got to get him some swag. Get him some aura. You know? It's his hair. It could be. His hair is like something about it. He needs to stop looking Mormon. He has the same haircut since age 8. You can tell, man. When's Tallarico coming on the stream? We're working on it. We're working on it. Probably not after this, to be honest. He's going to hear me say all this and be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Fuck you, man. Like, I say this as someone who likes him, for the record. I like him. Also, there's a new Illinois 9 poll. And for the record, this is fucking insane. Everything I said about Kat Abuxelek, I take back. You have to vote for her now, okay? Yes. Sorry. Striking distance. Striking distance. Striking distance. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh at 20%, with Daniel Biss at 24%, 0% movement. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh has picked up 3 points. Yeah, we're funding Taiwan. We're arming Taiwan militarily. Okay, we're going to war with China. You have to vote for her. Straight up. It would unironically be better for us if she loses. Oh my fucking Lord. Vote against her. Oh God, you guys are so fucking stupid. Oh, I want to throw up sometimes. Make an example out of her. Yeah, she's definitely close. I mean, that's insanely close. And she's objectively better than Daniel Biss. I don't give a shit about her Taiwan position. I don't think that's anything that materializes in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't matter. Also, she's malleable. That's why her bad takes are damaging, ruin that momentum. What are you talking about? She literally picked up since those bad takes. No one gives a fuck about her position on Taiwan. Come on. Michael from Taiwan. Don't you want new arms sales to Taiwan? Don't you want accelerated arms sales and defense systems to Taiwan, where you reside? No, but seriously. Come on, it's not that different from the Graham Plattner shit. Americans, by and large, don't give a fuck about foreign policy, except for Israel. They do give a fuck about foreign policy on Israel. Why do they give a fuck about foreign policy on Israel? Because Israel also interferes in domestic policy. As far as like arming Taiwan or whatever, no fucking Illinois 9 Evanstown resident is like, wow, I can't believe this 26-year-old anti-Zionist Palestinian is actually in favor of arming Taiwan to defend Taiwan. They're not going to fucking make that calculation at all. They either didn't even fucking hear about it, or if they did, they didn't even think about it as like a bad position. As far as like the Graham Plattner saga goes, Graham Plattner's positions are infinitely better than Kat Abou-Ghazaleh's. Let's be real. That's true. But I mean like as far as shit that we care about, as opposed to shit that the average voter cares about. They don't give a fuck about that. True source, I live in Illinois. Yeah. Taiwan donates humanitarian aid to Israel. Oh my God. Oh God damn, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. Low taper fade, buzz cut, beard puppies. Okay. Yeah. No, you got it. There it is. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Bro, look at that. Look at that. I think this is AI, right? I assume this is AI, but like, look at that, dude. Magic. Magic. You see the motion. You see what I was talking about. Sold. If Kat wins the election, how quickly will we be in a ground war with China for Taiwan's sake? And at what point will that war go nuclear directly because of Kat? Serious question. Are you fucking serious? Yes. America is going to go toe-to-toe with a nuclear armed nation that's responsible for 30% of our trade because of a 26-year-old that won Illinois 9 by like 2 points potentially in the primary. What are you talking about? That's No Tats Phase Banks. If Kat won't give up her Taiwan position, what makes you think she will cave on other shit? Because I don't think she's like ideologically committed to waging war with Taiwan or some shit. I think she's trying to do the classic lib shit where you want to be like morally consistent, okay? Or what you perceive as morally consistent. And that's precisely what this is. It's a talking point so she doesn't get yelled at on her pro-Palestinian sovereignty position. That's it. That's it. It's not like she's gonna fucking commit to, I don't know, the separating Taiwan as a state and go against like however many years of fucking American foreign policy. Yes, I'm here. Heard y'all were talking. What's up, chat? It's not even a question, dude. 20 plus 3, right there, up Biss's ass. Better candidate overall. I was iffy on Kat, but now that she's come out as an internationalist socialist, I will be supporting her. Fuck the Maoists. Marxist Leninism forever. You guys are so fucking annoying. Yeah, the internationalist socialist position of like utilizing America as an entry point into fucking its main competitor in the global marketplace. That's the internet. My internationalist socialist position is that we need to constantly wage war with a foreign country that doesn't need to be considered an adversary at all. That's not an internationalist socialist position. It's a joke. Calm down. Sorry, I thought you were being sincere because I see a lot of that on my timeline. I see a lot of that on my timeline nonstop, endlessly, where people will be like, oh, all these leftists are shitting on diaspora populations because they're trying to be racist but leftistly. It's like, no, I think people would be racist if they wanted to be racist. I want to Ukrainify Taiwan is not a leftist position. AIPAC spent $850,000 against us today with an AI-generated attack ad. Can you ask her about her CIA mentor at GWU? Come on, Michael from Pennsylvania. Like, I went to college in the United States of America as well. You know, I had fucking professors that also worked in the State Department. Come on.
Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, totally fake. Kat's campaign is being funded with tens of thousands of dollars from right-wing donors to Republicans and Donald Trump. And she lied about no billionaire contributions.
Who's your pig? Who's your pig? You and I sometimes have disagreements, but we're both very pragmatic. You're not one of those guys that's like that casts aside electoralism. Okay, who's your pig? And I know you didn't trust her from the start because of media, Media Matters, George Soros bucks, all that shit. But who's your pig in this race? You know what I mean? Bliss is his pig. You are not fucking in favor of Daniel Bliss. That's crazy. No, he's not going to say Bushra because he knows, just as I do, that Bushra is at fucking 6%. He's not going to say Bushra, and I don't think he's going to say Daniel Bliss either. His argument is probably going to be Kat Abu-Ghazaleh doesn't have messaging discipline and should not be seen as a part of this movement because otherwise, even if she wins, that's still going to be bad at the end of the day because then it's like people are going to associate this movement with someone who is like posturing with the most right-wing position on China, more right-wing than Tom Cotton, okay? I don't think that Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is as committed to this war hawking against China. And I think it's more so her trying to fucking maintain a moral high ground with her pro-Palestinian advocacy. In a debate lord kind of way, the DSA candidate is who I'm backing, Bushra, but Biss or Kat are the same progressive lib. He has better takes on Medicare for all in Taiwan. I honestly don't think I don't think it matters which of them wins. Okay, so you're relinquishing this race. You're just giving up on it. You're giving up on it. That's your take on the race, that you just don't care. I don't know enough about Bushra's takes, okay? But what I do know is she's unfortunately at 6%. Is her name even Bushra? It is. Bushra Amawala. As far as candidate favorabilities goes, pretty good. 39% favorable. 17% not sure, 34% unfavorable, as opposed to Daniel Biss, who has 50% favorability, 31% unfavorability. Why did Mike push Fetterman when he was pro-Israel against Oz? It's just harm reduction and electoralism. Okay, Fetterman was, there was a good reason. Unlike Plattner, I do think Kat is someone you'd like to be able to get through to change your stance. What policy position that Plattner has advocated for that you want to change the stances of? I'm defending both. I'm defending Plattner and Kat Abu-Ghazaleh here, but like, what stance do you want Plattner to change? Like, what do you need for? Do you want him to join Hezbollah? Is that when you're going to be like, okay, you know what? Grant Plattner is actually the woke warrior that you know looks like a chud, acts like a woke, thinks like a woke, acts like a chud. Like, is that what it is? Do you want him to fucking arm, you know, the Hamas militancy? Is that? Do you want him to commit to that? Is that when you will be like, okay, Grant Plattner, my mistake. I misunderstood your position. It's crazy. Grant Plattner joins Hamas. Grant Plattner, the new Ayatollah. Please stop conflating Plattner and Caddy as a flawless platform. She doesn't. Yes, I like Grant Plattner's platform. I like Grant Plattner's platform more than I like Kat Abu-Ghazaleh's platform. Having said that, Grant Plattner also has red flags in his career, and a lot of people have made a big deal about it, especially in this community, even though those fucking red flags are utterly irrelevant when it comes to the calculation that Mainers are making. And I'm saying that Kat Abu-Ghazaleh's position on Taiwan, ridiculous, is also utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. At this point, if I turned around and advocated for Bushra Amawala, it would not change the fucking election. You understand that, right? There's a reason why AIPAC is like dumping $850,000 into this race against Kat. Oh my God, anarcho-pill. This is why anarchists, this is why I dunk on anarchists. Okay, but Taiwan should be free from both American and Chinese imperialism. Chinese imperialism. Check Kat's healthcare policy. She's not for Medicare for all. Wait, what? She's literally said she is when we talked about it. Would you support giving Taiwan a nuke to maintain their sovereignty? We can find a middle ground for Mike. No. More Chinese nukes? I mean, it's already Chinese, so there's more nukes that China already has in the mainland. But if Kat wins when she gets the bomb Taiwan button, what will we do then? I live in a fantasy world online. Please address my delusions. Yes, she's going to spam it extra fucking hard. I mean, this is a genuine question. Do you not think Abu Ghraib is disqualifying? Is there a red line that would say someone shouldn't run for office? No. I don't think you guys understand. Okay. A candidate, regardless of their fucking past, if they're advocating for the things sincerely that I agree with, I'm totally willing to fucking look past their heinous the heinous things that they've done in the past. Bro, I'll vote for someone who was convicted of murder if they've done their time. You know what I mean? Is this Tanky Hour in the chat? No, it's actually funny that Grant Plattner has the most interesting haters because he has like sincere anti-imperialist haters, like leftists, ultras, people who like already kind of hate electoralism anyway, and this is a good entry point to be like, see, another fucking dog shit candidate Hasan brought up because he's like a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. But then also blue sky liberals. Like blue sky libs fucking hate Grant Plattner, like with a passion. They fucking hate his ass. They hate him so much. It's so funny that they've basically decided that they can't actually put a dent in his approval ratings. So they've decided to try this new thing where they just go, he should drop out of the race when he has like a fucking 25-point lead on Janet Pills. It's really funny that they've just decided like, well, this is what the Democratic Party can't be like this. I mean, we can't, be like what? Winners? Is that what you think the Democratic Party can't be? I know you think that they should be fucking losers. Based on that poll, I'd say that I think Kat's going to win. They're underestimating youth turnout. Good. So fucking endorse her. Not that it matters, once again. Everything I post here also gets posted over on Blue Sky, and I sometimes forget that. Just went over to see how the platinum posts have been received, and not well. Should we post this one over there? Seems needlessly cruel. Seriously, fuck you, dude. Ryan Grimm is so bizarre. He's done great work at the intercept of the drop site and then post shit like this. Yes, he hates Jews. Surprise. Plattner, the Nazi tattoo guy? Yeah, having a totem cough tattoo. Who doesn't have one of those? He approvingly retweets neo-Nazis? Well, they're pretty unavoidable on X, so you can't blame him. Going on an anti-Semite's podcast? Well, lots of racists listen to it, so you'd be stupid not to get in front of them. I'm very smart. Who was the vet, Ryan? One of them was saying if Plattner wins, feds should invade Maine. I don't know what it is. I feel like I see something that they don't see, and they see something that I don't see. It kind of reminds me of the Tallarico equation, but this time for like white liberals in general. Like, black liberals don't fuck with James Tallarico for a multitude of different reasons, but I think like there's something that doesn't pass their smell test, right? And the same thing happens with Pete Buttigieg as well. But Tallarico, I think, is like a much more likable candidate that I like, right? As opposed to Pete Buttigieg. And I think Plattner has this thing where like something flips in people's heads where they're just like, they can't comprehend the average American's mindset, maybe. I don't know what it is. Like I don't understand. Because if Graham Plattner had the exact same policies and like maybe didn't have a totem cough tattoo or didn't fucking do Blackwater, right? One or the other. He would be like the best possible candidate that has ever fucking existed in this round, like in this election cycle. He's putting out banger after fucking banger. And I don't understand like why people are so caught up on it. I was at an anti-war protest in Portland, Maine the other day, and Plattner spoke. He's very popular here. Most people chirping, can't vote for him anyway. I know, but like I just don't understand what it is. Yeah, just like Zohran was like, fuck Cuba, Vuvuzela, and fucking Iran, and this shit happened almost respectively, especially in this new era foreign policy-wise. Yeah, that was a fucking major mistake. What are you going to do? Not fucking vote for Zohran? You know, yeah, he came out before the election. It was like, yeah, I think Cuba is run by tyrants. Like, these are things that are obviously very important to me, okay? Foreign policy is obviously very important to me, if not the most consequential part of my career, at least, okay? It's something that I'm desperately trying to change. Blue Skies say he's CIA, and you're mentioned too. Mainly, Hasan is being unreasonably aggressive to people who suggest that perhaps Plattner is a CIA asset and shouldn't be trusted. He doesn't believe it's possible for the U.S. to make a long game play to compromise socialists by creating Plattner years ago and activating them at the right time. That Plattner dude's a CIA plant, I swear. No, I think, you know what it is? You know what it is, guys? I think we're just not used to it. We're not used to hearing candidates like say things that we agree with. So I think this bricks people's brains, and then they end up looking for every red flag possible. And Graham Plattner has a fuck ton, right? So then they're like, oh, it must be because he's CIA. Because like, that's why whenever people were like, don't you feel like Graham Plattner is the lesser evil vote? And isn't that the same as like voting for Kamala Harris? I was like, no, I would literally tour the entire country if Kamala Harris had Graham Plattner's platform, pro-Medicare for all, fuck Israel, anti-war. I would literally be knocking on every fucking door I could for Kamala Harris. Like, that's not, you have lost the plot entirely. This take is the American exceptionalist take. They think the CIA is omnipotent. Yeah. Graham Plattner is the one thing I couldn't actually believe was a CIA PSYOPS. Socialist progressive candidate who worked for Blackwater has a Nazi tattoo. Is about the level of execution is let's make a real life Jedi Knights and let's kill Fidel Castro with an exploding cigar. Graham Plattner was the CIA handler for Muhammad Atta. What, when he was like 17? Oh, that's awesome. I love people that hate these people. I think the calculus that people hate these great candidates is 1, their children. 2, it's the internet, so everything is at an 11. 3, like you've pointed out, lots of anti-electoral slobbers. 4, true records also exist. I'm not very educated, but would choosing an unviable leftist alternative Abu not be analogous to your assessment that a Green Party alternative would be preferable to voting for Gavin Newsom as a president based on principles? No, because the overwhelming majority of Kat Abu-Ghazel's platform, I agree with. She also spent a good deal of time in this fucking community as well. So I think she's much more malleable than the average Democratic Party candidate. So no, it's not like that at all. I think that it's weird to not care that his policies are by and far away the best. That's the only thing I care about. I agree. I agree with that. I assume Plattner has a long career outside of doing war crimes. He does, right? Discourse bot. Plattner stopped war crimes at least 5 years ago. Is that not enough? Yeah, Kat is literally a chatter. Another very normal day on Blue Sky where users are now calling for the federal government to invade and occupy Maine if Plattner wins his Senate race. Oh, that's funny. Half the Democratic Party are CIA agents and they focus on the one guy with good policies. Exactly. Exactly. Like, half of the Democratic Party are CIA agents and the other half are veterans, but from the officer class. So it doesn't read as like grunt force. Okay? What is this? That was her producer, by the way. Check logs. People have no right to put a Nazi in power. If the government wasn't GOP, I'd say the federal government should, in the event of a Plattner victory, invade and occupy Maine, similar to the Confederacy states during Reconstruction. Let's hope Maine wouldn't need to, like World War II Germany, be annihilated. I love that. This is the one aspect of Twitter that I kind of miss, though, because this is like a bygone era. This is like Tumblr posting on Twitter. And there was a lot of that in Woke One. And I think what happened is we created like, we cordoned out a lot of the Tumblrinas and they went to Blue Sky. So they're having fun over there and they're agitating one another with their takes. And then some of them actually make their way back to Twitter every now and then. But like, I miss them. And it's funny because like every Zionist is also pushing the same button. Like Edward Isaac Dover, you know, the CNN reporter who also fucking hates Bernie Sanders and anyone and everyone that's an anti-Zionist. He hates them, myself included, of course. But like, you know, they press his ass on this shit so much. And it's kind of funny because, like, I'm going to be honest. There is one thing that this showed me. If you remember, I said the silver lining of Graham Plattner is that it shows me that voters are totally willing to overlook all this other stuff, the red flags. the red flags when you consider someone's policies. What is this? To be honest, to be fair, I think this is just a crazy person against goy, cis, straight, and neurotypical bullshit. Yeah, for me, I don't think that what good are Kaz's left positions if we're all dead in a war with China? Yeah, that's not a real thing. That's why I don't really give a shit. Like, I don't even think it's necessarily indicative of like her foreign policy approach in general. Maybe I'm totally fucking wrong about it. But like, I think you guys end up reading heavily into this shit. Yeah, what's most remarkable about this is that Plattner is not only peeling off undecideds and third-party voters, he's actually cutting into Collins' base of support. Everything you've ever heard about electability is wrong. Oh, God, I love that. I fucking love that shit. Bro, Nancy Pelosi flew to Taiwan. If she couldn't start a fucking war as like one of the highest ranking officials in the goddamn government, what the fuck makes you think a 26-year-old from Illinois 9 is going to be able to single-handedly start a war with China? The CIA would assassinate her first before she ever tried to fucking hit the nuke China button. Respectfully, you're wrong about this. You're good to go, G. We know it's your friend. I mean, there's no like friendship when it comes to politics. I don't give a shit about that. She studied international relations. No, why would she have such undecided opinions about China? No, this comes from the GW foreign policy understanding for sure, and it's wrong. But the reason why she's talking like that is because she's 26. The reason why I say she's 26 is because someone that green doesn't know how to navigate these conversations at all. If you were to ask the average Democrat about, in a private about what their opinions are about Taiwan, especially one that's like well-read at all or has any sort of foreign policy knowledge, coming out of this fucking country's institutes of higher learning, they're going to probably have a similar position. Most politicians just know not to say anything about that. And I don't know, like she just like stepped on that fucking landmine for no reason. Then she shouldn't be a congressperson. So she's going to be a State Department puppet. Yeah, I think you guys are, once again, reading too much into it and think that this is like super significant when it's not. Also, if she wasn't 4 points behind Daniel Biss right now, I probably would be singing a different tune. If we allow one progressive neocon, then opens the floodgates to others. Okay, we're taking ourselves a little bit too seriously here. One progressive neocon. Do you fucking hear yourself? There's like 12 total politicians in both parties right now that like align with you publicly. And you're over here being like, well, you know, there's a lot of progressive neocons, technically.
Evanston now exposed Kat for taking contributions from members of some of America's wealthiest families. Thousands from the billionaire family of a Saudi arms dealer. Kat Abu Ghazaleh, another fake politician. CPP is responsible for the content of this ad.
The Democratic Party is a massive donor base, and we could be fulfilling people's material needs right now. And also,
Plattner is a Nazi Blackwater mercenary. He's not a real progressive or a socialist. How the fuck do you not see this? It's because I'm both of those things, and I'm glad you understand that.
so showing through our actions our values, especially when people are so disillusioned in politics rather than just making a bunch of promises and talking like Gavin Newsom. Also, from March 18th till Election Day in November, like you said, this is a very Democratic district and the nation candidate of. I don't believe there is for a candidate or indictment. Things have been crazy over here. But I am a Democratic Socialist. I'm a dues-paying DSA member, and I have been for my entire adult life.
We should say the indictment was not.
Is that not valid criticism? Why are you being sarcastic? No, it's not. if his policies reflected that background, I would be there with you. My attitude on this stuff is who you are now matters more to me than who you used to be. And for me, these shadows were all silent on AOC beclowning herself on the same question. Give me a fucking break. Shadows entertaining 0% probability. Looking for us, all of us. China is the golden shining nation on the hill that will not be invading Taiwan because they're too calculating to do that. They'll wait until it voluntarily merges without conflict.
On was one which I think you could take some pride in.
Oh yeah. I'm actually the last time I was supposed to come on here was after my arraignment.
Yes,
and then yeah.
Have you told your chatters to go on and talk to leftists in Maine instead of you? No, because I don't want chatters to annoy the leftists in Maine. They should annoy me instead. Seriously. Mainers have suffered enough living in fucking Maine, okay? It gets cold up there, dude. You know, I don't want them to also have to fucking deal with the most annoying people.
That was a little crazy. So I've been indicted for protesting ICE. My trial is May 26th, if anyone is free.
He can be lying, no? Why the fuck would he lie ahead of the fucking progressive swing? You think he's the most calculating man in America? When Graham Plattner came out with his policies, it was still bold of him to come out and be like, I'm an anti-Zionist. How many fucking politicians were actively saying shit like that? Not many. Okay? He was definitely at the beginning of that wave.
It'll be really, really stupid. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason this administration.
This is before we even compare him to other candidates in general. Both other candidates running in other races with you know, significant electoral viability.
For me, and why I and some of the most effective critics of this administration have been indicted. And it's because everyone I used to report on and win against, Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, Tom Homan, they run our country now. They know me and they don't want me in power.
I want to ask this. I have watched the Breaking Points interview you did with Crystal Ball and Ryan Grimm regarding a leaked email that from an advisor to you who has since left the campaign regarding characterizing you as an interventionist to the extent that we
Homie, GP was recently on some Valhalla podcast, recently talking to some other former war criminal. GP is not to be trusted at all. Did Israel write this? Are you tuning in from Tel Aviv? Is this Unit 8200 in my chat? Or are you so fucking stupid that you literally fell for Jewish Insider's oppositional hit piece on an avowed anti-Israel candidate? I know the answer, by the way. Of course you're not fucking signing in from Tel Aviv. You're just a fucking idiot who literally got primed. They know how to fucking play you. That's the whole point. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, this is where all of this shit comes from. History professor, actually. Okay. Doesn't matter. You can still be fucking duped by a Jewish Insider Oppo hit piece. Did you read the hit piece? Did you know actually what took place? He went on a fucking Chud veteran podcast and got the Chud veteran to fucking agree with half of his goddamn positions. And then they got mad that their entire hit piece actually revolves around like Nate Kornakia, retired Green Beret, who's also promoted the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Okay. And the anti-Semitic conspiracy theories are like Israel was behind the JFK assassination and the global war on terror. Oh my God. It's like secondhand cancellation. Are you fucking serious? You're a goddamn professor. I wonder why Jewish Insider would write this article. Yeah, Plattner's also winning anyway, so it doesn't even fucking matter. We're talking about Cat.
know what that means. I'm not sure. But and also regarding your perspective on Taiwan, I would encourage people, if they're really invested in this, to go into that interview, because it was about as in depth of a candidate interview I've seen on a very specific topic But broadly speaking, just give us the broader answer for that, for those people who may be afraid that you are going to lead a massive campaign in the House to
invade Taiwan,
not just perhaps to get into a war with China.
Yeah, no.
Wait a minute. That's the same reporter at Jewish Insider. New analysis for J Insider. Hassan Piker doubles down on Hamas support while maintaining progressive credibility. Wonder why Jewish Insider is writing these articles about Graham Plattner. That's not confusing to me because he's anti-Israel. What's confusing to me is why there are leftists who fucking fall for it.
I mean, look, war with any country, and especially China, is the last thing that I want. When I talk about dropping strategic ambiguity, specifically militarily, it's because we have a madman as the president. And if we have a president who is even somewhat predictable, as pretty much all of them since Nixon in one way or another have been, I wouldn't dream of touching it. But I also firmly believe in self-determination. And if people disagree with me on this, that is fine. But this is, especially as a Palestinian person, extremely important to me. That's why I also don't believe in touching the one China policy politically. If the people of Taiwan democratically vote for reunification, we should absolutely support that. This stance that I have is not for China as a boogeyman or for control of Taiwan. This is specifically
It's exactly what I said. Do you see? It's exactly what I said. She thinks this is like being morally consistent. The question I have, if I were to debate Lord her back, I'd be like, okay, if the people of Palestine vote for Hamas that did the atrocious act of October 7, do you think they still deserve autonomy and sovereignty? Or do you think Israel has a right to defend itself? And the reason why you get caught up in this when you try to do the moral consistency is because it's the same shit. That's not the same thing. It fucking absolutely is the same thing. It is. America utilizes Taiwan as a fucking... America utilizes Taiwanese liberation. If you believe that America has any sort of like liberationist framework that it's operating from, you're fucking delusional. Okay? That's it. America has no liberationist framework in its approach to Taiwan. It's just a fucking unsinkable aircraft carrier for America slammed in the ass cheeks of China that international agreements have already recognized as a part of fucking China. How the fuck do you guys on the quote unquote left still fall for this shit every fucking time? Regardless if Graham Cracker is a grifter or not, him winning on his platform will do real damage to his platform. That is obvious. What? You're running for Congress. You're running for a congressional seat in the United States of America, one of the most evil countries on the fucking planet. Let's be real, okay? I love the promise that this country has. I love the people in this country, but our output is devastating for the rest of the planet. Okay? What the fuck is this like, moral consistency framework that you're trying to operate off of? It's ridiculous. That's it. At the end of the day, you're running for office in America, okay?
Determination. Once again, if you disagree with that,
you don't like her? No, I do, and I think you should still vote for her if you live in Illinois 9 for sure, 100%.
Is your stance, but that's important to me, and this is an act for deterrence. We need to be investing in diplomacy, and we also need to be looking at China as a trade and innovation partner. But that's not possible with Republicans.
Kat is absolutely abhorrent using us Palestinians. She's Palestinian, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? Us Palestinians. Palestinians do not stand with Kat. She's literally Palestinian, and Palestinians do absolutely stand with Kat. Clarify how Palestine is the same as Taiwan in this scenario. I'm not getting it. People utilize approval ratings to make it seem as though imperial superpowers or imperialist countries, settler colonies, have some kind of liberatory perspective in that justifies their military intervention. Okay? Don't ask me. Ask fucking Mao Zedong. Okay? Here's what Mao Zedong had to say. Why won't they just show the fucking quote? Why is this so goddamn hard to find the fucking quote? Here it is. Israel and Taiwan are bases of operation for imperialism in Asia. They created Israel for the Arabs and Taiwan for us. They both have the same objective. The difference, of course, is that they actually leaned into the Han Chinese population that was ideologically nationalist instead with Taiwan. That's it. Mao, I'm quite fond of meeting Nixon and Kissinger. That's true, he did. And also, I respect him for it.
They are now, and it's also not possible when any country is doing imperialism. That includes the United States, but it also includes Israel, it includes China, it includes Russia. Imperialism and wars of aggression are bad, and
Wait, what? You suck Mao's dick? Like, even if he massacred the Uyghurs? Are you kidding me? Come on. Mao Zedong massacred the Uyghurs? Do you think Mao Zedong is alive right now and is responsible for the Xinjiang policy? And also, what populace did Taiwan genocide like Israel did? Bitch, do you know anything about the history of Taiwan? Are you familiar with the White Terror? What the fuck are you talking about? If you don't have any opinion on this stuff, why do you act as though you have like a very, like you can have a more well-rounded opinion if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You could say that was in the past and that's fine, right? That's fair. And it's not like, it doesn't mean anything for like modern day Taiwan. But it's crazy to fucking come in like that. Even if he did. Current Taiwan isn't committing Israeli-level atrocities. Yeah, it's just in support of Israel. You're comparing Palestine to Taiwan? Taiwan is comparable to Israel? No. No. Are you guys professionally misunderstanding what the fuck I'm saying? No, of course not. Even though current Taiwan does support Israel more than even China does, ironically enough, more than mainland China does. They literally played a role in the logistical supply chain and the beeper attacks that Israel committed, the act of terrorism against the Lebanese population. Even though China itself also is no hero in this endeavor. Let's be fucking real. The point I'm trying to make is that America, as a nation state, does not have a liberatory project that is going to serve the interests of the population of Taiwan. If tomorrow Taiwan decided to democratically unify with the nation of China, with the PRC, like officialize, like make it official that they're a part of, one China, America would not let that happen. Okay? Because the perspective of the people of Taiwan is utterly irrelevant in this situation. And that's precisely the reason why the perspective of the Taiwanese population is status quo. So as an American congressperson, when you come out and say stuff like, oh, well, I would be in favor of like militarily defending Taiwan, that's a crazy statement. There's a reason why most American politicians don't say anything like that, including, but not limited to, people like what do you fucking call it? Including but not limited to people like Tom Cotton. Yeah, we supported the military dictatorship there for 45 years. Self-determination, LOL, is right. They've liberalized since then, but it's ridiculous. Anyway, at the end of the day, this is irrelevant. This is irrelevant. This is not a serious conversation. Kat's position on Taiwan is not a serious point of contention here at all. Let's be real. I disagree with it, but it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter one bit. Okay? I don't know why we're like losing our minds over it.
Feel very strongly about that.
Got a week left, literally
1
a
week.
week before the voting starts, or I should say, is there early voting in this district?
There is early voting, and we also have same-day voter registration here. So you
Nice.
can take your ID and a piece of mail that confirms your address on there, and go to the polls. They will register you. They will give you a ballot. A lot of cases, you don't even have to do a provisional ballot, so your ballot can be counted right then. Election day is March 17th. If you want to know more, if you live in the area, this district goes from uptown Chicago up to Evanston, west to Skokie, and then all the way to Algonquin and Crystal Lake. It's gerrymandered to hell. You can go to catforillinois.com/vote. If you live in Illinois, please sign up for one of our REACH trainings, which is an app that essentially cross-references your contacts with voter data, so you can contact people you know to let them know to vote if they're in the area. You can do that at catforillinois.com/events, or sign up for
You won't be saying that when she introduces her first bill, Arm Taiwan with Nukes Act. I think my main fear is of slipping into a new Cold War against China is clearly what the blob in DC wants, and they will go after us against the Cold War. Weird position that is a huge red flag for me. It's understandable. I just don't think this is a sincere position and the one that she will move on. That's what I think. And maybe I'm wrong. And even if I'm wrong, it still doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, she would be another fucking China hawk in a sea of China hawks in Congress. It's not the most significant. If you consider it to be like a litmus test, I don't think it's as relevant to the everyday existence of Americans right now. And that's precisely the reason why I don't see it as like that big of a litmus test. But if you consider it to be like, if you look at that as like the most significant aspect of her candidacy, I disagree with you. I think she's trying to be a debate lord on this issue. Anyway, I consider it to be a test of her political instincts, which are poor. Yes, that's where being 26 is a major setback. Also, Oliver Larkin's new poll came out that's really good. Oliver Larkin leads incumbent Jared Moskowitz 49-36 after positive bios. 49-36. 63% of voters want to end or reduce military aid to Israel. Voters oppose strikes on Iran by a 50-point margin. Those are all policies that Jared Moskowitz is in favor of. And Jared Moskowitz actually came out and very clearly saw that poll and was frustrated by it, which is part of the reason why he came out and said his poll has him down 34 points. No kittens were harmed while writing this tweet. #justice for cricket. I responded with, probably not a great sign when the Democratic voters are horrified when they see your voting track record and instant choose Oliver Larkin instead. I love Jared Moskowitz. What? You love Jared Moskowitz? What the fuck? Justice for cricket is right. I'm going to bed, man. 26-year-old, too young, give her power, weird. The alternative is worse. That's it. There's no electoral viability for an alternative that's better. 4 points out. I'm supporting a cat 100%. I think y'all are being ridiculous. One is a candidate that has leaned into AIPAC The other is a candidate who's getting attacked by AIPAC. Okay? This is absolutely an Israel election. It's fucking ridiculous. Daniel Biss, who's currently at 24%, couldn't even get himself to call Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal. And you guys are talking about it like there's you know, not a significant difference. Anyway, none of you are in her district anyway. Actually, there might be some people in her district. It's a very progressive district, so many of you, some of you might actually unironically be in her district and will probably not vote for it, and then she's going to lose by like 3 votes, and then you guys are going to fucking come in here and flex and be like, see, I'm glad that this happened. Fuck you. Are you the drama today? No. I'm the drama every day, but not today, I don't think. Anyway, that's all I got for today. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Okay? I'm tired. Peace.
Stunning Rofi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There it is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zohran winning NYC, woke 2 back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.